How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
What's up, everyone? What's up? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Who is ready to spend the next several hours or however long it takes, because God knows we do our homework on this channel. Who is ready to spend the next several hours doing our homework to prepare? Why do I look crazy today? Why do I look crazy? Why do I look crazy? I don't know. Don't know. Who's ready to spend the next several hours watching Candace Owens? Because listen, man, I know that most days on the channel I cover the far left, but there are certain cultural moments that just because of the space that we play in, there are certain cultural moments that we need to be aware of. And there are certain cultural moments that we need to prepare for. And one of those cultural moments is coming at either 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., depending on which post from Patrick Bet-David you want to reference. Because apparently Patrick Bet-David, who I think is a pompous asshole who is not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, but whatever, Patrick Bet-David is going to be the moderator of the great debate tomorrow between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. And for some odd fucking reason that I will not understand, the debate either starts at 10 a.m., which is what Patrick Bet-David announced, or it starts at 11 a.m., which is when they actually have the stream scheduled for. So you can see there's already just an epic amount of competence when it comes to this debate, whereas Patrick Bet-David has announced that the debate starts an hour earlier than they actually have the stream scheduled for on his channel. So I don't know if it starts at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I have no idea. But we have to plan for 10 a.m. and hope that this was just the mistake of whatever intern created the YouTube stream. Because Patrick Bet-David has definitely said that the debate is at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Why would they do this to us? No. No one said that. No, literally no one said that. I don't know why we're making shit up already. No one said that. It's probably just a stream scheduling mistake. It probably, yeah. Well, yeah, maybe it is. Maybe Patrick Bet David needs to be there at 10 a.m. and he misunderstood, because Patrick Bet David is an idiot. He's an idiot. Patrick Bet David is one of those guys that is just like a low IQ midwit, but happens to be really good at sales. Has anyone ever worked with salespeople before? I have. I was never in sales, but I have worked with many salespeople. Salespeople are almost always like midwits. They're not the dumbest people in the world. They're also certainly not the smartest people in the world. But they're really good at talking, and they can talk someone into anything. And so they happen to be very, very good at basically scamming people, but they're not necessarily the best. They're not necessarily the smartest or the most insightful or any of that. And I think that's what Patrick Bet David is. I think Patrick Bet David is a very, very good midwit salesman. So whatever, man. Whatever. Hey, we got a couple Rumble rants. Rumble already kicking YouTube's ass in terms of the support department. Ding, ding, ding sent $2 for the door charge. Thank you, ding, 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 for the Rumble rant. Appreciate it. We got Mark's Lives, same, for $10. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. So listen, I do think tomorrow is going to be, I don't have a horse in this race. I truly do not have a horse in this race at all. I do not care who wins. I don't care if Candace wins. I don't care if Andrew Wilson wins. I think they're both massive retarded narcissists. I think that Andrew Wilson is not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, and he uses debate tactics to make dumb young women look stupid. What Andrew Wilson is very good at and very smart about is not necessarily the topics he's debating. It's using debate tactics to make low IQ people look dumb. Okay? That's what he's really good at. Doesn't mean he's a smart person, doesn't mean he's an insightful person, and certainly he would never debate me on a topic I'm an expert in, because I would kick his ass because I understand his debate tactics, because Trendolin has made me watch more Andrew Wilson than maybe I would have on my own. But I understand Andrew Wilson's debate tactics, and I don't think that they would work on people like me, because I'm not a retarded college student or OnlyFans whore. Then you got Candace Owens, who is a retarded narcissist. I'm sorry. I think she is. Candace is a retarded narcissist. And when I say she's a narcissist, I'm not just throwing out an insult. I actually think that Candace Owens has narcissistic personality disorder. I actually think she does. That's not to say that Candace can't be very entertaining. I do think that sometimes Candace creates some good content. I think Candace has created her own true crime fiction with all of this Charlie Kirk stuff. And sadly, Candace has taken all the housewives that used to be really into QAnon, and she's taken them down this rabbit hole with her. And all of the QAnon housewives are now obsessed with the Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk conspiracy. Now, listen, my big issue with Tyler Robinson, I've said this from the very beginning. I do not. Oh, look, we've got Candace retards in the chat. We got, hey, Candace fans. We have 2 rules on this channel. 1, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other members of the audience. 2, no whining. I don't give a flying fuck about your feelings. Sadly, this Candace Owens retarded obsessed loser has already broken both rules of the chat, and we need to do an instant deportation, bro. Don't insult me. You're in my fucking house, asshole. We got Mitchell in with the channel membership. W's to you, Mitchell. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, we can't. Candace Owens has made her own audience retarded. She really has. She has made her own audience retarded. And it's a sad thing to see, because it's like, listen, man, I can appreciate some of the content that Candace does without getting sucked in to the Candace insane world of the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory. And my big issue with the Tyler Robinson thing is I know for absolute certain Tyler Robinson was not a queer Marxist on the far left. He is not. There is no universe in which Tyler Robinson was a radical far leftist. Karlyn, how do you know that? Because I study the fucking far left for a living. When you are an actual far leftist, you have a lot of very specific, okay. Reagan said, I wasn't even going to invite Amalek until Reagan said in the chat, she said, I feel like Karlyn picked this topic to annoy Amalek. And I was like, I should actually invite Amalek to come join us. I should come invite him to join us. So I have invited Amalek to come and join us. Apparently he's got better stuff to do. And he'll get to us when he's ready. But that's okay, because we're going to be streaming for a while. He has the link. He'll join us when he can. And yeah, I do hope we annoy Amalek. I fucking love annoying Amalek. It is annoying Amalek and getting him all spun up and fiery is one of the great pleasures of the internet. Come on. It really is. I wasn't even thinking about inviting him. Didn't even cross my mind until you chatted in before the stream. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to subject myself to this, I might as well subject Amalek to it as well. If I'm going to be made to suffer through this at my own hands because I'm a little bit of a masochist, I may as well force Amalek to suffer with me as well. And then all of you as well. So I guess, listen, like, I actually really don't care who wins this debate, but we have to acknowledge that this is actually a cultural moment of the internet. We have to pay attention to it. We have to watch it. We have to know what's going on, because this is going to consume the entire fucking internet tomorrow. And we do not half-ass things on this channel. We prepare for them. We make sure that we know what's going on. We make sure that we understand, okay? So I have decided to take the stream today, and instead of doing something productive or even more fun than this, we're going to watch the last 6 episodes of Candace's show. So listen, even though I think Candace Owens is a retarded narcissist, I will sit here and listen to the case that Candace is making. I have watched many episodes of Candace's show before. I have listened to the vast majority of Candace's unhinged conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk, and I have found them to be lacking. I gave Candace a fair shake. I really did. Because I know that Tyler Robinson's not a far leftist, and it really bothers me that everyone is lying about Tyler Robinson being a far leftist, because he's not, okay? So I really did give Candace Owens a fair shake. I have listened to almost everything this woman has said on this topic in its full form, not the clips out of context like the retards on Twitter do. I will sit here and let her make her case. And then tomorrow at either 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., whenever they fucking get around to it, we will tune in for the great debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, and we will experience this cultural moment together. And I don't really care who wins. I just want to be entertained on the internet. That's all I want, is to be entertained. And we will give Candace a fair shot to make her case. And we will listen to what she has to say. And I haven't checked in on this in a while. And so I thought that 6 episodes would be good to watch, because that basically gives us the last couple of weeks. That basically gives us the last couple weeks of Candace content. So we should be nice and caught up with where she's at now. Okay? So that's what we're going to do, guys. It's not a class day today. I am not teaching anything interesting today. We are simply watching content together. If you want to support my work covering the far left in America, donate some super chats, donate some channel memberships, but I'm not going to be haranguing you guys as much about it. We do not have an official goal today, so I'm not going to be haranguing you guys as much as when we do an actual class day. You guys have been super generous in your support this week. I really appreciate it. If you want to continue supporting me because you like to, and you're a nice person, and you want to see my leftist content be funded, please feel free to do so. And if you don't want to, I'm not going to beg, because we're just doing entertaining content today, and I appreciate that. Yes, you're going to be tortured today, Otis. Yep. True. Trendolin. Trendlin, we're going to do some of your content as well tomorrow, I think. Before we do that, can we watch the penguin video? No. 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 No, no, no. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Trendlin, why do you want me to scare people away? Why do you want me to scare people away? No to the penguin video, Trendlin. No. Veto. Veto. All right. So you guys can fight it out in the chat all you want. Whoever donates the most channel memberships wins, okay? That's it. Whoever donates the most channel memberships wins. And if none of you donate channel memberships, I get the final say and I win by default. Okay. So we're going to jump right into it, guys. We got a lot of content to watch today. Amalek is going to join us at some point. We're hanging out again. I do not care what side you're on, but if you are being disruptive in my chat, if you are being insulting in my chat, if you are being toxic in my chat, I'm going to remove you. It is enough that I need to watch Candace Owens to get caught up on what's going on in the world. That is enough suffering without having Candace Owens or Andrew Wilson's retarded loser audience in my chat causing problems, okay? So chat rule number 1, don't be a dick. Chat rule number 2, no whining. Don't care. Don't want to hear it. Don't care about your feelings. We're going to jump right into it. We're going to get started with, Trendlin's not fucking around with the penguin video. Trendlin is not fucking around with the penguin video. Okay, Trendlin, I will count that towards channel memberships. You are currently winning. We got Leo in with the dub. Thank you so much, Leo, for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it. All right. Trendlin is apparently not fucking around. We'll see who else. Trendlin just donated 20 channel memberships, guys. That's the equivalent of 20 channel memberships. So if you don't want to watch the penguin video at some point, better pony up and beat Trendlin. Leo, let me know if you are pro penguin video or anti penguin video. And Mitchell, you get a vote too, bro. You donated channel membership. So we've got, listen, I'm going to keep track. If you donate channel memberships, you get points, basically, is what we're going to do. And you get points towards pro or anti-channel membership, okay? Shika Logo, W's, Shika Logo, thank you so much. Let us know if you are pro or anti-channel membership. I can't, why isn't my note program working, guys? Why isn't my note program working? Hang on. I gotta get the note program up and running. Hang on. Gotta get the note program up and running to make sure I can actually keep track of this shit. Where the fuck? There it is. Got it. Okay, so pro is currently at 20. Let's see. Have Shikalago, Mitchell, or Leo register to vote? Let me know, guys. If you donated a channel membership, let me know if you are pro penguin video or anti penguin video. You might find out. Rusty. We're going to find out by the end of the stream. So you guys can let me know if you are pro or anti, and I will add that to the tally. But let's dig in, and we will watch this episode from a couple weeks ago with Candace.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I hope everyone had a relaxing weekend with family and friends. I had a good weekend, but an almost traumatizing situation that unfolded. You know, there's like all of this folklore surrounding what is termed pregnancy cravings. I actually don't love that term. I feel like the term in and of itself is a little bit inaccurate. Cravings suggest that they're like not a matter of life and death, and they're not optional. Sometimes it's very essential. I always say like in the back half of pregnancy, and I never know what it's going to be. Each pregnancy is different, but for my last 2 pregnancies, it has been granola. Like I just need to have a specific granola from a certain place, a certain bakery, and they almost were out of it. It was just the saddest thing. I just thought this entire week was going to get canceled because the guy told me that there was no more granola. Unfortunately, my husband sprang into action and rescued the podcast this week. The woman came out and was like, "How many would you like?" And I was like, 2 boxes, please. It's so good. So I'm at that phase of pregnancy. I'm at that phase of also, of course, as you guys know, when I'm pregnant with a boy, just not accepting a lot of the narrative that is out there. You know, there's other lore too, what's known as a pregnancy brain. And there's a lot of that going around Forgetfulness. Blake Neff, he's got pregnancy brain. Officer Bagley, he's got pregnancy brain. I wonder if they're getting cravings as well. Turning Point USA, they've been experiencing a lot of pregnancy brain when it comes to the positions that Charlie held throughout his entire career, which they've just reversed course on. So I'm here to just help everybody out today. Welcome back to Candace.
Thank you, Candace, for your service and your entertainment. We appreciate it.
Somebody in the comments said, give granola to the prego. I hear you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for understanding and allowing me a safe place to share the things that I'm going through. Anyway, we received a tip this weekend, a wonderful tip. Shout out to the sleuth who sent it, which makes the story of what actually went down during the short car ride to the hospital even stranger. I don't think this car ride could get any stranger. We've got all of these random facts that we are learning, phone calls, the Ben Shapiro security team, CPR that didn't happen, but did happen, but the memories are different, but it's not a contradiction. And of course, we broke the story 2 weeks ago. Do not forget that in the SUV that transported Charlie to the hospital, there were black gloves that were left in the left side door, right in the back. Remember these? I'm going to show you on the left.
Ooh.
That's actually what was stuffed in there. And on the right was our recreation. We speculated that these were either leather or used.
They did a recreation of the black gloves. Okay, Candace.
Used black nitrile gloves, like the kind that you see that are sterile, synthetic rubber, among other things. They are used for surgery. Well, now we can positively assert that those gloves were not in the passenger door when Charlie arrived on campus. Like I said, one of our sleuths emailed us, and gratefully, turns out that the amazing Mikey McCoy, who was suddenly recording Charlie's last moments in the weeks leading up as well, he recorded Charlie getting out of the car at the event that day, and he was sitting in that specific.
Unless Trendolin also donates another I mean, like, listen, man, 50. If you donated 50 channel memberships, you would be significantly further ahead. Right now, we have pro Penguin Video at 21 channel memberships and anti Penguin Video at 1. So you would be significantly far ahead.
Seat. So he opened his own car door, and that pocket was exposed as completely empty. I'm going to show you that. This is Charlie's arrival. Take a look at this. And unfortunately, if you are listening to this on just audio, you are going to have to pivot to video to see. Don't worry, we're going to slow it down. You just saw that. Here it is, more slowed down, empty. And we're going to pause so we can just look at the empty abyss of no gloves.
Uh-oh.
Oh, why are there no gloves there?
Okay. Now we have the Penguin Video. So here's the deal. You guys have until we are done at the third. We are watching. I'm creating the rules for the Penguin Video contest on the fly. Okay, we are watching 6 episodes of Candace. Whoever is in the lead at the end of episode 3, so at the halfway point, we'll do like an intermission. It'll be like the halftime show. If we are pro Penguin Video by the end of episode 3, we will play the Penguin Video. If the anti-Penguin audience is winning via donated channel memberships, then we will not do the Penguin Video. Okay? That's the deal. Pro Penguin Video is currently in the lead. Anti-Penguin Video is got some catching up to do. So right now we are watching the Penguin Video after episode 3, all right?
Get out of the vehicle. Vehicle's parked.
Oh, by the way, I told you guys we're going to do a spy stream today. I think we're going to postpone that just because I think this is more important, and we're going to be able to watch the recording of it anyway. Oh, look, Amalek's here. What's up, Amalek? Thank you for joining us.
Yo, what's up?
Are you excited to watch 6 episodes of Candace with me?
I actually am. I like watching her show and hating her.
Oh,
I love hate watching things, and she has gone off the deep end. She is nuts, dude.
Explain. I haven't been watching Candace in a minute, so catch me up. What's going on?
every single one of her reasons and all of her theories are for retards, and they're just I don't even know how to describe each one. The new photo thing is so incredibly stupid. I can't even believe that people are like even remotely falling for it. The whole, I'm talking about the edited
Oh,
photo.
I know. I tagged you in it on Twitter, and I told you it was over.
Oh,
and that
right,
you
right,
lost.
right. Yeah, you are. Yeah. Okay,
Mhm.
that is the dumbest thing I've ever. These people don't understand fisheye lenses. Okay, do you understand that? You learn what that is? What a fisheye lens is in like fourth grade, growing up and looking in like the rear view mirror of your parents' car when you're sitting in the car seat, okay, or whatever the fuck. When like this is crazy. How do these people like not understand the world around them and observing it and understanding it? And it's
Because
such an
most people are
obvious.
stupid.
It's such an obvious edit too. As soon as you look at it, you can instantly tell it doesn't even take like an expert to look at that or an AI. Oh, is this AI? You can tell the distortion in the picture, first of all. And second of all, I'm pretty sure I remember when that was posted. It was posted like the weekend after this happened. And I think it was Stu Peters who posted that original photo. Now, I have gone through Stu Peters' timeline. It's basically impossible to figure this out because Twitter search sucks. And
Mm-hmm.
it was a year ago, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's who put that photo out there.
No
So
shit.
so Candace, I don't know if this will be the episode or eventually or whatever, but she does this thing where she's like, I didn't edit it. And then she's arguing from the point of view that means that it wasn't edited, or like as if like somebody else edited it and gave it to her and she had, oh, I have no I don't know if they did or not kind of idea. You know what I'm saying? It's so
So
stupid.
basically, some sort of like internet person sent that picture to Candace, and they probably got it from Stu Peters, and then Candace just took it and ran with it without questioning where the fuck it
That's what I
came
think
from.
happened.
And then
Mhm.
she was like, "Oh, I didn't make this, so I'm not responsible for it."
Well, she's like doing this double thing where she always does, where she, while she's arguing that there's a bullet, she's also arguing there was an explosive, right? So she's doing two different contradictory arguments at once. Well, she's doing the same thing here where she's saying, "Oh, well, I didn't edit it. I didn't edit it," while also saying it's not edited.
Mm-hmm.
So what she actually I mean, she's just, dude, she is a psyop to make the anti-Zionist side and the current like counter, let's just call it like the mainstream alternative that rose out of like people's distrust from COVID, people's distrust from October 7th, people's distrust from even before that, right? People have basically been distrusting the mainstream, and a mainstream alternative rose, and Candace Owens is basically now crashing that whole thing into the ground, because the whole idea behind what that alternative was built on was its credibility, its ability to tell the truth when mainstream wasn't going to be able to, and its ability to predict outcomes and and be rational and understand the world. You could go to someone like Nick or anyone in the dissident media sphere and say like, oh, well, obviously MSNBC, Fox News is lying. I can go to these people and I can get like an authentic take. So the authenticity and being right and those types of things, that's the only thing we have on the dissident side is the truth. So she is taking that and completely screwing it up. Everybody is now tuning out of politics, tuning out of anti-Zionism, tuning out of all these things because of her whole roller coaster ride drama that she's doing. So I don't know. To me, she is like the number one threat to, I don't know, talking about any of these ideas that I talk about. And it's linked to Russia. Okay, we are at war with Russia. Okay, newsflash: it's 2026. We
So
are at
like
war with Russia.
Duganism.
Yes, and this is part of how they wage war. They wage war through psyops, convincing people about conspiracies, convincing them that conspiracies are real, convincing them to have distrust in their institutions. That is what is going on. So in the same way back in the day that countries had newspapers, and that's how you had newspapers, and that's how you understood the news about war, and oh, our country's being demoralized because the newspapers are writing what's going on in the front lines. Today's version of that is the internet, and it's totally open. And just like imagine if during World War II, Great Britain was allowing like the NSDAP Germany to print like newspaper articles and distribute them to London while they're bombing them. That's what's going on right now. There's unfettered access of propaganda coming to our people. And the other thing too is because what it is it's appealing to the lowest common denominator. So they're whipping up all of the most retarded people on the internet, and it is a serious problem. This is how war is waged in 2026. So people are always asking, like, oh, why does this matter? Why does it matter? Candace Owens, whether knowingly or unknowingly, doesn't matter, is part of a literal war against America and the West as a broad people, I would say. So this is like one of the most important things. And again, she's tanking what was a rising thing.
Yeah. So do you think that she like is aware of her role in this, or do you think that she just is basically a useful idiot for Russia, that she actually thinks all this stuff is real, and she thinks that she's, cracking the case as some sort of inspector or something like that? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a little both. I don't think it's like one or the other. You know what I mean? It's like depending on the moment in time. Does she believe her own shit, or is she like completely cynical about it? It's hard to say because I'm not like, hanging out with Candy Owens or anything like that.
Candy Owens. All right. Well, I guess we'll see. Hey, we got a couple super chats that have come in. We got for some reason my super chat thing is not showing. Okay, I think we got Bot in here. Bot says they need to find the gloves, who the gloves fit. That's the killer. Yep. Probably true, Bot. Probably true.
True.
Yep. Yep.
True.
Candace says if the gloves don't fit, you must have quit. Yep. Yeah. True. Good point. Good point. We got Old Sub in with the super chat. Thanks so much, Old Sub. Look at this. Old Sub is flying the Plague Doctor flag. Look how cool is that? How cool. Do you know Old Sub made me a Plague Doctor flag? I've got one sitting right here on my floor. I'm going to hang it up behind me at some point.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not too bad. All right, let's get back into Candace.
Charlie does the event, and then magically we're going to get some sterile gloves in there. This is exceedingly problematic, you guys, because it doesn't match the story that we were told by Brian Harpole. Remember, only Brian was supposed to be the person working on Charlie in the car, in the series of events that unfolded. Brian was definitively not sitting on that side of the car, and he was already covered in blood, so much blood. He tells a story about how the nurse wiped it off of his face. So I don't think there would have been any reason for him, already covered in blood, to go, but wait, let me just grab these gloves as the car is going 100 miles per hour. But let's assume he did.
Oh my God, she does it. She did it again.
You know what?
She did it. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? 100
What?
miles per an hour.
100 miles. I love these.
She
Candace
is like
little
English
mistakes.
second language. I have like Mizrahi speaks better English sometimes than her. What is
What
going
was
on?
the word that she kept messing up the other day?
All of the words. So you'll have to be more specific. I don't know.
Well, was it like monstrosity or something?
Oh yeah,
like that?
she says it as monstrosity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. High IQ Candy.
I'm going to put on some sterile gloves very quickly. Even if he had done that, then we'd make the argument that there's absolutely no reason at all for him to have removed the gloves and then stuck them over in Rick Cutler's door as they arrived at the hospital. If you put the gloves on, you keep them on as you carry the person out of the car. Do we agree? You don't take them off. He's not done bleeding. So yeah, location doesn't make sense. It's in Rick Cutler's door. And we were told that Rick Cutler didn't do nothing but hold Brian Harpole with the tattoo.
Look at this fucking chart.
Got you. The Brotherhood. I saw the tattoo and I knew I was good. 2 hands. Bring up that diagram again for us. 2 hands, making sure that he
There's
did not
a diagram, fall. Amalek.
Do we think that Rick Cutler had to put on nitro gloves or leather gloves to hold Brian's so he wouldn't fall out of the car? Now, we also told you that Rick was among those who allegedly stripped down his clothes at the hospital. I think that's something obviously Frank has been open about. We don't know why Frank needed to do it. But we were also told that the feds were the ones who allegedly took those clothes thereafter, down to his boxer briefs, allegedly. Seems a bit much, by the way, but okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and page Frank Turek here because I have just so many questions. Where are those gloves coming from? Frank, you talk a lot. Right? You're a pastor. Can you do your best to remember why or when exactly someone in the car decided it would be a good idea to put gloves on and then to very quickly take them off during this brief ride before they got out of the car, stick them in the door? How about, you know what, let's make it easier. How about a simple yes or no question, Frank? Ready? Did someone in that vehicle potentially cut Charlie's t-shirt in that car? So I have to be honest with you, right? I know.
Is Candace implying that they did surgery on Charlie in the car or something like that? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know, dude. This is so dumb. I don't understand how this is convincing to anybody. This is so stupid. She is not. She doesn't even have like the ability to observe and understand reality. The idea that she would be able to, like some sort of detective with the amount of information that she has, like reverse engineer and deconstruct, like, oh, isn't it sus that this guy had gloves and he took them off at this time, but the story was supposed to be this and that doesn't have, as if she has access to all the information and all the interviews and all, as if she's like really an actual detective. This is so dumb. She doesn't have any of the, she has like 1 to 5% of the information that the investigative team has. Okay. So this idea that, oh, because Candace Owens can't figure it out, or, oh, this is some missing information. Isn't that sus? It's irrelevant. She's not the investigative team. She doesn't have the access to the government and the FBI and billions of cameras and CSI team. Like, no. Okay. She is a dumbass on a podcast speculating and riffing with no information, and she's constantly falling for shit in her inbox, bullshit tips. She is so fucking dumb. I can't believe people are falling for this.
Has she fallen for any of your tips yet that you sent in?
No, she hasn't. I know.
Gotta keep trying.
Well, the other thing too is she may have, and I'll never know. So if anybody ever sees her talk about the Bonaparte family, that is my tell. I keep writing the Bonaparte family. The Bonapartes are trying to come back to power through, and Candace and they had to take out obviously Macron, right? So that's my lore that I wrote in. So if anything ever comes out the other side that's like involving that, that's how you'll know I won. Okay, so I can't watch it all, so I don't know. Maybe she has talked about it, but everyone should do creative writing exercises.
Awesome.
Very fun.
What was that term you used that you guys were doing in the parking lot? Can we run that clip? What were they doing?
When we're pulling into the hospital parking lot and we're yanking and banking our way.
Okay,
down.
hold on, pause. I wasn't going to do this, but now 4 people in your chat have said this in the last minute. You guys.
Here we go.
You guys, 30-06, okay, is the rifle round that was used for World War I, World War II, the Korean War, okay? It was one of the most popular rounds in America. America has done unlimited amounts of research on the way the bullet behaves. And you can go online and look into the books where they literally say, oh, we shot a round and it bounced this way. Oh, shot another round this way. You can look and see them actually recording each individual shot in their experiments, okay? That's how the military publicizes this kind of information. Going all the way back to World War I and World War II. Every single time a person has gotten, or a target has gotten struck with that bullet, has not resulted in decapitation, you stupid fucks. 30-06 is absolutely within the bounds of what we saw the damage being done to Charlie. Is it the most likely amount of damage that's done? No. Is it within the bounds of possibility? Yes. It's like a 1 in 5 chance that that's how that bullet acts when it hits somebody like that. And it was the type of round that falls apart when it makes contact with what it's hitting. Okay. So please stop pretending you're ballistics experts. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. A 30-06 was the round used. Okay. And your conspiracy makes no sense. So the idea is that Israel killed him, used the wrong bullet, framed a guy who has nothing to do with Iran, and then what? Oopsie, we used the wrong gun and we stashed the wrong gun. This is retarded. This is stupid. It makes no sense. It's irrelevant, and there's no evidence for it. Because of 30-06, most of the time will do more damage than what we saw in that shot. It absolutely does not mean that then it had to have been this thing. It's very simple.
But I thought he was shot with a little palm gun by someone in the front row.
So fucking dumb. It might as well be that. If you think that a 30-06 can't behave in the way that it behaved with Charlie Kirk, like, you are just clueless. You don't know what you're talking about. Hey, look, if there's one thing about bullets, it's this. You never know how a bullet's going to interact when it comes in contact with something like skin or bone or anything like that. The way basically a round hits something and it has, 10% chance it goes this way, 10% chance it goes that way. There's 20% chance it goes right through, depending on the round, right? That's how it works, okay? So just because you rolled the 1 in 5 chance thing on Charlie is not evidence of a conspiracy. It's evidence that you actually don't know anything about bullets. That's what it's evidence of.
Feel better?
Everybody is doing this. This is everybody's argument. Oh, well, it couldn't have been, well, we know it's bullshit because it couldn't have been a 30-06. It's like, have you ever done anything and remotely about, like, have you ever looked into anything like this? No. You guys are not ballistics experts. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop pretending.
As we're yanking and banking into the parking lot.
Yo, we got a super chat. Thank you, Delamar. Remington. Oh God. Okay. I'm just reading a super chat. Don't yell at me. Remington Core Lock Soft Point Hunting Round Family is Hunters easy to have laying around. Confirmed by ATF and evidence submitted. Mike Theory is a poll joke.
Yeah,
Started like 30 minutes after first vid. I don't know what any of that means. Do you know what that means? Explain.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
The most common, he's agreeing with what I'm saying, and he's pointing out that the Mike theory started as a literal joke, and people are now running with it as honest or serious. Yeah, I know. I saw all this develop. I was in the spaces like the day after it happened, hearing people like pitch to me that it was a microphone, and I'm like, you how could you possibly be this dumb? How could you possibly be this dumb? An exploding microphone.
I remember that. That was fun.
Yeah. It's so dumb. It would basically mean he has a fireproof or explosive proof shirt on or something. It's the dumbest idea. And dude, this is all the pretense that he was like turning on Israel. Shut up. He wasn't turning on Israel. He was their top guy. Shut up.
Yeah. You guys were yanking and banking. And I believe you, by the way. I don't know what the term means. I don't know who was yanking, who was banking, what was yanked or what was banked. But I got to tell you, Frank, the yanking and banking, Frank, the public isn't really buying some elements of the story, particularly the portion where Brian Harpole grabs a gurney, jumps on top of Charlie in the ER, and begins cutting his shirt while the staff looks on for further instructions about what drugs to give Charlie, what drugs to administer. That just sounds like fiction. And I got to be honest, Frank, it would really go a long way if you could just at least confirm Brian Harpole's memories. Is he telling the truth there? That part? Whipped out scissors, prepped him for a defibrillator. And also, what were you doing in particular?
She is saying that someone like basically performed surgery. She's like saying someone pulled out surgical scissors and cut Charlie Kirk's shirt and had these gloves on and were preparing him for a defibrillator. That's wild.
Jumped on the gurney and began cutting his shirt. Because I got to be honest with you, I don't feel like you and Rick Cutler would let Brian Harpole run the show. I don't feel like anybody who's with Brian Harpole goes, that's the guy in charge. Like he's got it under control. I mean, Brian Harpole is definitively not the brightest among you, not the most trained among you. Even when he describes things in that Sean Ryan interview, he's like, we're doing the medical. We was like, I was doing the medical. Lack of intelligence is what comes across in that interview. Don't buy that you guys just went, okay, Brian's got it all under control in the ER room. I don't believe that. So could you just confirm to say, yes, I remember that he jumped on the gurney with the scissors. It would go a long way. Anyway, moving on from that, because we're here to just put pieces together, right?
Putting pieces
There's something
together.
else that we have been able to get our hands on. Actually, I had it for a very long time. And it's going to help.
I hate whoever her
solve
preschool
another
or kindergarten
South
teacher
amnesia.
was that put this little sing-songy voice into her head. Die, 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 die. Whoever that was in Minecraft. Why does she have to do this sing-songy thing? Why is this? Why is this convincing people? This is convincing people because they're already like prepped, because this is how their kindergarten teacher sounded like when they were telling them to put the crayons away. And
this is what leftists sound like.
I know. Oh yeah. This is, I can't, I know. Yes, exactly. This tone is so frustrating to me. Holy shit.
I'm so happy to be a pregnant person helping people who are not pregnant with their
Did
pregnancy.
she just call herself a pregnant person? Candace is non-binary now.
Brain. That feels good. Good old Officer Bagley, you're up. Man, that finds the screwdriver on the rooftop. The screwdriver, we still don't know if a screwdriver even works for that particular gun. That part's a bit strange. We do know it has
Holy
Aunt
shit!
Biggs's
I hate
DNA
her. Yes, it does. Yes,
along-
it does. Yes, Phillips head works. Yep, figured it out. I just figured it out because I'm not a retard. Yep, Phillips head works actually. There we go. Figured it out for you, bitch.
Alongside Tyler Robinson's DNA. Unfortunately, we can't even look at the moment that this screwdriver is found on the rooftop because, unfortunately, Officer Bagley's body cam went off at the exact wrong time. And we know he was with somebody, accompanied by somebody in plain clothes onto that rooftop when he found that screwdriver. And we would love to be able to ask that guy questions. But, well, Officer Bagley didn't get his name or something. I guess being an officer at UVU, you couldn't just be like, hey, could we get that footage so I can see who I was in the rooftop with for this really important moment where we find Tyler Robinson's DNA? They don't get access or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to some of his less than compelling moments from his testimony at the preliminary hearing. Take a listen.
It appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
I had a gun, yes.
Yeah. And like I said, 10 months later, he had no desire to just go over to the campus that he works on and say, hey, could you run the tape back? I'd like to see who I was on the rooftop with when I found this incredible piece of evidence. And he explains further about the body cam losing that footage. Take a listen.
All right. Your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it? I don't know. What do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet. That's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right.
You know, people are speculating that Officer Bagley might not be telling the whole truth. You know, they say you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He might be telling the truth. His body cam footage was off, how it got off, maybe not the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth. People are going, I don't know. See, there's some weird things. We're going to address this timeline here. Take a look at this, right? I want to point your attention to 12:39 p.m. The first FBI agents arrive at UVU with the chiefs of police. That's what we are told. We were told it just took 16 minutes,
this guy
according
in
to
chat,
Cash Patel and Dan Bongino.
This is the dumbest list of reasons that it was a conspiracy ever. You're like, is this an AI? Are you writing this from an AI? This is dumb.
No, I think he's real.
Dum-dums.
I think he's real.
I don't know, he can be real, but what he's writing now, this is the dumbest. Every single one of these points is so, dude. The idea that Governor Cox and FBI Director Patel ordered the immediate evacuation area where Charlie was seated, followed by the emergency paver installation before the site was released to the public. Dude, do you think that the students at UVA are going to go to class with Charlie's brains and blood all over their college campus where the grass is and the pavement is? Do you think that Charlie's Kirk's that the crime scene is down where he got his head blown off at or his neck blown off at, or is what actually matters the place from where the gun fired, dipshit, the roof of the other building? What are you talking about? This is not some sort of crazy conspiracy theory because they didn't want people to have to go to class to see his blood and brains on the ground. And you guys act like they're going to cordon it off and leave it, for multiple days. Dude, a CSI team on a crime like that is in and out. The whole purpose is to get there, get the evidence, collect the evidence so they can clean up the scene. An anomaly would be if they left it. Could you imagine how dumb this would be if they just left the brains and blood there? It's 10 months later and there's a huge shrine with Erica came by and touched the blood. That's the bloody pavement where Charlie died. 80 years from now. Yep, that's it. How stupid are you?
I love how Parody Mike is just like ignoring you and just continuing on with
it's
his
an AI.
list.
It's AI.
He's like,
They're
he's
just putting-
focused. He's focused. He's on a mission here, Amalek. He's educating the public.
stupid. It's just dumb. And these are all just Candace Owens bullshit little like, oh, isn't this sus? Oh, isn't this sus? It's like they take these 10,000 things and they're basically like, if each one individually even has a 5% chance to be true, and if I come up with 10,000 ideas on why it was a conspiracy, then
Parody Mike has a
obviously
list
I'm
of
right.
30 things, Amalek. I think, come on, that's 30
ridiculous.
items.
It's the dumbest thinking. Whatever. You are easily duped. I could trick you out of your last dollar. Let me just tell you that right now.
How would you do that?
I'd have to get to know him first.
No.
It'd take like 30 seconds.
In various interviews before they got there and secured the scene. So that's before 12:44, which is when Officer Bagley testifies that he arrives on the rooftop, right? He gets onto Losi building at 12:44. He discovers that screwdriver 10 to 15 feet past the railing in the gravel. Now, let's listen to Kash Patel say that. So there's no confusion that that's what we were told by the FBI.
Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday.
Amalek, Bricktop says that you are not arguing the points. You're making retarded hyperbolic statements. How do you respond? It's over. Amalek left. You guys pissed him off.
I'm
and he
here.
left.
I'm here. I'm not, sorry. I was muted. Sorry.
That's okay.
Dude, no. There are no points. I can go. Dude, none of the points being made are points. Saying something like, "Oh, isn't it weird that they paved over the crime scene?" That's not a point. That's not evidence of a crime or of something weird. That's not evidence. So you guys aren't even presenting any evidence. You're just speculating. You're speculating, and you're starting from the point that Israel or somebody did it, and then you're working your way backwards instead of honestly looking at all the evidence that we have.
I think if you guys want to argue with Amalek, you should at least send me a super chat, just saying,
so
or donate
true,
some
dude.
channel memberships. Like, it's kind of rude to argue with my guest and get him all pissed off.
Okay, I'm not gonna read the chat. I'm not gonna read the chat because I just made a burrito, sat down and finished. I should just finish my burrito. I'm gonna watch, and I'm
Burrito
not going to read the chat.
Burrito W.
The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene.
Again, what I want to stress here is that it took 16 minutes for them to arrive on scene. That is remarkably fast, given the FBI office is actually located in Salt Lake City. That's a 50-minute drive. It's actually incredible that they got there that quickly. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they had foreknowledge. They have a little office in a building in Provo nearby that has apparently 4 agents. So I'm stressing that because I want to.
What?
How dumb is that? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What? So wait. So they got there 6 minutes after the crime happened, and that's sus? Bitch, if they showed up 60 minutes late, you would have been like, whoa, that's sus because they showed up at 60 minutes late.
Real.
It's literally just whatever she can formulate into a narrative. Oh, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Hey, guess what? The idea that there wouldn't be FBI agents close to UVA's campus when Charlie Kirk is speaking is stupid and retarded, and it's for idiots. Obviously, there's going to be FBI agents close by. Holy shit. What are we even talking about?
She's got a timeline, though, Amalek.
This is so
It's
stupid.
official. It's a timeline.
Oh, they must have had foreknowledge. Oh, okay.
To underscore, and you can come out of that, guys. I want to underscore that Officer Bagley went onto Losi rooftop after the feds had arrived and had secured and began securing the scene. And we can assume that the FBI is not going to allow just anybody to traverse onto Losi rooftop, right? Or onto any rooftop for that matter, because they're looking for a potential sniper, right? Randos in plain clothes jumping onto rooftops without the right credentials in the middle of a manhunt for a sniper. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to wind up dead, really, if you were just playing around. So this Officer Bagley story isn't exactly tracking. And like I said, he should have had access to the cameras to figure out who he was up there with. And it's just astonishing that he claims it's a plainclothes officer who just had a badge and he doesn't remember. So I'm thinking in my head, examining the facts, that whoever he was with had to have had some rank. Feds on the scene. They would send themselves up there. They're not going to just let some scrub officer take over. Now, lucky for Officer Bagley, I went combing through all the footage that was sent to me on September 10th, and lo and behold, Officer Bagley gets up there at 12:44. I was able to find some footage of who Officer Bagley was with. It was captured by a bystander at 12:47 p.m. Thank you, Candace. Oh my gosh.
Thanks,
you're welcome,
Candace.
Officer Bagley. I'm sure that's what you wanted. You just probably wanted to positively ID who was on the Losey Rooftop Center with you. And despite all of the resources of the feds and UVU police and all the cameras, you couldn't do it before that preliminary hearing when you sit down with your lawyer and try to make sure that you have every possible detail remembered. But
That's
here
not
I
what a
am to
preliminary
save the
hearing
day.
is. I hate her. I
Here's
hate
the
her.
footage.
I was going to point this out. What is her problem? She doesn't even know what a preliminary hearing is. That's not what a preliminary hearing is. A preliminary hearing was like 10 to 30 minutes. Oh, he had to sit and get his whole story straight with his lawyer. That is going to be in a deposition, you stupid bitch. You don't even know. You're in like 16 court cases right now, and you don't even know what a preliminary hearing is? Holy shit. Oh, well, he didn't have all the whole full story and every single detail of every single person he met, confirming every single little blah, 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 with his lawyer before the preliminary hearing. Therefore, Israel killed him with a nuke. That's obvious. And if you don't agree, you're a Fed. Like, dude, this is cancer.
Yeah, true. I don't think Amalek likes Candace. No, I think he doesn't, Mitchell. I think you're right about that.
Watch that, 12:47 p.m. Random person walking and they catch Losey Rooftop. Who could that be? Who is that? Dear, who? Man in a plain clothes. Let's bring that closer,
Straight
actually.
to jail, dude.
Let's, Officer Bagley, I think that might be you.
Democrats.
Because
we
here
need-
you are,
we need the DSA.
lower. We have a...
I need the DSA to arrest Candace on suspicion of capitalism. Get her the fuck out of here. Throw her in jail forever. She's part of the British aristocratic elite, capitalist class. Let's go, DSA.
Hey, I was just gonna ask you about that actually. Do you think that her and her husband are actually like really married, or do you think this is also some sort of like arranged thing?
I don't know. I think that I don't know. I don't like to speculate on personal stuff like that if you don't know the person personally. And, I met Candace before, but I don't know anything about her personally, so I don't really know. You know what I mean? You don't really know somebody unless you talk to them privately, or you know what I mean, or something like that. So I don't know if it's real or not. If I had to gun to my head, like obviously no, it's like a beard and he's gay and she's like, whatever.
Yeah.
But I have no way of knowing that. You know what I mean?
That's kind of what I think. I think that he needed to have kids because he's a British lord or like whatever the fuck, and so
this is the
you
thing.
might as well end up.
His family is part of like this this broad Zionist group with Russia links. So it's not surprising this is going on. Yeah, this isn't surprising. Like basically part of the way Russia helps Zionism is they always play like the controlled opposition to the other side. They're always trying to like dumb down the opposition. Essentially, like that's where Khazar theory largely comes from. Is the old USSR and places like that promoted it, and leftist, like their old intellectual sphere that was like international. You know what I mean? They were training, communist intellectuals from Colombia and South America and Africa and Middle East, all these places, and they got a lot of these ideas from there. I would say. So I don't know. Yeah.
Amalek Bricktop is saying that you sound Jewish as fuck.
Hell yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not Jewish. Very not Jewish. No Jew would go by the name Amalek. No Jew would ever go by the name Amalek. They just wouldn't.
It would be a good disguise, though, if you really were Jewish.
It's funny because there's so many Jews who reply to me laughing in my replies on Twitter. Like, it's so funny how many people think you're Jewish. It's so funny because you're obviously not. It's like
you should have a Jewish looking profile picture. I feel like.
Well, maybe for April Fool's next year, I'll switch it up to like a rabbi picture or something.
Yeah.
I'm down there, wearing the hat and looks a little baldy on the side. Could be you, definitely, but we definitely can ID the other guy. Let's show them on that rooftop again. Oh, bag with the red hat. Losey Rooftop. So who is that guy in plain clothes on Losey with a bag and a backpack? Well, first and foremost, credit to Muppet Masher on X, who was able to identify the person. It is Officer
Muppet Masher
Alan Robinson from the Utah State University Department of Public Safety. Utah State University. So not even a UVU officer. Now, this guy in theory, is just supposed to be a part of general reinforcements on that day. A nobody. A nobody.
I hate her so much.
But I'm excited that we could at least get to add this, presumably a nobody, to our ever-growing list of people who are brand new, because he had just joined the USU police force the summer.
I feel like Candace has gotten more annoying as this has gone on. Yo, Great Otis in with 20 gifted channel memberships. W's Great Otis. Now here's the important point, Great Otis. Are you pro penguin video or are you anti penguin video? Because each of your 20 gifted channel memberships is going to count as a vote. And we need to know if you are pro or anti penguin video. Let us know, Great Otis. We got Mark's Lives over on Rumble. Great Otis is reserving the right to register his vote later. Okay. Well, we have 3 episodes. You got 20 votes. Let us know. We got Mark's Lives over on Rumble with the $10 Rumble rant. The decades of ballistic studies by the government is the conspiracy. If we're going to spook show, we may as well go hard with the fantasy. There you go. Appreciate that.
Hell yeah. See, I like that lore. See, like, look, if Candace came and said, listen, in 1919, World War I, the U.S. military was training up what kind of rifles to use and their effects. And that moment is when they started their plan to kill Charlie Kirk. Before his grandfather was even born. Before
it was
his
promised
father
to them 3,000 years ago.
Yeah. Now time traveling Charlie Kirk assassination plan that changes the scientific data of rounds that have been fired for the U.S. military. That's where, at least we're talking about like some interesting things here. The other shit is just stupid. That's at least like basically you have to believe in magic for both of them. And at least if you're going to have the magical thinking with the time traveling one, like everyone understands that you're doing magical thinking. The other thing, it just makes everyone who's trying to be serious and yourself, if you're believing in it, look stupid.
We got Great Rottweiler in with the member chat. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 30 months, bro. Nuke them penguins? Well, we'll see. We'll see who wins. Appreciate the ongoing support. We got Bricktop in here. Cheers, Karlyn. Cheers to you, bro. Thanks so much for the $15. Yo, we got Great Otis in with another 5 W's to you, good sir. Now Great Otis has 25 channel memberships. He has to register a vote for. Trendolin could be on the way down. We'll see.
Before, here is the announcement on Facebook. They announced it on Facebook that he had joined. And another weird thing that we noted while going back and reviewing that footage, but Alan Robertson, as we're going through all that early footage, he actually seems like he's the person that's immediately in charge. We're going to unpack that further this week. Very weird. We're told he's just some rookie officer from Utah State University who was helping out at the event, maybe some crowd control. It's not even his campus. Why would anyone listen to this dude? It's a good question, right? Why would anyone? I'd be like, this isn't your campus. More importantly, why is Officer Bagley seemingly running cover for this rookie? Seemingly, allegedly. Kind of makes me think that this guy is maybe more important than Officer Bagley is letting on.
Probably true.
Gratefully, YouTuber Nisi, who does fantastic work, by the way, was able to put through a list of several things, question marks about Officer Bagley's testimony that don't appear at second glance to be, well, nothing but the truth. Take a listen.
So they described a man with a badge and a pistol who went with him to the roof. The individual that fits that description is this red hat guy with the khaki shorts. He has a bag with a badge on it, and he was walking around with a handgun. The ex-account.
This woman seems highly credible to me. I don't know what the problem is, honestly.
Muppet Masher identified the red hat guy as Alan Robertson and his friend in the blue shirt as Christopher Haycock. In the Life is Driving footage, you see him walking around and texting and making calls, and this really stood out to me.
We got John in with a gifted channel membership. Thank you so much, John. W's to you. Let us know if you are in favor of playing the penguin video after episode 3 or you are anti-penguin video. Let us know.
Because you don't see any other law enforcement officers doing this. Ultimately, Officer Bagley's version of events just doesn't line up with the available footage. So the question is, Why lie? Allegedly. He fails to mention that the man in the red hat was the one that alerted him to the holster. He fails to mention that he had a conversation with the man in the red hat before going to the Losi Center roof. And it is interesting that they get there and conveniently his body camera just stops running. He says the battery died, but the camera had only been running for 27 minutes, and these body cameras are supposed to last around 10 hours.
Seems a little suspicious. You were already taking orders from him about the holster. You just didn't mention that throughout your testimony at all.
So stupid.
Why are we seemingly providing coverage for a rookie? From Terrell Farnsworth to Officer Bagley, there seems to be an immediate
Imagine how funny
understanding that
this
this
must be to
Alan
this guy.
Robertson
He's sitting here listening to this and they're like calling him a rookie.
Yeah.
Dude, he's working as college campus security for over a year or for a year now. Okay. He's calling him a rookie like it's some cop film, like it's some buddy cop film where, oh, you have to be on the force and you're the rookie until there's a new rookie or some crazy stupid shit. Like she lives in La La Land. The guy has been working that job for a whole year. What are you talking?
Well, also campus security is not exactly the real police.
Yeah, and that too. Like,
yeah,
this is so dumb.
This guy's not like a detective or anything. Like,
and she's like, oh, he must have been higher ranked than you actually because of my crazy story that I'm painting up in my head. It's like, dude, actually there was just a shooting and whoever was there that was like a cop or had authority or had a weapon, they were like, oh, we're gonna clear all the roofs. That's what happened. He looked at another dude, saw that dude was also a cop. That guy was also armed. Him and the two guys went and cleared a roof. Not strange at all. Not weird at all, actually. Totally within the bounds of normal behavior.
Character, who shall not be named, is calling the shots. It's as though he's like in command of the post-assassination operation. And you know what's funny about that? We decided to look into him, and that is actually what he did, but in the military. You see, Alan Robertson is
in
actually
the military.
a United States Marine.
Marine. Can never trust
and according
Marines.
to his LinkedIn, he was the marksmanship instructor for the Marines from 2009 to 2014 at Camp Pendleton, which is in California. It's a Marine base. He's been deployed in combat in Afghanistan. He was also deployed in humanitarian work in Japan for the Marines before he arrived into Utah. You know how I'm feeling right now about the Marines getting involved in humanitarian work overseas.
Oh my God.
But he was also a police officer.
Does she not even have anyone to like, hey, guess what? They were helping the fucking disasters in Japan during that time. I don't know, a little thing called Fukushima, dumb bitch. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, what kind of humanitarian work would he possibly be doing in Japan? I don't even have to look at the years. What are you talking about? Japan's one of our number one allies, and they had a nuclear issue, and they've had multiple tsunami issues. They did it to the Marine. Oh, isn't that sus that the Marines were helping out? No! We've been doing it since we won the war. What are we talking? Dude, she is so dumb. She doesn't even understand like simple, like political concepts of what's going on since World War II. The idea that we would help Japan with humanitarian stuff after World War II and our relationship with them is so normal. It's like the most normal possible thing. It's not sus at all.
He probably flew to Japan on an Egyptian airplane, though.
True.
Yeah. That's it. Crack the case.
Just before going to Utah in San Bernardino, California. But something happened. It was very short before he gets moved out to Utah. Something happened. We don't know what happened, but we believe something did.
Exactly. Amalek is a Chinese spy, and he is here as a psyop to trick you guys. And he's also Jewish.
Because there was an entry made for him on the Brady List website. So if you've never heard of the Brady List website, it's a database of law enforcement officers who have a documented history of misconduct, dishonesty, or integrity violations. And the records are kept actually by prosecutors so that they can then share them with defense attorneys.
I was literally part of the major earthquakes in 2016. He was part of a unit that went, dude, you can literally just Google this guy's name and Japan and Marine, and it comes up. And this article is from before Kirk was killed. You are dumb, Candace. You're an idiot. You're just saying things on your show. Oh, isn't that weird? Oh, he was doing quote unquote humanitarian work in Japan. That's pretty sus. That sounds like a fake backstory to me, doesn't it? No, actually, earthquakes happen, bitch. Like, This is so dumb. And this is just so readily available information. I literally just Googled his name, Marine Japan, and it comes right up. He was part of Operation Chinsei 2016. A series of major earthquakes struck Kumamoto Prefecture, and he was there. Oh, how weird is that? Actually, no, that's normal.
Conspiracy. We got Patriot in. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 1 month.
dumb.
Candy about to find out tomorrow. Do you think that Andrew Wilson is going to hand Candace's ass to her tomorrow, or what do you think?
I mean, this is the thing. I can't. Andrew Wilson is the most disingenuous, bad faith,
true
pharisaical debater of all
True.
time. Every single he is like, dude. He like he part of what he did is he's like getting with Jay Dyer and these guys, and they're doing this whole ortho bro, debate bro sphere. And like to them, Orthodox Christianity is like a debate club online, okay? And they just train up and learn all these like debate rules. And it's gonna be you have to have this kind of fallacy and that kind of that's this. Like,
yup.
They have all
It's
this
all
stuff.
tactics.
And,
that's all he does.
well, and every debate leading up, they do this every single time. This is how they backed out of the debate with me. This is how they backed out of debates. Now, to be fair, he's debated, Adam a few times and things like that. But, basically the idea is that they want to have these very narrow, like, okay, this is the terms of the debate that we're debating on, and it's not going outside things. Like I want to talk about is Christianity.
Oh, that's what he did to Richard, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that was like a timer.
Richard
thing.
was also kind of being a dick, but I thought it was rightfully deserved.
Well, it's just, dude.
Honestly.
I mean, the whole thing was stupid. To them the debating isn't about like getting to the truth. They really are like debating about like fair, like in like this like pharisaical way that's literally in the Bible. But like so I don't know. So it's gonna be hard for me to say like, Andrew's gonna wipe her clean. Like it could end up looking really bad with Andrew just doing something super autistic, like, well, Candace, you're dumb. Well, you're dumb. Well, you're dumb. Well, you're like that. Like that is a potential what's going to happen here. So I don't even.
I kind of hope that does happen, if I'm honest, because Andrew Wilson would never live it down ever. And I already feel like, listen, none of like Candace's supporters are going to be convinced by the debate tomorrow, but there is an opportunity for Andrew Wilson to just completely burn himself for all time, and I think that'd be great.
I don't know. I want Andrew to win because I think she is the worst actor in this thing. Her and Tucker Carlson are two of the worst actors in the entire media sphere right now. Anyone sticking up for them still, anyone taking their side on these still, has totally lost the plot and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. If you're still on Team Tucker or Team Candace, you need to like have somebody else think for you, in my view.
I completely want Tucker Carlson to interview me someday, so I'm not going to say shit about Tucker. I think that would be a fascinating interview.
Yeah, I think that would be a fascinating interview too.
Yeah.
But he is a dumbass, and he can hear me say that. And you don't have to agree with me, but I'm just telling you, he's a dumbass. He doesn't know shit.
You're allowed to say whatever you want to say. Listen, I'm not sure. I don't trust Tucker any more than I trust anyone else that's like an influencer or media person or anything like that. I just think it'd be fun for him to interview me. I think that'd be cool.
He certainly doesn't know shit about the topic you cover, so
no, he doesn't, and that's part of the
He doesn't know shit about the topic I cover either, but he tends to like to talk about it a lot too. So I think he does that with yours too.
Yeah, probably true. Old sub W's, good sir. Let us know if you are pro penguin video or anti penguin video. I will register your vote. Thank you for getting us up to 50 channel memberships today. Really appreciate it. We got Rottweiler in with a super chat. Thanks so much, bro. Andrew is this. I don't know. I do not know how to fucking. Do you know how to say that? I have no idea how to say that.
No.
No, we don't know how to say that. Sorry, Rottweiler. I have no fucking clue. Same tactics, same presuppositions, BS arguments that have been debunked years ago. Yeah, I agree with that. Thanks so much for the super chat, bro.
Oh, well, if you don't have the Bible, then how are you going to have morality? Because nobody ever knew how. Or, if you don't have the Bible, how are you going to have kids? Like, dude, I want to debate if Christianity is true, and Andrew Wilson just wants to like argue that without Christianity, like Western civilization is dead because of birth rates, as if it's like that simple. Oh, well, if we all just become more Christian, then our birth rates will be fixed. It's like, dude, we got to this position as like a Christian nation in your own arguments, okay? The reason we got here, even if we could like snap our fingers, boom, whatever version of Christianity Andrew Wilson wants in the entire West or America or however you want to do it, he could snap his fingers, boom, everyone in the West is that type of Christian. it will backslide to where we are now, okay? Because it was whatever your stupid fantasy version was in your world. That's what it was. And it will end up here again, okay? Because the reason is because the text of Christianity and the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, are based on truth. They're based on lies. They're based on fraud. They're based on all the things that I talk about, okay? And instead of debating any of that stuff, like, hey, is the Bible true or not? Are the claims in the Bible true, and the claims you're making about a creator and all this other stuff true? Instead of debating that, they want to debate like birth rates and stupid shit like that, which is so stupid, as if like the Bible's some sort of like Kama Sutra. Like, oh, nobody knew how to have sex till the Bible show up and they read Genesis. Oh, we're supposed to be fruitful and multiply. Oh, I never thought to have sex until I read the Bible. Like, this is so stupid. That's how he wants to argue. That's how he debates every issue.
It's just the same debate over and over and over and over. It's
so
like
dumb.
it gets so boring to watch after a while.
And like the low-hanging fruit of like OnlyFans girls, like, dude,
yes,
grow up.
That's what I said. Andrew agreed to debate me at some point about, like, I literally said, I will debate with you about any topic related to the left. And he agreed in principle. And then he refused to debate any topic that I came up with. And so then I said, Andrew, then you pick the fucking topic, because I really don't care. As long as it's related to the left, I will debate you on it. I don't give a fuck. And then he had a massive hissy fit meltdown. And he, basically got drunk one day and started like dragging me on Twitter. And so I was like, fuck you. Your wife's a whore that had babies with 3 different men, so go fuck yourself. And then he said, you disrespected my wife, you are dead to me. And I was like, okay, Andrew, okay.
Everyone's disrespected your wife, Andrew. If you're not gonna, if that's your standard, then you're not gonna ever debate anybody, okay? So, and if you didn't want that to be the case, then you could have picked a better wife. Sorry, not sorry.
True. Old sub, let us know if you're pro penguin video or anti penguin video, because your channel membership counts as a vote, and we will count it whichever way you like. We have Great Rottweiler in with another super chat. I can't pronounce that, bro, but that guy is an apologist who took Matt Slick's transcendental argument. Okay. You're good now?
Yeah, that is what they're doing. Hold on. Whoever that is knows what they're talking about. Yes, that is exactly what they're doing.
What is that?
Dude, Matt Dillahunty is even like, this is like autistic debate bro lore. This whole thing is just a reiteration of what you're talking about. That is what they're doing. And it's totally for like low to middle IQ people. Look, if you fall for tag as an argument for something being true, you are not a smart person. You're not intelligent. You shouldn't be given the effect that you have the ability to read and write in today's age is a crime. In the normal time, you would be like picking cabbage or like tending to pigs or like putting horseshoes on my horse. Okay, you don't have the ability to think.
This is why we really need to deport all the fucking Mexicans and every other brown person as well, because like there used to be a time when the low IQ retards would do the menial jobs, and now the menial jobs are being done by fucking low IQ brown Mexican illegals, and we need a place to put the low IQ retards, and so we need to deport everyone. So we got the Georgia
Guidestones. We need the Georgia Guidestones back. Those were right. Those are true and real. Those are true. Everyone hated them because they weren't ready to hear those truths.
Good point.
A criminal trial. The reason is because the Brady list explicitly deals with an officer's credibility as a witness. It indicates that there's internal investigators or like prosecutors are flagging an incident which involves dishonesty, perhaps falsifying a police report, a policy violation that was severe enough that the defense now has a constitutional right to know that this officer was involved in something that's not good, that puts his credibility in the spotlight. And so he has an entry, so to speak, on Brady List website. And we looked and I thought, well, maybe there's an entry for every officer in the land. And I read their about section. I searched online. It said, nope, that's not what they do. But in particular, most of the people who are on this website, they have a link to what their, if you want to call them, offenses are, or what they were involved in that earned them to be mentioned on the Brady List website. But Alan Robertson and every police officer that is at San Bernardino has a blank under here, and it tells us that the absence of disclosed material is affected by institutional limitations. And then it says San Bernardino Police Department is not in compliance with its Brady disclosure obligations. So every officer that is working at San Bernardino that has an entry on this website, there are no details that are provided. And when you click, what does it mean to not be in compliance? I mean, it sounds like they can just give you the runaround if they want and say, we are in compliance with the Brady stuff, but maybe it's an ongoing investigation. You can click through and look at this yourself. Alan E. Robertson, my assumption is he has an entry and they're not able to get details on it. Obviously, you guys also know there's a lot of corruption in the San Bernardino, California Police Department. And so we are looking for information to be able to verify whether or not there was an incident involving Alan E. Robertson in California, which earned him an entry on the Brady List website. Again, we are not too familiar with this website, but we have done our basic due diligence here. And we can definitively state that there is no officer in San Bernardino that has any like documented files attached. So that seems like they are correct, that they are not complying or being totally open with ongoing investigations. Is there a reason he was moved from San Bernardino to Utah?
Do you even know what she's talking about?
You're obviously going to turn to California.
No. There was a court case a long time ago about police brutality. And basically the case is like Brady versus somebody. I can't remember the name of the case. And this is like a list where public safety departments are like supposed to like I don't remember here. Maybe I can look this up, but like, I think it's voluntary. So the only departments that are giving that information over are like the cuck liberal, like Seattle, you know what I mean? Like departments that are trying to appease the far left or the anti,
Wait, so they don't even have to give the data over to this website. And Candace is like, the fact that you didn't give over the data is a conspiracy theory that proves your guilt.
So I just asked ChatGPT and it says that over 90% of police departments in the country have no existing file or data on the BradyList.com. And she said, "Oh, we don't know a lot about this." Okay, I literally just asked ChatGPT, would it be strange that a police department like San Bernardino isn't up to date on the Brady List? And why would they not be on the Brady List? And it just tells you. Now, okay, you can say like, "Oh, that's just ChatGPT's answer." I guarantee you, if we spent the next 20 minutes just looking into this, that it's right. I bet you. It's a court case. The idea that like a court case like that would decide like, oh, there's no federal database of every single.
No, that's retarded.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid.
And then it would be public.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that every police department in the country has to submit their data to a website.
Yeah, it's
It has
voluntary
nothing to do with the
information.
government.
And it's just stupid because it's so dumb to sit here and be like, oh, well, let's see if there's anything sus about this guy. So we're going to search the Brady List for him. Like this is totally outside the ballpark of like investigating anything real. This is they've determined there's a conspiracy. And now they're working way backwards. And they get stupid shit like this.
We got a W for K Stern over on Rumble. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership, my dear. Let me know if you are pro Penguin Video or anti Penguin Video, because your channel membership gets you a vote.
It's not just fake. It's not just fake planted evidence. That's what the court. Somebody said it's about. That is what the court case was about. But it's also if they've had like domestic violence disputes with their with their spouse and things like that. So it's broader. And yeah, the idea that like it's voluntary. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Like how could anyone look at, and she didn't even take the time to look this up, right? Like she wrote this script, or whoever's doing her show wrote this script and this whole line of reasoning into the show. And all they had to do is look this, like, what is the Brady List? You know what I mean? Like this is crazy. And people, this is like, oh, good arguments.
Mm-hmm. And to ask you if you know anything, also people that were in the Marines, maybe you served alongside this Alan Edward Robertson. It could be a reason people are reluctant to name him if he had been involved in falsifying testimony. I'm not saying he was, but I'm saying that is the purpose of Brady List. If he had been involved in doing something that would render him I guess constitutionally, like a constitutional right, wanting to tell people, hey, this guy is no good, he's a dirty cop of some description, you could see why they are acting like they don't know he was there. Is he the kind of person who would, I don't know, maybe drop a screwdriver or lie about whether or not a screwdriver was
The
there?
kind of
I don't
person who
know.
would
I want
drop
to
a
know. Please send
screwdriver.
us tips to more tips at CandaceOwens.com. If you've worked with him in San Bernardino, if you know something about,
if someone did
or
this in
involved
court,
in a
if your
case that
lawyer
he
did
was
this in
involved in,
court,
if you know
would
what.
be toast. You'd
Yeah.
be toast. Imagine on the stand for anything from a murder to a parking ticket, okay? And your lawyer comes up and says, "Excuse me, officer." Starts interrogating the officer, your arresting officer, whoever wrote the ticket, and says, "It says here you're a member of the San Bernardino Police Department, correct?" And the guy says, "Yes." And he says, "Well, it seems here that they're not currently in compliance with the Brady list. Therefore, perhaps you're the type of person that would be planting evidence." Like, imagine doing this in a court case. This is totally fucked, guys. This is not justice. She is tainting the jury pool when she's doing this. This is bullshit. And it's for dumb people. This is why we have court cases. This is why we have courts.
There's gonna be a fucking Candace person on this jury, and I'm gonna fucking laugh
Yeah.
when it comes back, because there's just gonna be one, and they're gonna be a holdout, and they're not gonna change their mind no matter what, and it's gonna be funny as hell. It's gonna be so great.
He transferred. Maybe we'll act.
Insanity. I think he's
You
going to
think
plead
so?
insanity. Well, people don't understand that preliminary hearings are usually literally 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's usually like the investigator or somebody like that with the case coming up and like presenting the evidence to a judge or a grand jury or depending on what the court case is, depending on where it is, things like that. And it usually takes like 20, 30 minutes just to like say, okay, yeah, there's enough evidence here to proceed with a trial. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, the purpose isn't to like present evidence or pick the jury or, in the way that these guys are pretending it is. It's just, that's not what it is.
Great Otis just registered his 25 votes. Hell no to the video. I knew you were going to come in on that side, Great Otis. I knew. Okay, guys, we have a little competition going in the chat right now, in which we are voting on whether or not we're going to watch a dumb penguin video after episode 3. You get a vote when you buy a channel membership. You get as many votes as you buy channel memberships. An anti-penguin video is currently winning, but we have like 2.5 more episodes to go. So there's a long way to go before we get to the result of the penguin video.
Actually be able to fully clear his name and say, actually, he just left because he likes Utah in the summer. And he decided to go in August 2024, despite the fact that his entire life has been in California. It feels a bit precise to me. And we do know that there is this habit of when officers get in trouble, they transfer them out into other departments. So it is definitely what I would assert is a plausibility that Alan E. Robertson was involved in something in San Bernardino. We'd like to know more. Email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. There's a little pregnancy brain for you. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Breaky break.
It's funny how the reality that the first
so many fucking commercials.
Plausible that the person who actually found the screwdriver was Alan Robertson. But they knew that if this went to trial and Alan Robertson said he found the screwdriver, maybe he's got something in his background that people would go, I don't really know about this witness. It's weird if they won't name him. Why wouldn't they just name him and say, yeah, I was up there with Alan Robertson? Like, that's not, I don't like it. I do not like it. It stands out to me. And he looks like he's lying on the stand, He's just sort of like, I don't know. Like, you could find out. If I could just do that and go through my photos and find out who was up there on that low-C rooftop, you certainly could have done that too. If Niecy could go through and find out what was happening, if Muppet Masher could, if online sleuths can, and we don't have access to all of the UVU cameras you have access to, it now starts to feel like you intentionally subtracted that from the story. So the question is, why? Why? These military guys, man, I'm feeling all sorts of different ways about the military. I know people that served in the military are feeling differently. That's why they're having issues getting people to sign up, no matter how many times Pete.
We got Sarah with an H in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, my dear. Let me know if you are pro or anti-penguin video.
Hegseth jogs with them and it's like, okay, now it's time to die for Israel. People are like, I don't know if I want to do that, actually. Anyway, I gave you guys the story a while ago. I was not in a good place after the Russia trip. And I told you about the traumatizing story of what happened to someone on my security detail who had served 12 years. 12 years, could not get an appointment, was trying to get an appointment for over 5 years for the VA. And I'm now going to say, fortunately, went to Russia with us.
Great Otis Otis responds to Sarah with another 5 channel memberships. And great, Otis, I'm just going to assume that you are upping the tally for the anti-penguin video, which I think is now at 30, right? I think I just fucked up the banner. Hang on. We got Sarah in. We were just at 29 for pro-penguin. Anti-penguin is now at 31, I'm pretty sure. And we got channel memberships at 61. Okay, I'm doing math over here. All right. Great. Yo! Great Otis in with a 5. And then Old Sub is like, we're watching that motherfucking penguin video, you stupid motherfuckers. Old Sub is like, this is fun. I'm taking control now. So now the anti-penguin side, Old Sub, I'm going to assume you are registering pro-penguin because you have registered pro-penguin previously. So let me know if you're switching your votes, though. You still can. So now the anti-penguin side has a little catching up to do. You guys got a little catching up to do. We're up to 111 total channel memberships, and that is going to include 79 pro-penguin. Thank you, Old Sub. Appreciate your support as always. Massive dubs to you, my friend. Please switch. What? You can't switch. Oh, you're begging Old Sub to switch. Okay.
Because we now have an understanding that it had to have happened in Russia, and he had a very severe stroke, had to have brain surgery to remove the clot in the back of his head. It was where his motor skills were, and we thought he was going to die. I can now say that without tears in my eyes because I saw him yesterday for the first time, and the kids were just so thrilled to see him. He's back from Russia, and I wanted to give you guys that update because we got so many emails. He actually said, I wish I never left Russia because he's having trouble getting an appointment again.
I didn't miss your 50. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I gave you a big congrats for the, did you, I didn't miss it. What are you talking about? Is he behind? He might be behind. I got it. What are you talking about?
Told me that first and foremost, the Ministry of Health of Russia, when they said, what's the bill, which we were all assuming we were going to have to throw in for, it's been taken care of by the Ministry of Health. He said he was sad to leave because these people became like family to him, that he had the other military families came to come see him. I'm talking Russian military, like special forces guys from Russia. And when he was, learning to stand, they were rooting for him and cheering for him. And it was just, he specifically said, and I wanted to say this, he had never been treated with so much dignity in his life. He just kept saying that they treated me with so much dignity. And when he left, the babushkas at the hospital cried, and they cried. And his wife, while she was there, because obviously she had nothing to do all day, started learning a little bit of Russian. So she was able to communicate back and forth. And so where he's at right now is he is, first and foremost, I want to let you guys know, in tremendous spirits. I told you his eyesight came back. It's like a miracle. Once the clot was removed, he was wearing glasses. Now he can see again perfectly. He just looks healthier. His face looks healthier, but obviously he's still got to get his brain to speak to his body. And so my kids were like, what's wrong with your arm? What's going on with your legs? Why are you walking like that? And it was just so great for the kids to just be able to ask those questions. And he was just so great about explaining. He was like, I've got these nerves and I've got to teach them again they have to be able to connect. And that's why it's not easy for me to move my arm. And my son was just so interested in like why he couldn't move his arm.
Yeah,
and he just was just so gracious.
I love this. Old Sub rolls up in a van with a whole bunch of ballots and casts all the stolen votes. I appreciate it.
And just explaining everything. Kids just, they're so adaptable. They were just so happy to see him because he was such a part of our lives. And so I just felt like, I could breathe again. And then I was just saying to his wife, you have no idea how much we had to think about in those crucial minutes. And I told him, we thought you were going to die. Like now I can say that we thought you were going to die. And anyways, so his next step of his journey is trying to, he's got
Dr. Raleigh Fox in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, good sir. Let us know if you are pro-penguin video or anti-penguin video. You get 5 votes. Yes, true, Otis. Listen, you could rally the anti-penguin side. You still got 2 up. Bro, there's a long way to go until the end of episode 3. So you could rally. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows?
do the physical therapy and he's got to get the brain going. And right now we are trying to, there was a foundation that was going to support him going to this institute. It is Dr. Phil Defina in particular that he's trying to get into this International Institute of Brain Enhancement that is in Delray, Florida.
And we got a W for Kay Stern over on Rumble. That is her second W of the day. Kay Stern, you still haven't registered to vote. Let me know if you are pro or anti-penguin video, and I will count 2 channel memberships, whichever way you decide to go. I really appreciate the support.
And I want to use my platform because somebody may be able to help. There may be a charity that can step in and help. It's it's expensive out of pocket, as everything is in America, and they are obviously, his VA benefits are not going to cover this. And I think he said it's like 1 month, and every single day he can work at it and learn to walk again in like so he doesn't need support, and learn how to use his left hand. And I just wanted to just go out because there's always somebody who watches the show who can
don't care.
So thank you guys.
Fast forward.
Okay, moving on, but also in the exact same vein, talking about just this sort of military people don't want to sign up anymore. Good, you shouldn't. You'd be better off learning how to hunt and shoot and serving your communities. Obviously, Trump does not care about you, your life. And if you give them 12 years, good luck getting an appointment at the VA. I think that's how we all feel. We signaled strongly you did not want to go to the Iran war. If only Trump had listened to Charlie Kirk. Okay,
I think we're done with this episode. Candace seems to be getting off track, and we still got 5 episodes to go. So we are going to be moving into the next Candace episode. This is the this was aired about 8 days ago, so it's relatively new.
Yankin' Bank Tuesdays. We're going to do some yanking and banking around a few topics. Frank Turek is actually going viral right now, trending on X for seemingly using the Bible to message that I should be struck down. And that's not the first time he's done that. We're going to get into it. And it will come as absolutely no surprise to you guys that Blakey Neff is upset.
Oh, no.
I thought for sure yesterday at the end of the episode, he'd reach out. He would thank us for all of our hard work investigating, for having solved the mystery of who was on the rooftop at Losey Center with Officer Bagley. But no, Blakey says I'm putting innocent lives at risk. Really?
Oh,
How?
No.
It's kind of funny because I would argue that he's doing that when he continually calls for the conviction of Tyler Robinson in the absence of evidence. Anyway, you'll be happy to know that we found another blank space that we can fill again for Officer Bagley. I'm just looking through his testimony, like, how can I help? How can I help? Another question that he was asked on the stand where his pregnancy brain started to kick in again. And you guys know, I'm here to help. Welcome back to Candace.
Candace is here to help, guys. Candace is going to save the day.
Frank Turek. Is it Dr. Frank Turek? I think it's actually Dr. Frank Turek. May he forever have a platform. May he forever have a platform, ladies and gents, because from the very beginning of this investigation, it has been abundantly apparent that the public relations directive has been, let them eat Christian slop, right? Let them eat Christian slop is how
so
we
true,
remember this decade.
actually, Candace W.
But sir, how are we going to get them to believe that a bullet that could take down 2 moose was magically stopped by Charlie's neck? Oh, remind them how Moses parted the Red Sea. But sir, can we really make them believe that a Greek...
Come on, you got to give Candace a W for the anti-Christian rhetoric, Amalek.
No, that is not. It's all within the fan.
He can't do it. He can't do it. He can't give Candace 1 W. 1 W is too much. Thank you, Fishing, for being a member of the channel for 6 months. I'm hooked on Spy Streams, Dr. B. Hang on. I'm hooked on Dr. B. Spy Streams rocks. Thanks for your hard work. Anti-Penguin. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you being a member of the channel for 6 months. We got Malcolm in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W to you, Malcolm. Really appreciate it. Let us know if you are pro or anti-Penguin video in the chat. You are pro-Penguin. Thank you, Malcolm.
Even widow gave her husband's killer, took over the entire company, and is on a corporate Zoom call laughing at emojis within 6 days of her husband's public assassination. Tell them Charlie's dancing in heaven with Jesus because of all of the merch sales. Sir, Even for us, the sparkly pants. Letting his enemies open at Amfest to attack Charlie's actual friends, it feels a bit soon. Time to start dropping the biblical verses about the widow. Honor the widow.
That honor the widow speech was crazy, though. That was actually fucking nuts.
Yeah, Frank Turek is of this exact ilk. The call yourself a pastor, memorize a few biblical proverbs, and use those proverbs to justify literally anything, including evil. You can justify war. God will bless you if you bless Israel. Really? I think they're raping kids. God will bless you if you bless Israel. You justify obvious lies, holes in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Anything can be justified when you get on this like Christian grift. So he's been trending for the last 48 hours because on Monday, he joined Nicholas Bowling's podcast with this message, which has some people concerned. Take a listen.
You know, my friend Charlie Kirk, a good thing. A murderer degraded Charlie by murdering him, not completely. I mean, he's still alive. He's just absent from the body, present with the Lord. But the murderer degraded his good body. That's what evil does. It degrades something good. And that's what Satan does. In fact, what
I was trending in the news for the abortion thing. Really? No, I didn't see that. That's pretty cool. Probably because Val Venus, pro wrestler, retweeted it. I'm just saying.
What did the apostles and Jesus call Satan? He's a murderer, a liar, an accuser, a slanderer who wants to steal, kill, and destroy. Mm-hmm. Charlie was murdered. What have we had since then? Lies, accusations, and slander seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. Mm-hmm. Or steal, kill, and destroy. This is spiritual warfare. This is demonic activity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm talking about Candace Owens. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You don't accuse people of murder without evidence, but that's what she's doing left and right. She's insinuating it left and right. That's evil. In fact, in the Old Testament, Exodus 22:22 says that if you abused a widow or the fatherless, God says, I will hunt you down and kill you with the sword. Deuteronomy 19 in the Old Testament economy says, if you accuse somebody falsely of a crime and you're found out, you get the penalty of that crime. So if you falsely accuse someone of murder and you're found out, you're the one executed. Wow. If we had those laws today, it would shut down the internet, wouldn't it? Because all we do is we have people accusing other people, insinuating innocent people are guilty.
Someone put in the group chat, Destiny was talking about my 1 to 4 tiers with Alice on his show. Is that real? Was Destiny talking about my tiers of the left?
For a crime they never committed.
And if that is true, did he understand what the fuck he was talking about, or is he actually as stupid as I think he is?
Without evidence. By the way, that's why you need 2 witnesses in the Bible, right? You need evidence.
He was.
You don't falsely accuse people. So this is what evil does. It degrades.
No. Oh, no. Oh.
First off, don't you point your finger at me, Frank Turek. I'm pointing your finger at the screen. Okay. Secondly, you are quite literally describing yourself, Blake Neff, orbitive influencers who have been screaming for Tyler Robinson to be convicted and have been unable to produce really any evidence, actually. Any evidence which would convince the public that he might have done this. I mean, the bar was
This is so stupid. The idea that there's no evidence is so stupid. Like, is anyone actually falling for that? That there's no evidence? Like,
if I was say it over and over again, it becomes true.
Like, if I was a Kirk conspiracy person, I'd be like, now listen, I understand this is going to sound crazy, and I know you've seen a lot of evidence, but I actually think there's another way to look at it, and it's just a chance. It could be that it's true, but let me show you this other perspective. That's how I would present this if I thought it was true. That's how these people. It's insane to say that there's no evidence at all that the kid did it. That's just so stupid.
How incredibly low the bar was for them to prove to us that, yeah, Tyler Robinson did this, right? All they had to do was show us a video of him taking the shot. All they had to do was somehow connect the gun to the crime scene. They couldn't do that.
Did they do that
all they had to do was show us, I don't know, video, I guess, of him dropping the screwdriver, putting together the gun on the rooftop. Nothing they have said since the very beginning. Tyler Robinson's parents turned them in. Have they showed us that? Nope. Instead, we hear story about Mitch Mitchell, as I told you from the beginning, undercover officer his entire life, pressuring him.
We got Chica Lago in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you. Are you pro or anti? Let me know. Great Otis coming in with another 10. Is this an anti-penguin rally that we are seeing unfold before us? W's to you, Great Otis. Thank you so much for the gifted chain of memberships. Appreciate it.
Come in
Think
peaceably,
Chicago is
otherwise
anti.
they were going to
Think
knock in the
that's
doors.
called anti.
You guys have lied at every single stage of this, including by describing him as a transgendered or being in a relationship with somebody that's transgendered. That hasn't checked out. You told us this was a politically motivated murder. We heard testimony from his boyfriend who says, no, he wasn't into politics. We never discussed Charlie Kirk ever in our relationship. What have you proven? What have you proven other than the fact that you are really angry that you keep being disproven and more people are recognizing
banner
that you didn't tell us the whole truth, perhaps, or different version of events? By the way, Frank, we received an interesting email yesterday and it fact-checked true. We keep wondering about those gloves in the door compartment. Hey, you've got a platform. Speak to us about this. What were they used for? You were in the car. You were in the back praying. Because from where I'm sitting, there is currently more evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed from an exploding mic than there is that he was shot from Losey Rooftop by Tyler Robinson. Like a lot more.
Oh, yeah? There's a lot more evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed with an exploding mic than shot on a rooftop, Amalek.
Isn't it crazy that she just weaves between the two stories constantly?
Like a significant amount more evidence, I think, is what she just said. You want to listen to that again?
I hate this. How are people convinced by this? I don't know.
Because they're QAnon housewives with nothing else in their life. This is exciting. It brings them purpose and joy.
Yeah, I guess.
About this. What were they used for? You were in the car. You were in the back praying.
Wait, Chicalago
because from where I'm sitting,
no,
there is currently more evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed from an exploding mic than there is that he was shot from Losey Rooftop by Tyler Robinson.
Oh, you're changing
like a lot
your
more
vote
evidence
then.
in the other direction. Anyway, you know I love blue collar workers. I like people who work with their hands, make hobbies out of working with their hands, and it's because they're the most sensible. They don't really buy the crap. They don't really buy the influencers telling them not to believe their own eyes. And there's this guy who knows a bit about wood shopping, if you will. He sent me this email and we decided to fact check it. He said, "Hey guys, just an FYI, I do woodworking as a hobby and I use CA glue and spray activator. And I'm not sure where I learned it, but I always remember being told to use black nitrile gloves because it's the most resistant to that crazy adhesive. For example, if you were trying to clean off all the broken pieces of glass from a Rode microphone that has adhesive on it in a hurry, well, there you go. Obs, I know you guys will do the research. I feel like it's common knowledge for woodworkers. Sorry, I can't be of more help to point you to anything specific, but thought I'd let you know. God bless you all. Christ is king. Is that true? Is that true? We looked it up and it turns out it is 100% true. Keep going. What would be the purpose of these gloves? Frank told us he stuck his fingers right into Charlie's neck. He had blood all over him. He could taste it in his mouth. At what point would he have put on black nitrile gloves? If those are indeed black nitrile gloves, who would have used them? Rick's busy. Why is it in his compartment? We've also broke the story that the 911 call, which is yet to be released, they hear them in the back saying, "Get that off of him." Could it be maybe, remember John Bray showed us that glass for the Rode mic is very, very, very sticky. Turns out that yes, black nitrile gloves are used by woodworkers when they are handling super glue, crazy glue, and it is because it makes it easy to wipe off adhesive. So I'm just sharing the facts. This is an investigation.
That doesn't sound like the correct pronunciation for that word, actually.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Glue, and it is because it makes it easy to wipe off adhesive.
Yeah, definitely wrong. Well done, Candace.
So I'm just sharing the facts.
Yo, we got another super chat from Rottweiler. Thanks so much, bro. People are so retarded. The way Charlie's shirt moved when he received the shot was because the shockwaves from the bullet. Watch weapons demonstrations against ballistic gel dummies, for fuck's sake. Yup, probably true. Probably true. Appreciate the super chat, bro. Thanks so much.
This is an investigation and everybody's contributing in ways, and I'm learning so much on the journey. Anyway, here is another very interesting true story that I can share with you guys. It's story time. You can take from it what you will, okay? It's actually regarding Senator Mike Shumway Lee. Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Didn't expect to hear his name in the story. By the way, he didn't do anything shady. He seems like he's a good guy, actually. He comes from a very well-to-do family. He actually was born in Arizona, but spent most of his upbringing in Utah. His father was actually the founding dean of BYU's law school program. Anyway, Senator Lee was actually slated to attend the Charlie Kirk event at UVU on September 10th. And I can tell you from experience, that is not unusual. Okay, like I said from the beginning, I immediately noticed what made sense, what didn't make sense. What does typically happen at these events is that local politicians, local donors may come by, say a few words, because obviously these are their constituents, possibly people who are currently running or planning to run in the future will go to these sorts of events. None of that strikes me as unusual or odd that he was scheduled to be there. It makes sense. Now, Turning Point USA, of course, was aware that Senator Lee was going to attend, but as the DC story goes, that week, the senator had to cancel very early on in the week due to the National Defense Authorization Act. There were votes that were taking place in DC funding that, and so he had to cancel. Okay. Now, I've got a source at UVU who tells me that after the assassination of Charlie, Mike Lee was contacted due to something unusual that took place on campus the day before the shooting. Now, I want to be clear, the day before the shooting, Mike Lee had already canceled. Okay, that's important for you to know. Apparently, there was someone on September 9th who looked remarkably suspicious, who was moving about on campus, stood out. The security went, this person's behaving oddly. What are they doing? It looks like they're kind of scoping the place out. You know what I mean? And so they said, look, we're going to go up to this individual. And when that suspicious individual was approached, he told the campus security that he was Senator Mike Lee's bodyguard, scoping out the area to ensure that the senator was going to be safe ahead of the event. So they said, okay, that makes sense. We'll let you go. The only thing is that wasn't true. Like I said, by that time, the senator's office had already canceled their plans. And I've done some digging, and it also appears that Mike Lee is pretty down to earth. He doesn't actually have a security apparatus, a security team. So just to make that perfectly clear to you again, Senator Lee didn't do anything wrong. We're not speculating he did whatsoever. What we are underlining here is that the person that was on UVU's campus had at least enough information to deliver a good sounding excuse, a legitimate sounding excuse in the event that he was stopped while he was scoping out the campus, which he actually was stopped. And there was only a small group of people who would have been privy to that knowledge, who would have been privy of the attendee list. A sensible person might argue that Tyler Robinson would not be among those who was privy to that sort of information. Why would Tyler Robinson know who was going to attend this event? Certainly Turning Point USA event staff would have known, club students would have known, perhaps those at the university
this
who were
is
directly
so
involved in
dumb.
planning of this event would have.
What?
Just keep playing. I don't.
Okay.
This doesn't. Just because she doesn't have any sort of ability to understand something she can't see directly in front of her, and anything that's like some kind of speculation now becomes evidence of a cover-up. It's so stupid.
Because it has to be. That's the only answer for her.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Known, maybe UVU police, for example, would have known this, but that limits the pool. Surely it's an avenue worth exploring, no? Footage must exist of this mysterious man who appeared to be scoping out the campus the day before, who lied about the reason why and tried to blame it on Mike Lee, had that excuse ready to go in the chamber, if you will.
In the chamber.
Call me crazy, but I have a feeling once again that I'm not going to be thanked for bringing this information into the public
Probably
domain.
not, Candace.
It never goes that way. Anyways, you're welcome, Turning Point USA. Since
I love how Candace is like, everyone should be thanking me and praising me for doing all this shit for several months and dragging all that. And I just don't understand why people aren't praising me more.
You really just want to know what happened. There's a start for you. Erica could call up UVU and ask them about that, see if that's true. She'd call up Mike Lee. He certainly attended the hearing, and see if that's true. I can't figure out why us bringing forth more viable leads is so naturally upsetting to Turning Point USA. I mean, yesterday we solve Officer Bagley's bout of pregnancy brain, and Blake Neff comes at us like this on X. He wrote, in today's episode, Candace starts harassing another random Utah police officer, accuses him of being a dirty cop, suggests that is suspiciously timed that he moved to Utah a year before Charlie's shooting, and then asks people who knew him in the Marines years ago to send her dirt on him so she can harass him some more. We already saw this with the police sergeant that she went after 2 weeks ago and then got bored with. Candace feels no shame about harassing any person she feels like, just to keep her grift going while maybe hurting a few people along the way. Why so angry, Blakey? You guys all just seem so angry all of a
Dude,
sudden.
she's totally doing what he just
Posting
described.
people on your
And I don't
platform.
like Blake. He's an idiot. But what he just said is totally true. She's just bringing out these random people. Did you see like the quote unquote furry thing from last week?
I haven't seen it yet, but we're going to, I think.
Yeah,
Or maybe
I
it was
guess.
before this. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it was last week or maybe it's the medical examiner's wife. I don't even know if she was a furry or if she's a mascot. You know what I mean? Like a legitimate mascot, wearing like a mascot
But
outfit.
isn't that what a furry is? Is they wear those
Not-
mascot
no.
costumes?
I mean,
No?
yes, but no. I mean, every furry is like LARPing.
I
as
guess
a
someone could be a
but not-
mascot
yeah,
without being a furry.
Not every person like that does the mascot thing is like a furry.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so they like doxed that person, and it's the wife of like the medical examiner. That's
Wait, she doxed someone
Yes,
for
the
being a
wife-
mascot and said she was a furry?
Yeah. So and not just that, but they saw that girl. So the wife of the medical examiner that examined Charlie's body before the autopsy, on her Instagram, one of the I think she followed like 6,000 accounts or something like that, if I remember correctly. One of them was the Satanic Church of Utah or something like that. So they're all trying to spin this narrative that she's a Satanist. So,
Satanic
the medical examiner's wife is an open, self-admitted Satanist. That was all over my timeline last week.
See, you're in the Candace algorithm. I pretty much ignore the Candace stuff, and so I don't see any of this shit.
I hate them.
That are calling for my home to be raided for sharing the video of the guy who certainly looks like he's got some military experience on the rooftop. Why would that make you angry? Why would people even be discussing my home being raided? Does the FBI not have access to all of the footage? Like, what are you raiding me for? Don't you have it? Why aren't you guys releasing it? I thought the widow wanted nothing but transparency. Where am I getting it wrong? The messaging
every
here
court case ever,
is not
the FBI
landing.
releases all the evidence before the trial. Yep, that's how every trial in the history of trials, guys. See, the way it works is a crime is committed, the FBI gathers the evidence for the crime, and then at the preliminary trial or before, as Candace apparently wants, the FBI releases all that evidence to the public. They have a press conference and they say, "Hey guys, here's all of our evidence," and they present it at a press conference. That's how the FBI works. What a stupid bitch she is. She doesn't understand how the world works. Hey, dumbass. There's a trial going to happen in, what is it, August or September?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the purpose of the trial is for, is to go over this evidence. Oh, why aren't they making it public? Why aren't they releasing all of the footage? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because that's called tainting the jury pool. And because in what other cases are they just, releasing all the evidence for? This is so stupid. These people have no idea they have no idea what they're talking about.
If
They
Candace
really
is going to be a true crime writer, she has to learn this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Can we at least dude, it's like when you're watching some sort of like shitty Netflix show and they like get something wrong that's like very slight, but it shows that the person who wrote it just doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
It's like a Lifetime mockumentary. It's just like a little bit off.
Yeah. It's so stupid.
You know, we actually received a...
That's actually probably why this is so popular. It's like watching a Lifetime movie, which Lifetime movies are fucking awful, but they're also kind of addictive just because they're so awful. And this is the same thing.
I do think it's because basically like TV quality and reality TV is like bland. It doesn't work for people anymore, right? Because everyone's like basically watched all the reality TV. It's been going on for 20 years now.
Yep.
Right? It's like, you remember like Jersey Shore and Big Brother and American Idol, like the golden ages.
Were you old enough to remember when Survivor first started?
Yeah,
and this was like a mind-blowing thing?
My family kept watching Survivor until like a couple of years ago. Maybe they still watch it. I don't even know. Yeah.
Survivor
so,
can be entertaining though.
yeah. So that's what this is. It's that basically those things, all those reality TV shows have basically that eventually formed into like the Bravo network, right?
Yep.
And to many of these women, right, the Bravo network, they're like numb to it basically. They watch reruns of Honey Boo Boo and Love Island,
Real
and
Housewives.
Real Housewives and My 1,000-Pound Bitch or whatever it's called. All those stupid ass shows. They've watched them all 10 billion times. Okay. And now the Candace Owens things is the next thing. This is the new show. Okay. This is the new thing. And the advantage here is that it's free as well. Right. There's no entry fee to this.
Right.
And nowadays you have to get like 30 streaming services. Most of these housewives like have no idea how to like find stuff for free online. And they're just get watching YouTube or watching Candace Owens on YouTube for free. And all that content or all that usual stuff is now like spread across like multiple streaming services and things like that. So it's that's kind of what's going on. Is that the barrier to entry, I guess you could say, to Candace's kookery shit is so incredibly low, and it's like the only like none of this other stuff is entertaining anymore.
I agree.
Press request from the Daily Mail yesterday regarding the footage that we released of the rooftop man and tactical crawling across Losey Center, jumping from the roof like Spider-Man. Among other questions that they asked me specifically, and I'm serious, they I'm quoting them directly. They wrote, what steps are you taking if the worst happens and you are raided by law enforcement? Raided by law enforcement? Why would I didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why would I be raided by law enforcement? Raid us for helping? Consistent messaging to the public was they wanted nothing but transparency. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA. We didn't edit the videos. We don't lie about what was on the footage. Power to the people. Here's the footage. In fact, the influencers are lying. Why don't you raid them? Maybe someone's paying them to lie.
Let's raid Turning Point USA.
Anyway, yesterday we did solve the Low C rooftop mystery. No thank yous. Officer Bagley, who I have to say, were I seated amongst a jury of my peers, I would label him to be unconvincing in his presentation. But don't worry, they're not going to call me on the jury. I don't think so.
I'm like, I got to pee. I'm going to let this play. You're going to have to hold in whatever angst you have until I come back. I'll be like 2 minutes, okay? Or you can yell over the video, but I'm going to let this play.
I might yell over the video, but we'll see. Okay, go
That's fine. You can follow your bliss, okay?
I have to say, in my opinion, I am not believing the rooftop screwdriver story. Something feels wrong there. There's a reason for that. First and foremost, I want to say they want us to forget the origins of the screwdriver story, right? When we first learned about the screwdriver, it was less than 24 hours after Charlie was assassinated. We learned about the screwdriver because someone in law enforcement leaked information to the press. Except when they initially leaked the information, they said that it was found with the rifle, near the rifle, not on Losey Center rooftop. Okay. They said the screwdriver was found near the rifle. And I can show you that. Here's a throwback headline from September 11th. Here is CNN. And yes, they have, you don't have to like CNN to recognize that they are a state apparatus, part of the Project Mockingbird. And the article here says authority found a screwdriver near the recovered rifle. And it reads, authorities recovered a screwdriver near the rifle investigators believe was used in yesterday's fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. According to a source with knowledge of the investigation, investigators believe this to be an indication that the shooter may have used it to disassemble and reassemble the firearm before using it. Removing the stock would help the shooter conceal the weapon in a bag or even in his clothing, they believe. So when this article got released, there was a bunch of backlash. It just sounded so foolish to people. Again, these are your blue collar common sense people. And they revolted and said, this is he assembled, reassembled. What are we talking about? And then left the screwdriver with the gun. You guys found it all together. So what happened next was, due to that public revolt at the inherent stupidity, the inherent improbability of the story, which was unfolding, they kind of took a breather, and 4 days later, we hear from Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and they clarify that, the footage is grainy, but the screwdriver was actually found on the rooftop. And that's what brought us to Officer Bagley's unusual testimony, where his body cam dies, seemingly without warning at exactly the right time. And there's a ton of warning that should have been happening. It should have been beeping. It should have been flashing red Maybe this is a reason why he doesn't want to mention who he was with going to Losey. That'd be a good question to ask Alan Robertson, to say like, hey, do you remember this flashing red light or anything? Well, we actually have some other news that can help Officer Bagley. I'm so excited. I love helping. I'm just so charitable, you know?
He's a helper.
And this time it's pertaining to a different portion of his testimony where he seems to kind of get a little fuzzy on the details and say something doesn't really make sense, but I'm going to take him at his word. Now, to jog your memory, this is how Officer Bagley responded to what I think is a rather clear question that was asked by Tyler Robinson's defense attorney. Take a listen.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losey building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point. Then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So were you able to see, are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was. So we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And then it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that, because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody. Yeah.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay.
I felt like the question was pretty simple. Was anybody on the rooftop before you? After Charlie goes down, was anybody on that rooftop before you? And yeah, hey, this is 10 months later. So I'm assuming obviously you work at the police department. You work at UVU, you have access to the videos, right? Wouldn't that be just like a normal part of your investigation to see exactly what happened? Once you determined that this person jumped off the rooftop, wouldn't you have watched every single second leading to the moment that you secured, afterward, leading up to the moment that you secured the rooftop? Officer Bagley says he didn't do that. He doesn't know. No, he did not prep for this. He's just showing up. He's just showing up here at court. Didn't prep, didn't want to get answers, lack of curiosity, lack of, I guess, like investigative lust. Just was like, I don't know, just got off that rooftop, didn't do anything. I didn't even investigate why or how my body cam footage. I don't know anything. I don't even know who was up the rooftop with me. That's a pretty important question. And I can exclusively tell you guys that the answer to that question is yes. Yes, somebody did get on that rooftop before you, didn't the, Officer Bagley? Well, maybe you don't know, but I'm telling you, whoo, sigh of relief. Yeah, someone got up on that rooftop. And why is that important? That's important because if Officer Bagley said that he found a screwdriver and somebody was on that rooftop after that went off, it's plausible that this unknown person could have planted the screwdriver.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how
I think it's
the
something
screwdriver
Officer
was
Bagley
planted.
he should review the footage
Mm-hmm.
to see who was on that rooftop after the alleged shooter and before he got on the rooftop. Does that make sense to you, Officer Bagley? It's very easy. The person you say shot Charlie Kirk, jumped off. Was there anybody on that rooftop before you got on at 12:44 p.m.? And the answer is yes. By the way, Turning Point USA could definitely be forthcoming about this stuff. That's weird that they just have nothing.
Nothing.
I also want to add here as an important update because we were asking a lot of questions specifically about Alan Robinson, who formerly was of the San Bernardino Police. And he moved to Utah. We had brought up the Brady list, and then we got a ton of emails of people that were actually spelling his name wrong. Allen is spelled Alan, not Allen. So they were sending us a bunch of stuff on a different Allen, Allen. It is not him. We were actually inundated in a way that
Oh,
the
wow.
pattern here tells me that
What?
Well, imagine that. A, either Candace fans can't spell, and then B, or number two, second part is she got something wrong because of a name mix-up. Oh wow! Imagine that.
That would never happen.
Dumbass.
this what I'm hearing is the truth. People associated with San Bernardino Police Station. He said he absolutely was not let go or transferred over any conduct issues. He had served years there. He left willfully because he wanted to raise his kids somewhere outside of the city. And he obviously, San Bernardino is like a whole different scene, and he left apparently on very good terms. So I want to provide that update because that's why we were asking for information.
So his family just went through hell for
sure.
24 hours and his entire life got blown up. You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
My
You're
bad.
welcome,
Oops.
Candace.
Oopsie.
Yeah, thank you, Candace. Thank you for your help, Candace.
Entirely why he had an entry with no details on the Brady list. And I also want to say that we've covered a lot of people on the show, and we get a ton of emails being like, this person is shady, or you should look into this. This was the first time that we got a lot of emails of people who were saying that Allen was actually a good guy. And we got an answer, by the way, of why he was on that campus, which I should have kind of thought through because this is kind of common sense. He's a USU officer. And don't forget that unusually, Charlie had an event 10 days later back in Utah that was supposed to take place at USU. So they were not there in coordination with Charlie's team or in coordination with UVU. They were there because they were doing a threat assessment for their event that was 10 days later. Him and his partner, that I'm forgetting his name, the other person who was guarding. So they were doing their threat assessment, and then this took place, and then they jumped in and started helping, but they were not there. I can confirm they were not there in coordination with Charlie's security or in coordination with UVU police on that day. So their presence there was actually not a matter of chance, but a matter of an event that was happening 10 days later down the road, essentially. And so they were monitoring the event, and then things went off. So we, like I said, received a ton of emails, and I said, as we get information, we can update you. It was enough people that were in enough places that I trusted this. And also they, because of their presence, would have had to make police reports, obviously. So it's just very odd that Officer Bagley is pretending he couldn't find out who these officers were when they were in communication with his chief. We see that on the video. They were on the low-C rooftop, and he has access, or presumably all of the UVU police officers would have access to that footage to be able to answer that question for him. It makes entirely no sense. So yeah, that's what I have for you. I wanted to update you so we can answer questions that we bring up on here. A lot more questions, a lot more emails that we were receiving about Officer Bagley, however, and his history. And there were not many people or any people in our inbox that were defending Christopher Bagley, which is interesting. My gut tells me that he could have answered more questions had he had wanted to answer more questions while he was on the stand. So what gives? I don't know. We'll be right back after a brief break.
Okay, let's skip over the Candace advertising portion.
Allen in court, and I'll update you guys.
She
Also,
sucks.
my producer in my ear said that I accidentally said Allen Robinson. Obviously, I'm auto-correcting and just saying Robinson because we've been saying Tyler Robinson for so long, but it was Allen Robertson. And yes, by all accounts, it seems like he left on his own
She literally
volition,
can't
and
read.
he has young kids and wanted to leave the city life so we can shut down that lead. I love when I get answers to questions that we have, and hopefully more information is going to come out about what his testimony is in terms of what happened on the roof. And he obviously would not have had access to the same stuff that Officer Bagley should have had access to be able to answer those questions. So it's giving shady Bagley. He's going to pay for his entire stay in rehabilitation in Florida. Again, does not want any was in Russia. The babushkas that misspoke.
The fuck is this? Okay, I feel like we've hit the meat of this episode. Okay. We're moving on to episode 3. We're going a little bit fast, but I don't want to be here all fucking night. And I feel like Amalek has a lot to say about some of this stuff, and we aren't even to the crazy shit yet. All right, guys, we are about to begin episode 3. Now, I want to remind everyone that at the beginning of the stream, Trendolyn is causing problems, and she proposed that we watch the Penguin video. If you don't know what the Penguin video is yet, you're probably going to by the end of this episode. The Penguin video is a short 3-minute video about non-binary penguins that was produced to teach middle schoolers how to be non-binary, essentially. We have been doing a vote where if you donate gifted channel memberships to the stream, you get to vote whether or not we watch the Penguin video at the end of episode 3 of Candace, the one we're about to start. Or if you don't want to watch the Penguin video, you can register a vote for no. The pro-Penguin video is currently winning. So unless the anti-Penguin people have a rally during this episode, we will be watching the Penguin video at the end of this episode. So that's what's going on with the Penguin thing. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. But if you want to register a vote, donate some channel memberships, and you can.
You guys, happy Wednesday. Sorry, I'm a little tardy. I had a sick 2-year-old in my bed last night, and he's cute, but he sleeps like a psycho, snores like an old man. Anyway, I know a lot of people today are discussing, obviously, celebrity blogger Perez Hilton this morning. Don't worry, we are not.
What did you think about that Perez Hilton shit? That was fucking wild. Did you see the video?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like, these people are all like crazy drug addicts. It's not that crazy. I don't know. Just, like,
it was a little bit crazy. It was a little bit crazy to see a naked man cutting himself on the internet. It was a little bit crazy, Amala.
I'm surprised we don't see more of that. I'm surprised we don't see that like weekly, basically.
I could not even deal. And I love horror movies. I love torture porn, but that was a little bit much even for me. Thank you, Derpy Dan. W's to you. Let us know if you are pro or anti-Penguin video. Appreciate it.
Not going to show you the video. I actually want to be honest with you. I haven't even watched the video because my social media guy alerted me to it last night. He said, don't watch it. And I said, okay.
If you haven't watched it, it's probably better if you don't, honestly.
Okay. Then my husband said, do not watch it after he saw it. I can't even watch scary movies. I've shared that with you. I'm very like spiritually sensitive to that stuff. I can hardly make it through an Erica Kirk interview. Speaking of which, in hilarious news, Piers Morgan interviewed one of her spiritual advisors, Victor Marx, the man that we interviewed. And Piers Morgan is very confused. This man who summons angels and demons into the room. Piers has sort of landed upon the same conclusion that Victor is bizarre. Keep going, Piers. You might appreciate that all of these godly, quote unquote, godly people who Erica surrounded her husband with are of a particular variety that feels anything but holy or biblical, despite the words that come out of their mouth, despite all of the pretenses.
Candace Owens, theologian, biblical scholar, you know all about what's in the Bible and what the Bible says, for sure.
She's highly spiritualized, Amalek. What are you talking about? She's a very sensitive person.
Anyway, we have a lot to cover today, so let's get into it. Welcome back.
She's black and Catholic. That's doubly not reading the Bible.
True. Good point.
Okay, before we get into this Perez Hilton story, quick update for you guys on Officer Bagley, which may or may not be interesting, given the recurring themes that we've been talking about in the Charlie Kirk assassination story. We learned that Officer Bagley, while he was employed by the Utah County Sheriff's Office, so that was actually his last place of employment before he began working for UVU. He worked for Utah County Sheriff's Office. But specifically, he worked in the sex crimes detective unit. So I'm pointing that out because I have been continually underlining that theme across the board. Various decoys like George Zinn, arrested for child pornography. Seems like he was put up for this job of saying, I did it. The guy who jumped up and started that chant, USA, USA. He goes by David Sprague, but he actually changed his name. It used to be James Rawlinson. He confessed to me that his father got mixed up in crimes against children and some sex abuse crimes against children. I also had shared with you in the past, maybe you don't remember, that I strongly suspect that Mike Mitchell, who is very central to the story, the former undercover cop who was Tyler Robinson's Boy Scouts leader, who told him, they're going to arrest you either way, and convinced him to sort of turn himself in or, have the SWAT bang down your door. Well, as a reminder, we were able to find an undercover detective who was involved in Utah with Cyber Sex Crime Unit by that same name, Michael Mitchell, but we haven't been able to confirm with absolute certainty that it is the same Mike Mitchell. But I think it is, because we don't really know what he did for the police. And usually that means you're undercover. And if you're doing internet crimes, I'll tell you one thing, why this really matters. And we've had that spreadsheet for you is because obviously when you are dealing with sex crimes over the internet, cyber sex crimes, you will find a hub of feds, and feds do turn would-be criminals into assets. You catch them touching the wrong link, and here are your choices. You can either do this for us, or you can spend the rest of your life with the whole world knowing you're a pedophile. These circumstances have happened in the past many times over. And so again, I'm entering that tidbit because it might be relevant down the line. Now, I had already been wondering aloud about whether some people were blackmailed into certain activity, and I'm going to continue to wonder aloud about that, give myself permission to think while it's still legal. I also really wanted to get together a little list. I will keep building on this. I love a list for, just us to remind ourselves of everything that we were initially told about this case, the influencers that came out and told us they were overwhelmed with evidence that has thus far been proven false or entirely unverifiable. We were told, wait until the preliminary hearing. I was told that actually by Erica herself, saying, this is her lawyer. This is when we gather all the evidence. Then at the preliminary hearing, we
got Jenny in with a gifted channel membership. W's to you, my dear. Let me know if you are pro or anti-penguin video in the chat.
A chance to present that evidence, and the public will know much more. Well, it's just important to pause and reflect and to recognize that from beginning up until this point, we have just been lied to. They have proven actually nothing. They continually call us the conspiracy theorists. They are the conspiracy theorists. Actually, we are fully in the throes of trust the science of Tyler Robinson. Just trust that it's him, but we don't have to supply any proof. So here's just a little brief list of things that I'm putting together. And like I said, we will continue to grow this, but we were told that Tyler's father turned him in. I have disputed this from the very beginning. I was the first person to say that is not true. I had a source and it was solid that actually he was pressured into coming in and told that he had no other option or they were going to bang down his door. When we were told that, don't forget the Bill Ackman narrative in the background. Bill Ackman, this was such a prevalent narrative in the mainstream that Bill Ackman tweeted that he was going to award this brave father. Oh, could you imagine if you had to turn in your own son $1 million, which added to this myth and this lore of Tyler Robinson's father turning him in. And that has been determined to be a lie. I'm not saying Bill Ackman lied. He could have been responding to the lie. But what I'm saying is, I believe Andrew Colbert admitted that Bill Ackman did not give him $1 million.
Dude, this is so dumb.
Matt Robinson.
What?
Bill Ackman put out a thing that, if anyone has any tips or who did it or whatever, right?
Yeah. I remember that.
Okay. And then because Bill Ackman didn't pay Tyler's father the $1 million bounty, that somehow proves that Tyler's father didn't turn him in? That's what she's arguing right now. Do you understand how dumb that is?
To be fair, Bill Ackman should have paid him the $1 million bounty. He turned him his kid.
That's not what dude, okay.
He turned in his son.
First of all, Bill Ackman is just like a Zionist Jew that lies and does crazy campaigns.
I agree with that, but he still should have paid the $1 million.
That's not proof of a thing, okay, first of all. So, second of all, let's just entertain it for a second. If you put out a bounty like that for tips for a crime, and then somebody's family member turns them in, you don't pay that person the bounty?
Why?
Okay. Dude.
They turned him in. They did the thing you wanted. That was probably a really hard thing for them to do, Amalek. Can't you have some sympathy?
No, I don't have sympathy. I don't. I mean, it probably was hard for them to do, but that doesn't mean they get paid the bounty. What the hell are we talking about?
I mean, a lot of people's parents would have tried to help them probably.
Yeah, I get it, but that doesn't mean that the bounty would be paid to them still.
Bill Ackman sneezes and loses. You know what? Bill Ackman sneezes and loses $1 million.
I'm just saying, in the terms of a normal, I'm just saying, in the term, okay, the tip line for evidence that leads to the capture of Charlie's killer, okay, is not also including his own family turning him in as part of what that is.
Why?
What do you mean? Are you trolling me?
No, I'm actually serious. Why? They turned him in. They did the thing. Why?
Are you serious? Are you kidding me?
I'm 100%. Well, I'm trolling you a little bit because it's funny, but like I'm actually 100% serious. They did the thing. Bill Ackman said, "I will give you $1 million if you do the thing." They did the thing. Now Bill Ackman's
conflict
like,
of interest,
side.
and it's obviously stupid.
So
That's just obviously.
I
this is like Amelia Bedelia hour. Are you Amelia Bedelia? This is Amelia
He turned
Bedelia.
in his son. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, I get it, but that has no bearing on if a legitimate bounty can be rewarded for the tip.
Listen, the father didn't murder Charlie Kirk.
Right
he
now,
wasn't involved in any of this.
Hold on, listen, right now, if you in basically every county in America, there's some tip line where you can call in and they will give you money for tips that lead to criminal arrests, okay? And I'm telling you right now that if you call those tip lines and say, "Hey, I have a tip for you. It's that my son killed this person that you're looking for," you are not getting that money. I'm telling you that right now.
Then that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's bullshit. Actually,
that is not how anyone is. That is never happening. No one is. Imagine going to court and being suing the government for not paying you out for turning your son in.
You did the thing. What? I really don't get it. Like that must be one of the hardest things that guy has ever had to do. Turn in his fucking kid. He wasn't involved in it.
That is a conflict of interest, and also not the point of what's going on. It's not for the tips.
They wanted to catch the guy. The guy, the father facilitated.
Listen. The general tips line is not the confession and turning yourself into the crime line.
It literally is.
These are two totally different ideas getting conflated for no reason.
It literally is.
Dude, this is Amelia Bedelia brain. She is so it's rubbing off on you that you even think that this is even possibly a thing. Like this is. Could you just imagine if every time anytime a kid has done a crime and their parents have turned them in, the parents just cash in.
They should get the reward.
Yes. All the parents
100%
just walk around with fat wallets, or all the kids that they've ever turned. Oh yeah, my kid, he's drunk driving. I turned him in, and
if the kid actually was drunk driving, why the fuck not? If the kid was drunk driving and hit someone and then didn't hit
no, he just drunk driving right there. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, but then I thought, man, I really would like that $5,000 from the tip line.
Hey, listen, a lot of parents would turn on their kids for less than $1 million fucking dollars. Come on.
Imagine trying to argue this in court. This would never fly in a billion years.
If the kid is actually guilty and the parent turning them in led to their fucking arrest and conviction, then yes, they should get the $1 million. 100%.
This
yes.
is
yes.
I bet maybe in India this works. I imagine Indian law is kind of like this. I bet you.
It's unfair to not reward the parent for doing that.
The way, maybe in Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, maybe some ancient tribal law place, maybe they're doing stuff like this. I don't know. I know this isn't how the Bible operates law. You're being anti-Semitic. Actually, this is not how Bible laws. This isn't how biblical law is structured. Biblical law, the Talmud and the Torah is clear that what you're saying is nonsense.
All right. Fine. I'm being anti-Semitic. Fine. Dalamar, thanks so much for the super chat. We mind-numbing inclusion mantra tactic. Okay. Thanks, Dalamar. Appreciate the super chat, bro.
His father did not turn him in. They just kind of are moving on from that point. It didn't happen. We were also told that there is a video of Tyler Robinson taking the shot in 4K by the influencers. That was a lie. I proved to you that was a lie. They're now moving the goalpost and pretending that they never said it. There is no video of any person taking the shot. Actually, doesn't exist. Major lie. Tyler Robinson, another thing that we were told, and or his lover at various times are transgendered. That's a lie. Tyler Robinson is not transgendered. I told you that very early on. His lover, Lance.
I hate her guts. I hate her guts, dude. What is wrong with her? Are you kidding me? Have you seen anybody say that?
What? That Tyler Robinson was not transgendered? He wasn't transgendered.
No. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Have you seen anybody? She's saying that. Oh, look at this lie. Everyone's saying that Tyler Robinson's trans.
Oh, because it was the boyfriend.
Nobody is saying that about Tyler Robinson. You stupid bitch. Oh my God, this is crazy. How is this on my TV? How is this real? How are people following this still? This is so dumb. Nobody on earth has accused Tyler Robinson of being transgender, you moron.
It's not transgendered. And the furry culture, it's very difficult to explain.
Furry
But
mentioned.
that is supposed to exist as an avatar of some game player or someone in game world that reminds you of yourself. And I am told by people in the game world that Luna is a very popular character because they're sort of like antisocial. And I don't know, they were explaining to me who Luna is, the very popular character in that world. And who's going to account for that lie? Who's going to come forward and admit that they just sort of made that up? I don't know.
No, they didn't.
We were
make up
similarly
that the dude
told
was-
in that same
Oh,
vein,
whatever,
the reason why
dude.
that lie was so crucial
Hold on, have you
is
seen
that this was
thing
a
where they're
politically
doing like, oh, he's not really trans? Have you seen that?
About Lance Twigs.
Yeah, they're saying like, oh, look, he's not even really trans. Have you seen this?
Furry is not the same as trans,
I know.
and trans is not
all
the same
these
as
things.
furry.
I know they're conflating all these things. I know.
Yeah.
I know. But hold on, as if he would show up to the courthouse in his goddamn furry costume or his like tranny outfit.
Oh,
on,
because he did
and,
his
like,
testimony.
Yeah,
in a suit.
yeah,
They're
because he gave
saying
his
he wasn't
testimony
really
in
trans.
his suit with a
Yeah.
normal, like as if he's gonna show up and be like, "Hi, I'm in my persona right now. Call me by my whatever the fuck." Like,
Yeah,
these
he's gonna show up
people-
in his bondage
Oh
gear. or
my
his
god,
fetish
they're-
gear.
yeah.
Yeah.
They have like a cartoon view of leftists. They really do, and not
And-
just like
and
the ones
that's
that you
very
cover
true.
for sure.
Yes.
For sure, the ones you cover, but just like actual normal leftists.
They say this to me all the time in my replies. Like every time I post
Oh
about
my
going
God.
undercover, they're like, "Why don't you dye your hair blue and get a nose ring and wear fake tattoos?" And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up!"
Dude, most-
literally.
Dude, like 60% of Catholics are fucking left wing guys. They're just normal Catholic
True.
people, okay?
Yep.
They're just normal people that have left wing ideas about equality and what, like, you know, people are owed essentially. And they think that everybody is owed an equal measure because that's what the goddamn Bible says, okay? And there's tons of normal people just like that. Just so stupid.
That you would never suspect if you pass them on the street. Never suspect. Thank you, Malcolm, for the super chat. No one is accusing Candace Owens of being intelligent. So true. So true, Malcolm.
dude.
So true.
So
I think
Actually,
everyone.
Wait. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Mel, whatever her name is, Mel, what she just tweeted
Yeah.
like she's like, Candace is so smart. So I agree, true with what you're saying. However, there's also a bunch of people who are saying Candace is smart.
There are. I
It's
agree.
really bad.
I feel like whoever pushed Candace Owens into the public sphere, however long ago that happened, they all need to be punished. They all need to
Okay,
be
well, that's
reprimanded. There needs
anti-Semitic
to-
because it was Ben Shapiro. It was Ben
Well,
Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Bill Maher, and actually, you know who else it was? It
Who?
was oh my god. I just had a total brain fart. I'll remember in 1 second.
all
We'll
of them
just-
need to be punished and banished and deported to Israel, I think.
Well, Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and all those guys, they can. For sure.
Is Dave Rubin still even doing? Is Dave Rubin still relevant? I have no idea. He blocked me after I leaked to Nick Fuentes that he was trying to get people fired after October 7th.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No idea.
motivated crime. Tyler Robinson, the whole text messages reflect some hate just can't be negotiated. I got to do this. Charlie, I had to take my shot. Charlie Kirk is here. That's crucial.
Oh, I remember what I was
That's
going
the
to say.
motive.
Okay, I had a brain fart, but dude,
Go
Ralph should be doing this. Ralph is the blame. Okay, Ralph is the one who started. You know that, right?
No.
Oh my God. you didn't
Ethan
know
Ralph
that?
is to blame
Dude,
for
hold on,
this.
Ralph.
Fuck Ethan Ralph.
Dude, Ralph. Ralph helped start Candace in a weird way. Yeah.
Really? What
Yeah,
did
he talks
do?
about it on his show all the time, and he explains it all the time.
I don't watch
So-
his show. I don't listen
I
to
know,
him.
I don't
unless
know.
can
I don't
possibly
remember.
help
I
it.
don't remember all the lore, and I don't want to like recount it falsely. But like he's explained it many times. So it's Ralph. So you know what's weird is that Candace Owens, she like is in the like she has connection to Ralph. She just does. Like part of the whole thing was
Sadly, everyone on the internet has a connection to Ethan.
yeah,
Ralph.
yeah. Back in
Sadly.
the Bloodsports day when she was
Yeah.
accused of being like an infiltrator and all this other, like yeah, he was involved with like bringing her out and like
Oh my
hashing that
God.
out kind of thing.
Well, Ethan
And then-
Ralph should be banished from the
Well,
internet. then.
Ethan Ralph has been
Fuck
or,
that asshole.
Andrew Wilson's been on Ralph's show a bunch of times. He hosted a debate with Adam Green. So why doesn't Ralph host this debate? That'd be way better than PBB.
That would be funny.
How
as hell,
awesome would
actually.
that be?
Yeah,
that would be
that would
so
be amazing.
sick. Oh man,
Missed opportunity, Candace. Missed opportunity.
Truly, that would have been
Mhm.
It would have been a real blood sport showdown.
Yep.
We were told that it was because of Charlie Kirk's stance on LGBTQ issues, least of the things that he is known for. Truly, least of the things that Charlie Kirk is known for.
That's
This was like
insane. Dude,
Matt Walsh.
And who cares? Who cares what he's most known for, least known for? It's not like whoever assassinated him was like, well, I'm going to assassinate him based on the very reasonable idea that LGBTQ ideas is his number one thing that he talks about. Like, no, dude. If maybe Charlie, that's his number 5 issue, his number 6 issue, but to that person, it was like at that moment, maybe their number 1 issue. That's all that matters. What Charlie Kirk's number 1 issue has absolutely no bearing on the motivations of the killer. You fucking dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
This is like logic for like children. This is like for kids.
Yes. She's a black woman. What do you want? What do you expect?
This is so crazy that people are falling for this shit.
People are stupid. People are
Yeah, I
retarded.
guess.
Most people are retarded. You are smarter than average. I keep trying to tell you this.
No, I don't like that. If that's true, we are fucked. I'm just letting everybody know.
This is the panic attack that I had 3 years ago when I realized I was smarter than average. Like for real, I was like, "Holy shit, that's
just
terrifying.
so you guys know,
that's actually terrifying."
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. No. Mm-mm.
What is a Woman documentary that might make sense, but Charlie Kirk? Like, no, that's not what people, when you think of Charlie Kirk, you don't think of transgendered issues. We know where he stands on it, but that's not his claim to fame. Then suddenly the boyfriend, Lance, testifies that he's never spoken to him about LGBTQ issues. So I guess for the first time, he spoke to him about it after he killed Charlie Kirk via text message. Again, it's a very serious lie, but has now been debunked because it means the motive has evaporated. The political motive has evaporated. He said they didn't even speak about politics. He had never mentioned the name Charlie Kirk to him, ever. Where's their motive now? We were told that there was footage of Tyler Robinson.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I don't talk to like my family about my politics either, or my certain people like in my life. Or what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think that if anybody has a certain view, that they would then go and do something attack like this, that they must have said something about it to other people that they lived with or their loved ones or family and all. That is insane.
I didn't even know what my husband's politics were until like 8 years into our marriage. True story.
Yeah, dude, this is so dumb. This is dumb. This is for stupid people. You're dumb if you still believe Candace. Wait, what part of the list are they on now?
Oh, I don't even know. Let's see.
Yeah, dude. No, we're not even halfway through. We're not even halfway through, and she has not made a single valid point on her stupid ass slideshow here.
Assembling the rifle on the roof. That is a lie. There is no footage of Tyler Robinson assembling the rifle on the roof. Blake Neff tweeted this the other day. He's lying through his teeth. He's lying through that bald head. Okay? Doesn't exist. Then he kind of tried to edit and say, well, we can deduce. We can deduce that somebody assembled a rifle on the roof. No, we can't deduce that. Is there footage? Yes or no? The answer is no. It was a lie. We were told that there was clear footage of Tyler Robinson's car on campus. That is thus far unproven.
Did you know that footage
it would remain a mystery
of the roof? That there's 7 minutes before that footage.
Really?
She cut out full 7 minutes of footage.
Why would she do that?
Of Tyler Robinson fucking around on that roof, and it's apparently what's going on is that because of where he's at, you can't really see what he's doing because like he's like blurry with like the same background, the same shadow of where it's at, which is why I guess they zoom in and they circle where he's at in the courthouse because basically like the color of clothing he's wearing is the same color as the backdrop of the shadows that's he's in front of. And they're saying that during that he is assembling the screwdriver. So what she did is she took all of that footage out and then she posted the last I think it was like 37 or 42 seconds, something like that. She posted that last part of the video. And then she's pretending that the whole 7 minutes before that doesn't exist when they were all together in one thing. Dude,
Candace's downfall is going to be fucking legendary. It's going to happen at some point. It's just a matter of when, and it's going to be fucking legendary. And I can't wait for it. It's going to be so.
I wish France, special forces, would bust down her ass's door and just kidnap her and extradite her to France, and that'd be so awesome. That'd be so base.
As as to if there was that footage, why they wouldn't have presented at the preliminary hearing. What we have been presented with is blurry footage of a car that resembles Tyler Robinson's car. He's not the only person in Utah or in the United States or in the world that drives that particular vehicle in that car in that color. So that is thus far unproven, but we'll be open to maybe they just didn't want to present it at the preliminary hearing. We were told Tyler Robinson was suicidal. That is a lie. I told you that was a lie from the very beginning. He was not suicidal. In fact, he was so not suicidal that he agreed to turn himself in, or rather to walk in peaceably. You have no other choice. That's what they told him. He agreed to go in peaceably rather than subject himself to the possibility of an accidental
That's the
death.
opposite. If he was suicidal, he wouldn't have turned himself in, and then he would have had suicide by cop. She's so dumb. She doesn't even understand the world. Dude, if he was suicidal, he would be dead right now. You're so stupid. Like, I don't understand how people can take this seriously. Dude, what are we talking about? And if he were to change his mental state from the time he turned himself in to today, that is not surprising. He's been in prison for months, dumbass. Dude, this is not a single part of this list is in any way, shape, or form a good point. Again, if you think any of these are good points, you should not be thinking for yourself.
True.
By SWAT team banging down his door. They just moved on from that. We were told that Tyler Robinson's gun was officially tied to the bullet fragment that was recovered in Charlie's autopsy. That's a lie.
That's not true.
Was very clear. That's why the influencers started pretending.
They said that it was.
They were kind of trying to.
Go ahead.
Dude, what they do when they have a bullet, okay, what they do is they measure it against the rifle itself. When they can find parts on the bullet that touch the rifle, they can be like, oh, look, we can see here that the rifle, on the way out of the rifle, the bullet touches this part of the rifle, and then you can like do a direct match. Like, see, look, the grooves in the rifle match directly to this bullet, right? They cannot do that for this bullet because it fragmented into multiple pieces. And they said that they're unable to do that. They're unable to do connecting a part of the bullet and the grooves on the rifle to that bullet. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
She's then saying that therefore they can't match the bullet to the rifle. That's not what's going on. The bullet that they recovered is still within a 30-06 range. Like, it's still what you would expect from the whole thing. That's not just because it split apart. The bullet split apart and fragmented. So they're not able to just obviously recreate that. If the bullet would have went through him, right, and would have lodged the wall or something like that, right, then you could say, oh, look, we can take the bullet, match it up. Oh, match it to the barrel. See the grooves from the rifle. Match the bullet. But because it split apart, they can't do it. That's not evidence that it's a different bullet type of something like that. Yep. Dumbass.
Han says Amalek needs to start his own channel so he can rage out. I have told him this like a million times, and he won't do it. Won't do it. Someday,
tells me
maybe.
This. Maybe one day. Yeah, people tell me this every day, all the time. One day I will. Maybe, I don't know.
I think you should. You definitely should.
I would lose my voice.
Well, I lose my voice all the time. You learn to deal with it. You drink lots of water. It's probably better for you because you're drinking more water anyway. Adam Green is looking for someone to debate him tonight on Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. That'll be fun. If you
no one will debate. No one debates. They don't want to debate, and they all want to do like, oh, you believe the Fed swap. Oh, how much are you getting paid? Like, it's all about like the motivation.
You must be Jewish.
Yeah. It's all about the motivations of why we're arguing this. Hey, guess what? My motivation is that I'm right, you're wrong. You have no evidence. Show me the evidence, dumbass. Like, that's all it comes down to. Just like that's why it gets me so mad. I was saying this on Adam's show the other day. It's the exact same type of argumentation I get with the Jesus thing. I mean, you watch me do that for the spaces, right? Yeah. Every time. Okay. Oh, you have evidence for Jesus? Okay, show me. Tacitus, boom, debunked. Josephus, boom, debunked. Pliny the Younger, boom, debunked. And they want to sit there and oh, what about this? What about right? I could go through every single source with them, and they still would just keep scurrying around, and they wouldn't admit that I was right about what I clearly just showed them and argued to them. And that's what everyone's doing with this conspiracy stuff. It's this mode of thinking that has gotten us to where we are. People in the West are being scammed to death. We are being killed because we're being scammed to death. Civilizational scamming is happening, okay? And now we have to reverse that thinking itself. That is how we got here, is that the left side and the right side and everybody is basically just, we're like chumps. We're like naive and we're dumb and we're being scammed by every single person who's like just slightly smarter, apparently. So people need to like wise up, because that's the problem, that everyone's just addicted to being scammed, apparently.
I miss those Twitter spaces so much. They were so good during the heyday of the CQ spaces.
Yeah.
The shroud,
They were amazing.
the ATF testimony. That's my belief of why they went so hard on the last day, because that ATF testimony was so crucial and very carefully explained that they gave a range. She gave a range of what these metal fragments, of which really only one of them could be tested, a range of what sort of weapons it could fit into. And in fact, it didn't cover a 30-06.
Yes, it did. Actually, yes, it did directly. Actually, I read the report, and it actually did directly say that it did cover a 30-06. So I don't know what you're talking about. I read the report, or I read what they put online. I read what was in the case. Like, that's just wrong.
Amos might need to smoke weed. He'd probably be a lot more calm right now if he did.
No way, dude. These people are so dumb.
True.
She almost debunked the idea entirely, in my view, that this was tied to Tyler Robinson's gun whatsoever. We were told Tyler Robinson's gun had DNA all over it. And I'm going to call that a lie by severe omission, because every time they said this.
That's actually a great name. Han says your show should be called Psycast. That's a good one.
Public, they refused to say, but 5 other sets of prints minimally were also found on the gun. And they refused to say that Tyler's are the most degraded. Tyler's prints are the most degraded of all the prints that were found on this gun.
What do you mean they refused to say it? That's what they said in the case. That's what they said. You are saying what they said.
She said they refused to say it, and then she said they said it, and Tyler's were the most degraded.
Yes.
She contradicted herself in the sentence.
Yes, literally. Yes. This is so stupid. You are stating what they said in court. They aren't hiding it. You are literally saying what they said and then saying that they didn't say that. And your evidence is what they said. I don't understand how to make a lie.
Because people are stupid. That's the answer. People are stupid and they want to believe because it's exciting and you get to be part of a team and you're uncovering something and you're sleuthing around the internet instead of being bored fucking housewife.
Hold on, this is so true. Hold on, somebody just said in the chat, this is true. I said this on Adam's show too the other day when we were watching this. She is conflating two things. She's conflating the DNA evidence and the fingerprint evidence. The fingerprints were the most degraded. The DNA was like 1 in 6 trillion chance it was somebody that wasn't Tyler Robinson. She's conflating the degraded fingerprints. She thinks
they're the same thing.
I don't know what she thinks. I can't get inside her head. I can't descend to this level. I have nothing in common with that lower form of reality that she's living in. So I don't know what she's thinking, but for certain, she's conflating these two things.
By omission to continue.
Black girl magic. That's what it is, Emily.
She's That's So Raven, Max.
Black girl
That's
magic,
what she's doing. She's like she grew up watching That's So Raven, and she totally missed the point of the show. Is that Raven is wrong about her own premonitions all the time, every time. Okay, she missed that part of the show. She thinks she's Raven, but also missed the whole point of the show.
Continually say they found his prints on a gun, and not admit that 5 other sets were found, of which one were owned by his father and the other by Lance. Lance Twiggs and Hunt. Why are Lance's fingerprints on this family heirloom? And I am going to count this next one as a lie by severe omission, that Terrell Farnsworth immediately turned over the footage to police. I'm going to call that a lie by severe omission because Terrell Farnsworth we watched him take out an SD card. And actually what the police were given was not an SD card. They were given a hard drive, right? A USB file. So why? When was that transferred? That feels relevant to me.
I hate her
You
so
can give an
much.
SD
She
card to
takes
the
it
feds.
so
You don't need to.
fucking seriously. That feels very relevant to me.
What I usually do, I forgot I did it for this episode actually. Hold on, let me see. I take the transcript of her show and I put it in AI and I ask how many times does she say she feels or thinks, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh,
Yeah.
is that relevant? Oh, like this makes me feel like, oh, that might be sus. Like anytime she does that. And I think it's this episode. It was like 64 times in
You
one
should
episode.
have done a public tally of that.
Yeah, dude, this is so dumb. Like,
Look at this
dude.
freeze frame. I'm gonna put this on the thumbnail tomorrow.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
To be like, well, let me get this onto a USB or a hard
Also,
drive.
hold on.
No.
Have you ever? Hold on. Do you
This
understand how
tells me
dumb this is?
that
What she's
it is
saying
plausible.
too. Like, okay,
What?
have you ever taken a video of something for somebody or anything?
I've
with an
never
S-
taken video of anything, Amalek. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just mean, okay, all right. I mean, like camcorder or digital stuff like with an SD card. Just because you
Yes.
gave the video that you took to somebody on a USB stick rather than the actual SD card isn't proof of a conspiracy. First of all, okay. Second of all,
True.
does she just think that he's gonna like fabricate evidence and hand it over, and that like no one would figure that out? Like the police would know that he fabricated or messed with that evidence immediately. It's like there's metadata in the files that he's sharing, and they would instantly be able to tell if there was any sort of changing or editing to that footage, to any of that file. They can literally on their computers see that file was created, the time and stamp date, and all that stuff, the metadata for that, the time it was copied over to his computer, and the time and all that stuff when it was copied onto that USB stick. They can literally see the paper trail of the file on the file itself. Candace, you are clueless.
Candace is a forensic technology expert.
Just
Amalek.
imagine
I don't know
how
why
dumb
you're
this is.
questioning her.
It's literally the SD cards are the little tiny. You know what I'm talking about? Like that's
I
what
know
she's complaining
SD
about.
card with drone footage sitting in my other room. I know what they are.
Yeah. Okay. What? So she expects them to hand over that rather than a USB stick.
SD cards are a pain in the ass.
Yeah. That's literally
Yeah.
it breaks in the mail. Like it's gonna
Yep.
get, like it's like a little delicate piece of like what is it, plastic or
Yep.
whatever it's made out of. Dude, this isn't even. Has she ever had to send anybody a video? And if she ever sent it on anything but the SD
Not
card, isn't
on-
that sus?
Yeah.
Like this is dumb. This is. Just
I would be
very dumb.
surprised if Candace has ever handled an SD card in her life. Honestly.
Yeah, this is so like okay. Well, it's crazy that she put all these in a list though, right? So think about this. She made that list. Her and her team like went over and made the script for the show. And like, oh yeah, these are our arguments and this is our like, and they just that's stamp of approval. We'll ship it.
It's on a
like
slide. It looks official.
Dude, this is nuts, and it's working too. That's what's really fucked up about this. This is totally working. I am being called like a Fed Jew, all the other, et cetera, all day long on Twitter and everywhere else because I am saying that this is ridiculous when it's obviously
Torn
ridiculous.
everyone apart. We could have all been friends. We could have all been fighting the Jews, and now we're all torn apart. Everyone's fighting.
Well,
it's over.
Goyim gonna goyim.
That footage was
Jews
edited,
win again.
zoomed in, perhaps, as Nisi pointed to, and then given to the feds for some reason, because a zoomed in image would not show you what was happening on the ground beneath. I'm not sure. But these are a lot of very severe lies that they're now just kind of moving on from. What exactly, I guess this is my question, what exactly in the narrative thus far, which has been presented to us, to the public, what are we supposed to find convincing? Because I want you to remember that in order to secure a murder conviction, you have to move a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, to secure a murder conviction. So to our detractors, which there are many, I ask sincerely, name one piece of evidence that has been entered into the public domain that you feel demonstrates that Tyler Robinson did this beyond a reasonable doubt. Because as we were going through this as a team, we were like, all they're left with right now is a text message confession, right? That's really kind of it.
Just a confession. That's
These
it,
were
Candace.
taken, a text
Just
message
a
You
confession.
understand
which
that basically
police
for 2,000 years, for 2,000 more years, since before Roman law even existed, okay, Greek and Near Eastern people, okay, and the Middle Eastern people all had laws. And in those laws, they themselves would have saw how Candace is doing this as totally ridiculous in a court of law. They would have been laughing at how ridiculous it is. That's how primitive she is. She doesn't understand just like simple matters of law and how evidence gets presented on somebody and all these other things. Do you understand that back then, for the last 2,000 years or for 2,000 years or something like that, we've now had court case upon court case upon court case upon court case with not even with way less evidence than what we have for this Charlie Kirk case. Do you understand that?
Mhm.
So are all those court cases for those 2,000 years all sus, all bullshit? Because there's way more evidence that Tyler Robinson did this than there is for basically every crime that's ever committed of all time ever. There's very few crimes where the shooter is on camera and he admits to it in a message, and we all saw it with our cell phone. Dude, there's like 1,000 angles of cell phone footage of that day at that place. There's not been a public assassination like this with this much footage in history. We've not been more sure that a crime has happened and we caught the guy who did it. Dude, this is just clown world. What, 10 years ago, you think we would have had his text messages? You would have had the thousands of cell phone footage and the fucking, what is it, 1080p footage of him on the roof? Dude, the confession itself would have been enough. He would have gotten.
Well, so I was gonna say, like, I'm old enough to remember when a confession was actually just enough. It's like this is not complicated. He confessed. Like,
it's over.
Like, come on.
So stupid. She's like, oh, it's reasonable doubt. But in 1776, when they're coming up with these ideas and how reasonable doubt and laws and all, the early continental America, when they're doing, do you think that any of them would look at what we have right now and be like, oh yeah, that isn't enough reasonable doubt? They would think that you guys have magical cameras that can see on the roof. That's how they would view this.
So back in the day, like in medieval England or whatever, like people would be tortured into confessing, right? That is an example of a confession that is not legitimate. If you're like on the rack or something and they have to torture you to get you to confess because you just want to die because you don't want to be on the fucking rack anymore, that's not what we're talking about here. He was not being coerced to confess. He just did. Like, game over.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Even though he was not a far leftist, but it is what it is. Old sub W's, good sir. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. I will assume you are adding another 5 to the pro side because you want to get it up to 100 because you like even numbers. Thanks, old sub. Appreciate you.
From Lance's phone.
I really think he was motivated.
Mind you, Lance should be a suspect
weird way
in this.
by that. What's his name? What was that? Luigi Mannioni?
Maybe.
You know, I think that he was like fascinated with Luigi, and also I talked about you about this before, but that show on Netflix, you should watch it. It's called Bank Heist.
Yeah, I think there's some weird subculture that you seem to understand that I don't understand.
Yeah, you should check that out. It's a show on Netflix, like regular ass Netflix. It's a show made in Spain, and I was just thinking about why I know about that. European Antifa types are obsessed with it because it basically does all these like dog whistles to Antifa in it. I bet you would see a bunch of them.
Okay.
So he was obsessed with that show. He was talking about it on Discord. That's where the bullet engravings came from. And part of what that show is it's a bunch of like anti-capitalist people who rob a bank and give all the money back to the poor people. It's like a communist fantasy.
Is it in Spanish?
You can do it. They have like English voiceover dubs.
Okay, because I don't want to do subtitles. I can't.
I don't like doing it either. Yeah. They have dubs, and the dubs are pretty good. And it's actually like a pretty good show, I think. But I think that's the best evidence of motivation we have is that show actually did motivate him. Because people all like to pretend like, oh, video games have no influence and art has no influence. I just totally disagree with that. Art and things like that do have an influence on people to do things like that he did. I think that's what motivated him.
His prints are everywhere. He had access to all of Tyler's belongings. He says his alibi is I was sleeping. Okay. He's being protected by the feds. Like I said, he seems like an asset. Maybe they found him online doing some weird stuff. And those messages were presented without any timestamps. We don't know why that is. And also it happens to be that when Lance's phone was photographed by the police, it was conveniently broken. Take a look here.
Conveniently
in the top
broken.
Left corner.
I'm sure Lance found it convenient his phone was
to
broken.
discern what time it was when the police took that. Their story is, oh, he came in on the night of the 10th, or maybe it's the 11th, and we spoke to him. Well, it would be great if we could look at that time, but he happened to break his phone, like stab it right in the corner where the time is. So we don't get to guess or know when the feds actually took photos of those messages. We also saw testimony in court that the police
just so you
moved
guys know,
to
if your
use.
phone's screen being broken is evidence of suspicion, then at least like 80% of America is at any given time right now suspicious. Like they've got suspicious things going on. Everyone's phone screen has like some sort of crack or bullshit in it that everywhere. So what the fuck's going on? Dude, she's so crazy. How could you point to that as evidence in even a little bit?
You know what's really crazy is people walking around with a giant ass crack in their phone, because you can just go someplace and get that fixed in like 15 minutes. You guys know that, right? I've broken my phone like 3 times. I would never go more than like a day without getting that shit fixed. You guys are crazy if you do that.
Dude, I see it all the time. Everybody's phone is broken. I agree with you. It's weird. It would freak me out. It would drive me nuts. Like
drive me insane.
When the edges of my phone's like the screen that goes over the top of your screen, like the film, or I'm talking about, like the see-through.
Yeah.
That part, even when that starts like peeling up, I want to replace it right away. I don't get it either.
It drives me fucking insane. It's like
my family members all have cracked phones, and I just think that it's weird. I don't understand. Yeah, but yeah, imagine using that as evidence.
Yeah,
right? Like what?
Retarded.
Israeli tech firm to extract the messages. Celebrate, it's called, an Israeli forensic tech firm to extract those messages. Now, I don't know if it matters to them, but we all kind of think Israel killed Charlie Kirk, just based on the actions and the mood of the Israeli government leaders, Bibi Netanyahu, and their
pretty obvious
plethora of Zionist supporters throughout the United States. They're obsessed with lying about the Charlie Kirk case. They just have to lie about the Charlie Kirk case. They have to try to debunk everything immediately. It's giving us the vibe that they could be guilty.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we'd rather not trust an Israeli tech firm to extract messages that do not sound at all as though they were written by a native English speaker. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. It sounds to me like someone using Google Translate, right? There are little idiosyncrasies in language that I'll give you when I learned Spanish. Okay.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
I remember I know how to say.
She's saying the text messages were written by someone who spoke like whatever they speak in Israel.
Are you ready? She's about to accuse them of being done by Ukrainians.
No way.
Here we go, dude. I need you to you're gonna have to ask your husband if he knows about what she's about to say.
I need to remember this.
She's gonna reference something here, and this is, by the way, again, if you're at home and you're nodding along and being like, yeah, what she's saying makes sense, you are dumb. What she's about to say is dumb, very stupid.
To drink, beber, B-E-B-E-R, beber. But actually, they don't use beber ever. No, everywhere you go, they use tomar, which is like to take. They say toma, like you take. So if you say beber, like if I put that into Google Translate, I want to drink, it's going to give me beber. And if I go and I then present those as text messages, Spanish people are going to clock you in 4 seconds and say, this is not a native Spanish, this is not a native Spanish speaker at all.
All of that, what she just said,
beber.
is basically true. Just so everyone's clear on what I'm saying here. So if you speak Spanish a little bit, I took a little Spanish in school. Basically what she just said is pretty much true. Okay, now the next part is retarded. Here we go.
But it means to drink. Yeah, but we don't say that. In Tyler Robinson's text messages, we, actual American English speakers, we don't say pooch and bad sniffer in casual language. I actually looked that up. Actually, like sniffer is Ukrainian. There's like a show called The Sniffer.
Pause.
Totally crazy.
Okay, do you know what she's talking about? In the text messages, Tyler Robinson text messages his boyfriend and says, or his boyfriend texts him back and says, oh, I thought they caught the guy. And he said, no, it was just some crazy guy. And then they said, oh, he said something like, oh, did they find the gun? And he said, oh, I don't think they found it yet. Even with all the dogs, I guess their pooches have bad sniffers.
Oh,
okay. And
that's
the guy's
the context.
And he said, are you going to go back to go get it? And he said, I might go back and get the gun or something like that. That was like the text messages that we have that were shown to us, right?
That sounds like a completely reasonable thing for someone to say, actually.
Okay. the idea that Americans don't use the word pooch to talk about dogs and sniffer in the context of dogs it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And to then say that that's a Ukrainian show called The Sniffer. So what she's trying to do is she's trying to suggest that a Ukrainian special agent, likely Israeli Ukrainian or Jewish Ukrainian, somehow linked like that, crafted these text messages using Google
Because he used the
Translate
word sniffer to
because
refer to a
yeah,
dog.
and
that was
Americans
sniffing.
don't use the word pooch or sniffer. You guys, okay, if you are still on the Candace train,
This is
still,
like full on
you
the
have lost
string.
your mind. Yeah, dude, she should face generational punishment. Okay, her children shouldn't be allowed to go to public school and stuff. Like they shouldn't be
True.
allowed. Like this is so fucked. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And again, if this was just like oh whatever, people believe in this stupid like flat earth shit, fine, but that's not what's happening. The entire dissident right is infected with this shit and accusing anybody who doesn't go along with it of being feds or traitors or secretly Jewish, all this other stuff. It is low IQ, scares away normal people, and it's making the entire like credibility thing I talked about earlier, like it's destroying that.
The irony of the dissident right of all places
I
being
know.
completely torn apart by a black woman.
I know. Well, that's why I don't know, dude. It's Candace Owens, a black woman, and it's Charlie Kirk, who was their bestest, toppest goy of all time. It's like, what is going on? Am I living in a fucking alternate dimension right now?
And all of the fucking neo-Nazis agree with Candace.
I know. Well, listen, the whole purpose of Kirk was to be like, oh, those evil Nazi alt-right people, those people are bad news. We have to gatekeep them out. But we can have strong family Trump supporting values and blah, blah. It was basically to take the authentic message of being pro-white and anti-Zionist and like the entire vanguard, right-wing vanguard that helped get Trump elected. It was taking those ideas and watering them down for conservative ink palatability. That was the entire purpose, was to take the energy of 2016, 2017, 2018 and redirect it back into Zionism. That was the entire purpose of what he was doing. So to sit there and be like, oh, that guy right there, he was turning on them and they had to take out their toppest, like he was literally their top guy. And his entire purpose was to shut down the quote unquote anti-Semitic right. And all of those people now believe in him.
I mean, I do think there is enough evidence to say that maybe he was thinking about things. And I don't think it's impossible that people can change their mind on that issue. I mean, he turned down a lot of fucking money. Why did he turn down that money?
Listen, what he was doing is and he's right about this. This is the problem. He was right about this. He was saying to the Jews, listen, Jews, you guys trying to shut down Candace Owens and shut down Tucker Carlson and shut down their speech, that is a worse look than just letting them speak, and it's making everybody hate you, and you're not going to have the young people are going to get away from you and hate your guts if you try to shut down their speech and shut down what they're talking about. And he was putting his foot down and saying what his position was what was in the best interest of Jews. He viewed what he was doing as so philo-Semitic. He literally painted it in terms of Jesus. How Jesus loved the Pharisees is how he viewed, like that's literally how he described it.
But you know how people like that think. They like if they get any form of criticism, they fly off the fucking handle. Like you cannot say to them like,
I don't disagree with that either.
Like,
I agree.
mean, it's just like
well, that's the other thing too. People have this that one group. Like I would say, I don't want to say that there's no evidence that he was turning, but what I would say is like that evidence where he says like, oh, I have no choice but to turn against Israel. That is, first of all, if you read the full message that was released, that is clearly him being sarcastic. He's basically saying like, oh, because some kvetching Jew that was giving me money because he's backing out, I guess I'm going to swap sides and become a neo-Nazi now. That was the joke. And everybody is sharing that to me as if that's big evidence. Now, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. But that's what multiple people that are in that group chat said that was the context of what he said. And if you just read the full zoomed out all the messages that got released, you can tell that's the context within just our own, our own eyes. And if anyone's ever been in like a group chat like that, just like imagine how many people are doing like sarcastic shit in group chats all day.
True.
This is ridiculous. And so you're going to need more evidence than just those. Like, even if I granted that and said like, oh yeah, there he is. He meant that exactly how you guys are reading it. He actually was questioning, blah, 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 just on that basic text right there. I'm sorry, but I need more than just that text. And like all the clips that people have to share are not good. Like they're out of context and things like that. So I'm just saying, like, I don't think that there actually is good evidence that he was turning on them. The best evidence is those text messages. And I think that those text messages are clearly him being sarcastic. So that's not really evidence either then, right?
Hmm.
And hold on. And to the degree he was like waking up to like the realities of Israel, basically he saw what was coming down the pipeline where Israel was going to have no support among people under 30. And he was like, this will kill them. And he loves them so much that he was essentially trying to like tough love, try to like help them fix their problems.
Yeah.
Like it was from a philo-Semitic lens. That's how much he loved them.
You might be right, but like at the same time, it's not out of the like realm of possibility that he was kind of starting to be like, okay, maybe I'm moving this direction. He was a smart fucking guy. He knew
to what degree he moves, though, it's moving to that he can like live within the ecosystem.
I'm not
of like the
suggesting
right
he completely
wing.
turned,
You know
but I'm saying like you've got a group of people who fly off the handle at any of the most minor criticism. And even if he gives them minor criticism that it maybe was like sarcastic or whatever, but it wasn't taken that way, and he gets blowback from that, that's a pretty strong, listen, man, like when I treated Hitler went to heaven, not to say that Hitler was a good person, but to say that like God loves everyone unconditionally. And I was resoundingly canceled by everyone. That was a little bit of a wake up call for me because I had never even thought about Israel. I never even thought about the Jewish stuff at all. I had no idea about any of that stuff. And like getting attacked like that, I was kind of like, okay, that's fucking
I
crazy,
get it, but
actually.
I mean, I get it, but Charlie's job for the last 10 years was to not just know about that issue, but to fight against this issue from coming up.
Well, a lot of people in powerful positions have an advantage if they don't acknowledge something is true.
I get it, but you understand what I'm saying? Like his whole shtick was basically like plugging that, like his whole thing was doing PR against that. So if we're gonna say like, maybe he was changing his mind, I need some sort of evidence. And again, I think that it was just, if there was a change there and how he viewed it, it was within the context of like, okay, what is like the minimum required position I can take in public, within the Overton window. It's not like it's back in like 2008 or 2010, where basically if you don't give like full-throated endorsement of Israel, like you're seen as anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like the Overton window has shifted. So if there is a shift in his position, it's just to remain in that right-wing Overton window, which is shifting towards, you know what I mean? Like the minimum required position on Israel has shifted. That's not that, but him moving to that position isn't evidence of him changing, if that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't use that stuff in casual language. This is somebody who does not know how we speak. And it is, of course, entirely plausible that someone gained access to Tyler Robinson's iCloud. Maybe someone like his boyfriend gave access to his iCloud and someone sent text messages from a different location. All of that remains to be seen because don't forget Tyler's legal team, despite reasonable
Hold on, real quick. Somebody's in chat.
We're
a couple
not
people in chat I just saw. They're saying like, oh, I saw this clip or that clip. Like, look, I did a video. It's on my highlight section on my Twitter. You can check it out where I like address a couple of the clips. But like, I've watched all of the clips of Charlie, and basically every single one of these clips that you guys have seen in the replies of people saying like, oh, look, he was changing on them. And then it's like a clip that's like 1.5 to 2.5 minutes long. And it's him saying like, oh, these Jews are taking over the West and importing immigrants. And like, we got to stop that. Let me tell you, every single one of those clips is entirely out of context. Every single one of them is within a philo-Semitic context. What he said in the Megyn Kelly one, for example, is for 15 minutes he sat there and said, I'm the #1 supporter of Israel. There's very few people in the world who have done more for Israel than me, blah, blah, blah. For 15 minutes he glazed Israel, and then he said, but I'm going to give some criticisms. And then he does 1 minute of criticisms, and then you all are taking that 1 minute clip, and then you're being like, see, he was turning on them. And your evidence is, frankly, very ignorant. It shows that you're basically noobs and don't understand Israelis specifically, but just like Jewish power and how it operates, okay? What he is citing when he's talking about left-wing Jewish intellectuals is he's citing a right-wing Jew. The right-wing Jews, specifically linked to the Likud party, which he was tied up with, which he's tied up with through Bibi Netanyahu, his friend, and all these people, right? Their idea is that left-wing liberal commie Jews, let's just lump all them together. I know that they're different, but just that's their view, that those Jews are bad for Jews because they are giving everybody an anti-colonial mindset, and that ultimately that will lead to the destruction of the state of Israel if this anti-colonial mindset spreads on the left and the right. These are papers written by Israeli government officials on how to deal with this problem, okay? So they're complaining about like left-wing Jews who are doing that, okay? So when then the clip is exactly word for word Charlie Kirk quoting those papers written by that Jew and complaining about left-wing Jews basically ruining Zionism for them, that's not evidence that he's becoming anti-Semitic or like willing to call out Jewish power. No. He's calling out Jewish power in service of Jewish power. He's running cover by saying, oh, those Jews over there, those left-wing Jews, those are the bad Jews. But these religious right-wing Jews, the Likudniks, they're the good Jews. They're okay. That's what he's doing there, guys. That is not evidence that somebody is waking up to this issue. So if you're going to say that that is evidence, and I can do this with every single one of these clips, by the way, every single clip of Kirk that you guys had that say he was turning, I can go through and show you that what he's doing is he's quoting the Likud party official positions because he's friends with these people. He goes in vacations at their house. He goes to the wall. He's been tied. Like I said, I need more evidence that he shifted his position. And the evidence can't be that he's literally being a Likud mouthpiece. It shows that you guys who just like maybe came to this issue during October 7th or saw what's going on in Gaza, maybe you came to this issue during COVID, maybe you came to this issue before, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just saying that if you think that what he was saying is evidence that he was coming awake to this issue, it shows that you actually kind of like a noob on this issue and you need to like do more reading and do more research and more understanding of how Israeli politics works, because you're missing it if you think that like Likud talking points are based. Okay, like that's not what's going on there. They have like a political reality in Israel that they're dealing with. So I don't know. So no, there are no clips showing that he's turning. Like I said, the best evidence you guys have is that text message in that group chat where he says, oh, I'm going to have to leave the cause, blah, blah, blah. But that is, the people in that group chat all said that he was being sarcastic. And in our own context, that looks sarcastic to me. But even if I granted it to you, I need more than just that text message because of the extreme amount of evidence on the other side.
Their discovery requests leading up to the preliminary hearing. Okay. They testified that they had not even been given access to their client's phone when they were requesting an extension. They were going, well, how are we doing this hearing? We don't have anything. We can't even vet anything that you're putting on the stand. You're just going to allow hearsay? Yeah, we're going to allow hearsay. That's what happened. Those text messages have not been vetted yet. Now, in addition to this, the public is noticing that the victim on this case, Erica Kirk, is inviting influencers into the courtroom. That doesn't make us think she's telling the truth, especially because the influencers are lying. They have lied repeatedly to the masses. They get caught and they just keep lying as if their lives and livelihood depend on it. On top of that, her organization, which she took over in her husband's stead, Turning Point USA, is contracting the services of and platforming people who are meant to lie about this investigation full time. It's their full-time job to attack Candace. I don't know if you happen to catch this, but over on X right now,
you're causing
it's
some
trending.
issues
A group
for them,
of
Candace.
92 influencers have been exposed, targeting me, exposed, coordinating in a group chat. The group was brought together by an agent of Israel.
Actually, the bitch who led the gang stalking thing against me is in this fucking group chat. So
it's not surprising. They're all, dude.
Chat.
It's just a MAGA. It's just the MAGA Q-tard, Trump-tard, anti. Dude, it's just Them being in a group chat is not evidence of like state operating level or something. Didn't she? No. She called the police on them and stuff like that.
Dude, good. I want her to cause as much trouble for them as possible.
Dude,
fuck
the idea that her people aren't in group chats doing the same thing is insane.
Okay? Of course they are. Everyone's in fucking group chats.
Hey, bitch. Hey, she's a noob. Listen up, bitch. Candace, Twitter is ran by group chats. Every single thing you see on Twitter fed to you on your For You page is fed to you by group chats. Every single one of those posts that you see Basically, there's just tons and tons and tons and tons of group chats, and people are sharing in those group chats other posts. And when you post a post in a group chat, every single person in that group chat, even if they don't view the post, that gets sent to their For You page. You can test this out yourself. You can see a
Oh, I
post.
didn't know that.
Yeah, yes, you can test this out yourself.
Yo.
You can see stuff in your For You page and then go to a group chat and see that somebody posted it like 5 minutes beforehand or 5 minutes before you reload it. Okay? The entirety of Twitter is run by group chat mafias, okay? And little group chat cliques. It's a web of group chats. That's what Twitter is, okay? That's what's feeding you your For You.
We got to get more people into our group chat, guys. We got to get those numbers up.
I'm just
We gotta
saying,
work
like,
on that.
to even think that this is, oh, a 100-person group chat is some sort of major conspiracy when the entirety of Twitter is run by group chats is ridiculous. That's why the groupers are such a big part. It's because they like groupers were born in like group chat warfare, like blood sport warfare. They are like the platonic perfect form of the group chat warrior on Twitter right now. Okay,
that's exactly what happened.
That's what the groupers are doing. Okay, and that's why the groupers clips are all over the place, all over your feed all the time, because they're all in these group chats and
they have like 8,000 group chats.
Yes, exactly.
It's not just one. It's not even just 10. It's 8,000.
She doesn't even know how Twitter works. She doesn't understand how Twitter. And again, I'm not expecting everyone to understand how Twitter works. I'm just saying, like, that is how. If you didn't know that's how your For You page is getting dictated to you, like that is how it's being dictated to you. There's group chats full of people sharing their posts, and the posts that get shared in those groups are going and floating to the top. And the group chat, I mean, some of the group chats, it's like, you know, I'm in group chats with people who have like 100,000, 200,000 followers or more. You know, I see what happens. I see exactly what happens.
100,000 followers or more, Amalek.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. See, you're one of the. I'm in your
my
group chat thing.
liver.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's many huge group chats like this, and this like little rinky-dink 100-person group chat is not evidence of some massive conspiracy. This is just like the day-to-day
evidence of a bunch of
Twitter.
fucking grifters who want to make money on Twitter and who are helping each other make money on Twitter. That's it.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
And they don't need like whatever, dude. If there's anyone getting like, she's like accusing other people of like doing things for money, and oh, they're getting 4.5 money and all this. If anyone's doing that, it's her. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Speaking of group chats, I've just put the link to my group chat on X into the chat. If you are not yet in our awesome group chat on X, please feel free to join.
In the past, before Charlie was assassinated, that this person hosted a Spaces on X and went on record admitting that they gather intel, they collaborate with Green Berets. They collaborated with a Daily Wire employee, Cassie Akiva, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, then run by Johnny Moore, to create
Trump
files.
And all the MAGA people are Zionists, and they do Zionist things with Zionism. Yeah, just like Charlie Kirk, your buddy friend, and just like you were, Candace Owens, until 5 minutes ago. Okay,
True.
You were literally working at the Daily Wire, and you're using somebody working at the Daily Wire as evidence that they're corrupt. You literally worked there. That's how you became famous, you stupid bitch.
On people for the purpose of doing Israel's PR bidding. At that time, it was about what's happening in Gaza. And they were going after someone who Tucker Carlson had on his show. So of course, the common sense question is, why is someone who focuses on PR for Israel focused on gathering 91 other people to attack me full-time over the Charlie Kirk case? Okay, I'll show you this. The group chat got exposed because a member of the group went rogue and was like, I'm done with this. This is no longer healthy for me. Here is what she said over 2 tweets. Shady Lady Katie wrote.
Group chats. I'm just telling you guys, if it ever gets leaked that I'm in some crazy group chat, yeah, it's just fun. I am in the funniest fucking. You wouldn't believe the people that think it's funny to add me to their group chats. It is.
That's true too. People get added to group chats all the time as like a joke.
I'm in like 40 group chats or 60 group chats or something crazy. I literally have to scroll down through a billion group chats to get to my first like regular DM. Like I said, this is welcome to Twitter, Candace Owens. Like I don't understand how this is even.
Candace never got invited to a group chat. That's what happened.
I guess.
Efforts are coming from some of these people. Here are all of the names who were in this group chat. I'm sharing information, background checks, reporting accounts, whining and complaining all day about Candace Owens, and even sharing Candace's own home address in this group chat. However, I will say that not everyone here participated. Some just lurked. Anyway, I am out of here. X is a digital, unfruitful wasteland, and I have a real life and SHIT to do. Go live your lives and build something. And she exposed 92
true.
members in this group chat.
If you're
which
like a
has the
normal
name
person and you're like getting
Protecting-
sustenance from X, like you are weirdo.
True. So true.
Mrs. Kirk. Protecting Mrs. Kirk. And now some of these names are not, we know this is their full, I blocked them because it's just their full, it's obvious it's their full-time job to attack me. Milk Bar TV, No Soup for Knowles, Paramount Not So Tactical, Brie Dale, Fake Catholic, Insurrection Barbie, you know.
Bitch, you are the fake Catholic. You are the fake Catholic. You are literally wearing the type of cross that you don't wear as a Catholic. That's the type of cross that you wear constantly. You wear the type that goes on like a dresser or like on a thing of Mary, or that you like pray the rose. Like you're the one that you wear, the rosary that you wear, the cross that you wear is not the one that you're supposed to wear. You are a fake convert Catholic. You are fake. You're part of some weird, her husband is part of some weird subcult of Catholic too, even.
Really?
With like, yeah, I can't remember what they're called, but it's not, they're not schismatic, but they're like, it's like traditional mass and things like that. It's very close. I can look it up in a second here, but yeah, that's the kind of Catholic she is. She's barely a Catholic. Like she, whatever. This is, I'm more Catholic than her. I am more Catholic than Candace Owens.
It's not even worth my time. Like it's just the most obvious operation in the world. Nice to see it. Nice to go through these, and you should go through these 92 absolute losers who are losing despite doing
Listen, just because Candace is wrong does not mean the retards in that group chat are cool. Most of the retards in that group chat suck.
Yes. I don't coordinate. I'm not on any group chats with 92 operatives, 10 operatives, 6 operatives, 2 operatives. I don't do this.
Never got invited.
I work with my team. I look for information. I may, reach out obviously to people who are also care about this case. Baron Coleman, hey, did you see this video? Give him a call. Did you find this? Did you cover this topic? He'll tell me what he knows. No one's coordinating to take down Erica Kirk. We're just coordinating to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk. And for some reason, these people find it to be synonymous with taking down Erica Kirk. I wonder why that is. So that's the question. Why does it take 92 operatives online coordinating, sharing my personal information, utterly psychotic, okay? My home address. Why are they obsessed with the takedown of Candace Owens? Well, the answer is because they know that I know. They know that I know.
No.
We got another bizarre request today, this time from the Daily Mail. Charlie Spearing, the one who worked on the trust us, bro. Charlie definitely wanted Erica to take over the company because I watched the video, the author of that, the Aspen. I watched it so you don't have to, guy. He wrote this to us today. We have sources who believe that Candace is being used by foreign operatives sending misinformation through her tip line. It is part of a much broader network. Really?
True.
Yep.
Foreign operatives sending me the video of the rooftop?
The Bonaparte.
Foreign operatives sending me what? Like the pictures of the inside of the car? Take 1, take 2, everything that I've exposed. What do you feel like came from a foreign operative? Why do you think the truth is coming from foreign operatives? I don't work with foreign operatives. This is a real network of people who are dedicating their time to wanting to learn and know what happened to Charlie Kirk. I mean, deep down, we all have a sense that the state murdered Charlie Kirk. That clearly it must have had Trump's permission because he's doing nothing to try to get to the bottom of what happened to his dear friend who helped to get him elected twice. And we sense Israel's involvement. That's what's happened. There's no foreign operative.
Oh yeah, that's definitely sus.
Yeah.
Donald Trump acting like a sociopathic, self-centered narcissist. That's sus, Candace. You got it. I'm sure that's convincing the whole nobody. What the fuck? Did she even hear what she's saying? You think Donald Trump needs to be told to be like a narcissist who only thinks about himself? Are you kidding me?
Well, I don't. I think yeah, probably not. Probably
not. Are you kidding me?
Probably not. Yeah.
Case.
The Knights
real
of
issue
Malta.
is that
that's what Candace Owens' father-in-law is. The Knights of Malta.
Is that what it is?
I don't know what that is.
I mean, it's just a Tradcath. It's like a Tradcath group that goes. It's like I mean, there's a lot of history there. It doesn't really matter too much other than the fact that it's like a traditional mass trad cath group. And they're always doing, all those groups are always doing weird shit, from the freaking, from like the Jesuits to I don't know, all those groups, like not just the trad cats, but the other side of the spectrum. Like basically the Catholic Church is always doing stuff like this. And she's like not even real Catholic. She's not real Catholic.
No.
She doesn't know shit.
Of course not.
Oh, that I know. They're desperate now.
They know.
Growing
that
increasingly desperate and manic. We want FBI raids, anything. But I'm sorry, guys. It's all inevitable. Okay? It is inevitable. You are figuratively walking a plank. Charlie was betrayed. You can't spin that. Speaking of which, I have a question for Blakey Neff. Public challenge. Just one question, Blake. Let's see if you can remember. Oh, so transparent one. You, Danny Phillip, Mikey McCoy, and Nate Walker all walked into Timpanogos Hospital together. My question for you is simple. Did you all travel there together? Did all four of you arrive at Timpanogos Hospital in the same car? Yes or no? I'm asking for a reason. Another question, and that's regarding Nate Walker, because what a new thing, like to be just a new assistant, the one who supplied Charlie Kirk with that Freedom t-shirt. The internet has taken notice, and we would appreciate a clarification on his movements before the explosive goes off, because he's a young assistant, and at around 12:15, he has his bag, as assistants do. I've been many of these events, and he's been speaking with Dan Flood, and this is around 12:15. I'm going to show you that. You can see he's wearing a bright blue shirt in the corner there. That's him talking. You could just catch him with his bag that's pointing. And then what happens after that, Dan's obviously talking into his shirt. Then Nate, with, I guess we're less than T minus 10 before the explosive goes off, suddenly he's upstairs when that happens. This is him immediately following the explosive, around 12:25. So about, I guess, a minute and 45 seconds afterward. Here he is up near the Flag of Halls walkway, putting on sunglasses. And he doesn't have his bag.
Evidence. Conclusive evidence.
And then we find him 2 minutes beyond that walking downstairs. So people have questions, and I think it's a pretty fair thing. You know, the public cares about Charlie. Why did he go upstairs?
Why did he go upstairs?
Maybe he went up there. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Dan Flood asked him to go up there to
Why
check
has
on
anyone
something.
ever
I don't know.
gone upstairs?
We don't need to make up a narrative. We don't need to speculate.
Oh,
We
now
are
we're not
asking
going to do
for a
that?
specific reason.
We are asking for a
Anyway.
specific reason.
I will leave that at that. I want to get into this Perez Hilton
No,
story.
Perez Hilton.
I guess,
Perez Hilton. Okay, we made it through this episode. All right. We are at the halfway point of our Candace marathon. We still have 3 more episodes from this past week left to go. We are powering through because the big Candace debate is tomorrow, either at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I'm not really sure which, but it's in the fucking morning. But before we do that, we had a channel membership competition, and the Pro Penguin song won the channel membership competition with 100 channel memberships. So I want to thank everyone who donated channel memberships today. You guys can keep donating memberships if you want. You don't have to stop or anything. But we are now rewarding the winners with the Penguin song. Amalek, have you seen the Penguin song before? Is this first for you, or have you listened to this before?
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with the Penguin song.
Okay, so the Penguin song is created by an organization called Amaze.org. Amaze.org is specifically funded by our tax dollars partially in order to create sex ed content for elementary school and middle school students. And in this video, they are teaching middle school students how to be non-binary, and that they will get social media attention for being trans and non-binary through the use of cartoon penguins. You ready?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Gonna make it? Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna make it. I'm sitting down and I'm ready.
Okay, brace yourself. This is a good one. It's gonna be stuck in your head the rest of the night.
No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Ariana and Renee, they both are born girls. They go into their changing rooms. Ariana loves twirls. That's not for Renee. Pink will not do. All girls don't wear dresses, they wear pants too. As Renee lost her mind, what's running through her head? Ariana can fix this, no is what she said.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Bryce and Jason, they both are born boys. They go into their changing rooms. Bryce jumps out with joy. Jason has a different idea. The sweater is where it's at. Bryce has to fix this. Here, try this or that. Wait just 1 second. Don't tell him how to dress. Ariana knows this. Only Jason can express.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
No matter how you're born, we each
Here it
have
comes.
a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Darla and Charles, one girl and one boy. They go into their changing rooms. Charles is feeling coy. Others are thrilled with the look, but Charles is quite unhappy. Let's try this again. Yeah, this is snappy. Some are confused. They just don't understand. Charles, now Charlotte is certain. Ariana's her biggest fan. Some might keep their distance, but others will come around. Come on over, Darla. Show us what you found. Darla had something on, but is not quite convinced. She wants to try again, yet she still gives a wince. Nope, not right either. Why can't she decide? Sometimes it takes time, only she can find her stride. Darla presents an outfit. The new name is Darren. Now everything feels right. The person within he's sharing.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
Here we have Skylar, born a boy or girl.
Non-binary.
Not interested in the girl look. Won't give the boy look a whirl. Skylar wants a new path, and it isn't one of those. This is a unique look from Skylar's head to toe.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
And that is taught in elementary school and middle school to your children in public school. You're welcome. How do you feel now, Amalek? Are you feeling non-binary? Do you want to try out a different gender identity to get social media attention? Are you
Dude,
trans yet?
I hate this world. I don't understand any. Like, okay, first of all, I mean, so this is like from 9 years ago, 2016. What a different time, you know, that this thing would never fly, right?
Yeah.
Like, it would never fly.
Well, it's still being done today. So
yeah,
they
I
got
get it.
updates to this.
Oh, very cool.
This is
dude.
just the original. Yeah.
And why is it so like brown coated?
What do you mean? How is it brown
Like,
coated?
whoever made that was not a white person
Well, obviously.
or a Jew.
What were the signs that it was brown coated?
I just the whole vibe could only possibly be constructed
Like that? Like,
by
was
some
that
sort
it?
of like Indian or Caribbean person of some
Indian,
kind.
I could definitely understand.
It-
Yeah.
I'm looking it up actually. I'm actually gonna. I bet if I'm right, I'm just the number one internet
You're the real internet sleuth,
noticer.
not Candace Owens.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. I'm
Okay.
gonna look it up right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look
Figure
up who
out
made this.
the genius that gave us this blessing on the world. I think that'd be a great idea. All right. We are now getting into the next episode of the Candace Marathon. The shocking truth revealed in 4K footage. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Oh, long intro from Candace. Okay.
Speaker, you recall I was basically describing.
Yo, Candace is wearing lipstick. That's how you know this was a serious episode.
How sometimes words just don't transfer over. And if you don't speak the native language, you might miss that. The obvious and most stunning example of that in the Fed slop messages being, I hope that pooch has a bad sniffer. A bad sniffer, a pooch, a sniffer. Who is using Google Translate and from where? Well, here's what
Isn't this the dumbest? Isn't this so dumb?
Email.
Yeah.
They wrote, Dear Candace, in French, we say chien renifleur, which translates as sniffer dog. I have a feeling this text is being translated
he's actually from France.
from French. Thanks for your great work.
Obviously, the same people that got the Macrons to sue Candace's ass for all of that shit. It's all connected. It's over.
Guys,
it's always the fucking French.
Obviously, it's French. Pooch. French people always make things sound a little bit more pretentious. And I looked it up, and sure enough, the way that they describe a canine, a detective dog, would be a renifleur, which literally translates into a sniffer pooch. It's like the most unbelievable thing. I'm deeply upset by this. I promise you, Brigitte. You're still missing those days. Days of the Egyptian plains were in America.
Showing the porn is bad video now. Oh, okay. Thanks, Trendlin. Appreciate it.
America, we still cannot track Brigitte. If I find out Brigitte,
next time we'll do the porn is bad video, which basically says that porn stars are white and are hairless, and you should never expect to have sex with good-looking people. You should only expect to have sex with like ugly fat people.
Dude, I'm like looking into the creator of this video and stuff like that, and its page, and I'm going through, and the next video on the list is titled "How the Boner Grows."
How the Boner Grows is a classic. That is a classic. Do you want to watch the boner song? Does everyone want to watch the boner song? The boner song is fucking great.
I don't know how I am like I'm like no internet culture, and I don't remember this or didn't.
Oh no! Oh, we have to watch it now. I'm sorry. You guys are getting a bonus. How the boner song is fucking great. Okay, it's like
honestly, oh my god!
Honestly,
dude.
Hey, listen. The boner song is the most wholesome song on this entire site. I promise you, it's fucking great.
Karlyn.
What?
In the link in the chat, click that link. The creator of it is Dbode, the animator. That's who made this.
Hang on.
I am the number one. Dude.
Do you get it? Is he Indian?
Dude!
Go, black woman!
Whatever that is. What? I don't know what
Indian. That also looks like it could be black and Indian.
Multiple different types of not white. Where are they from? Dude, I was totally right. Exactly right. That's who created it. You guys, listen, if you ever are curious on what the ethnic background of something that is created is, you know who to call. It's me.
She served as art director on interactive software titles for clients such as Sesame Street.
Yeah,
and
see,
Hasbro.
this is dude. These far left crazy people are making like the type of content for like everyday children. Dude, I'm going to find out exactly where her family's from. It's happening right now.
Do it. We're going to listen to the boner song in the meantime because Amalek needs to enjoy this classic hit.
Dude, I was totally right.
The boner song is great though. Listen, pay attention.
Okay.
Well, I need to see what my life is about. Has Martin Flounder figures it out? Sure feels funny to know I'm not alone, right on the money.
Stands up on his own.
Since I was little, he's always been my friend, but now my middle, he beat me around the bend. Oh no, 'cause that's how the border grows. That's how the border grows. Tell me I'm not alone. Out in the sand we make
Dude, she's Haitian. I was exactly
Haitian,
right.
holy
I was,
shit.
dude, I am a highly skilled racist. That is what I am.
Are
I'm
you paying
sorry.
attention to the boner song?
I am. I'm doing both. I'm entertained. But
God.
do you understand how incredible that is? That I guessed basically.
Haitian. Are you fucking shitting me? She's
If this was
Haitian.
I literally was like the Caribbean, and I was like, should I say Dominican or Haitian? And I was like, you know what? Either or on this one, dude.
Wow.
I can watch your art and determine your ethnic background. Like art is linked to your biology. I'm sorry, it is.
You are the king racist of the internet, sir.
to change a flag. Oh, my crazy compass
This is insane.
is way out of control, and my equator grows another pole.
Before AI music. I mean, come on.
That's how the border grows. That's how the border grows. It's not really about.
Not really a bone.
They say it's normal. Each guy gets his own, so we've erected all these monuments in stone. In stone.
Monuments for dicks.
That's how the border grows.
That's actually true.
It is true, yeah.
That's how the border grows. That's how the border grows. So I'm never alone.
Was that amazing and wholesome or what? It was incredible.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I guess. So the government's making those?
Yep, the taxpayer funded.
I mean, as far as government spending goes, that's not that bad. I'm cool with that.
I
If they
I
wanna-
think the boner song is the most wholesome thing we've ever watched, honestly.
Yeah, I'm pro.
Come on.
I'm pro. If that's what they're spending their money on, like that can't even be in the top 1,000 worst things, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Not
I'm
maybe
fine
not even
with
in the
it.
top 10,000 worst
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
We got Red Menace Nick in here. Amalek, I'm a highly skilled racist. LMAO cheers.
I mean, I can
Indeed.
watch her. I
Indeed.
can watch the art she produced and determine the island she's from. Basically, is what just happened on live.
All right.
And you didn't. No one else picked up on it. No one else.
You are the king racist of the internet, Amalek. I'm giving it to you. I'm not arguing with you or anything.
It's just ridiculous how
Oh my god.
fucked we are. The list of stuff that she's made, by the way, is awful.
I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I moved on from that trauma years ago. All right, let's go back to Candace.
Those messages, there was going to be hell to pay.
Hell to
Anyway,
pay.
moving on from that,
Candace.
we named this episode Silence of the Lance because we came across some very interesting information about him and an interesting tidbit that the 4K influencers, the HD courtroom influencers, actually didn't share with the public about what they saw. That's interesting. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, so first things first, it has come to my attention that an individual who I had literally never heard of in my life went onto Joe Rogan signaling that I am scared to debate him regarding the Charlie Kirk case and that he's offered me $300K to do so. So just, the backstory leading up to this moment is that the host of the Whatever podcast, who I do know, a guy named Brian Atlas, reached out to my PR guy, Mitchell, with an offer of $50K for me to debate this
Don't
person.
push it, Trendlin.
And then he upped the amount, I think, to $150K initially. I immediately dismissed it. I genuinely had never heard of the name Andrew Wilson before.
Oh, bullshit,
And my
Candace.
assumption was that this was a PR ploy, a move for some young influencer that was coming up through the ranks and had a little bit of money to spend to get their name out there. It's almost like, and people do this, you try to buy an ad for yourself. It's an industry strategy to get your name out there. Of course, the Charlie Kirk case was not some gimmick to me. We have not been asking for money, just a public discussion with Turning Point USA, one of their affiliates regarding the case, whether that be
She's
Blake
made
Neff,
millions of
Andrew
dollars a month on
Colvett,
this, though.
Erica
Who's she
Kirk,
talking
Yankin Bank Frank,
Yeah.
somebody who was there on the scene that day. We've offered them the floor repeatedly. Now, what I had not appreciated until people began sending me clips of this Andrew Wilson guy following his sit down on Joe Rogan is that he is sort of affiliated with Turning Point USA, another person in their orbit that they're boosting, so much so that he's
True.
apparently hugging Erica Kirk at Turning Point USA headquarters. I will let you take a listen to what he told Joe Rogan during their sit down. Take a listen.
We offered Candace Owens, I offered her $300,000 to do a debate. I was like, we'll give you $300,000.
What is her position? What does she think happened?
She thinks that Israel worked in conjunction with TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie.
Based on what?
Well, that's the $1 million question. Nobody actually knows. She's never presented a single shred of evidence thus far that Israel ever worked to murder Kirk, that Erica Kirk certainly didn't. In fact, her position for the
Andrew Wilson is one of the most annoying motherfuckers on the internet, and I actually want him to lose tomorrow. I like Candace is gonna fuck herself over anyway, but like Andrew Wilson, like I
Dude,
want.
is there
him
an
to
option where they both at the
burn
same
tomorrow.
time, both their swords hit each other's heads at the same
That would be
same
fucking
speed?
amazing,
Like some sort of like epic poetry where they're
Yes.
both same time,
Yeah.
both lose. Can that happen?
That's what needs to happen. We all need to manifest that shit. They both lose tomorrow. They both lose.
longest time was if Erica Kirk comes out and tells me to stop this, to stop the conspiracy on this, I will. So Erica did. She went out publicly and she was like, enough, enough.
Exactly.
You're just causing more problems than good here as this investigation's going on. And then suddenly Erica's now part of the conspiracy. by the next day, she's trying to cover it up. She's part of the conspiracy too. When I went to the TPUSA HQ and I talked to Erica briefly while I was there. The first thing I did was what I think every normal, moral human being would ever do. I gave her a hug. And I told her how god-awful sorry I was that happened to her. Like, could you even imagine how that's got to feel for her? Especially now that she has tens of thousands of people accusing her of murdering and conspiring to murder and then cover up what happened to her own. I mean, that's like mind-boggling psychological torture on a level that I've never seen.
Yeah, and hindsight is 20/20, but given the reaction, I think it probably would have been better for her to like lay low for a little while.
1000%.
The going out with the sparklers was not a great idea.
True.
Like all that was not a great idea because it just seemed insane.
Thank you, Joe Rogan, for saying that. People were going, yeah, okay. Now I'm interested because
How is that even
first off, I wasn't
remotely
expecting Andrew
evidence?
Wilson to
Her
look like that.
acting weird or different or being a freak or something like that is not evidence that she conspired to have the father of her children murdered. How
No,
does
I
that
agree with
even-
you. I agree with you, but it didn't help the situation. And she's the CEO of a major
Well,
organization.
she's, like,
and
not
she should have had the
thinking-
presence of mind, you know?
That she's going to be
someone
accused of her
around
husband's
her.
murder?
Or
Like
some no, but like these you know, sad but true, these things do fucking matter. Someone around her should have told her. There should have been the behavior was weird. It was, and I don't think it helped the whole situation.
Well, I don't think it wasn't weird behavior. I obviously think it's weird behavior, but I just don't think that's evidence of a conspiracy in any way,
It's
shape, or
not,
form.
but it doesn't help when you're doing all this.
Well, hold on,
weird
but all
shit.
the conspiracy stuff came after she did all of this, though. You understand
But
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
like, it really didn't seem like from the public point of view that she was really that upset, though. Like, she made this
What are you
whole thing
talking
of
about?
like,
She's
I
crying.
forgive. Yeah, well, she's crying, but like, I forgive him. Has she forgiven Candace? Like, Candace didn't murder her husband. Like, I think Candace has been a total cunt to Erica Kirk. I'm not saying that Candace
She
hasn't
forgave
been
him
an
'cause she's a
awful,
Christian.
demonic bitch. I'm not saying that, but like, she forgave the man who murdered her husband, but she didn't forgive Candace. It's kind of like, okay, well, that seems a little disproportional if I'm being honest about it. No matter what Candace says or does, Candace didn't murder Charlie Kirk.
Candace is still doing the thing.
Yeah, but she didn't kill her husband.
Yeah, but she's actively doing. Yeah, hold on. But the Christian perspective is to forgive people who transgress against you, even if they don't ask for it, because that's what Jesus did on the cross. Okay, that's their perspective.
Okay.
Candace Owens is still lying and accusing her of doing a thing. If Candace Owens was no longer doing that, then and then Erica Kirk forgave her, okay, then we have something. Okay, or wouldn't forgive her, then fine, sure, then you have something. But the fact of the matter is Candace is still doing the thing. Erica Kirk is under no obligation to forgive somebody mid sin.
I don't think she was under obligation to forgive the guy who killed her husband.
She was. She is.
Wow.
She is. Christianity teaches that. What she did was what Christianity teaches. That's what the Bible teaches. That's what every single Christian church and basically the entire world teaches. And that's just it is what it is. I don't care what anybody else says. That's what the message of the Bible is. And my argument and my proof is that is how every single Christian church in basically the entire world right now that you walked into and asked the priest, 95% or more of them would all agree with what I'm saying. Sorry,
okay,
they would.
Fine, but Erica was still behaving weird.
She's a weird stage actress lady. She's a weirdo. She's autistic or something.
Perhaps could probably guess how you magically fell into money to be running around offering $300K for a conversation. And I also now understand, having looked into it, why Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett seem to be boosting you on X. Now, for everyone who was like me and legitimately did not know who this man was 5 minutes ago, Andrew Wilson apparently had a presence in the manosphere debating feminists. And that would explain why he was appearing on the Whatever podcast, which regularly features these sorts of debates. I've been on the Whatever podcast and I've done these debates. So is Charlie Kirk. But now, of course, for, I guess, either the right price or a chance at staying or being in the limelight, he's willing to sort of flip his position and kind of present himself as a feminist right there, tasked with defending Erica Kirk taking over her late husband's company, a $250 million organization, while the kids are back home with no parents as she travels the country. Now, he's sympathetic to those positions. Now, Andrew Wilson looks to be about 50 years old. That's the best that I could do in terms of finding his age. Another point that I really was surprised by, because again, I thought this was like someone younger coming through the ranks. Worry not, though, because when he debates, he's always drinking a beer. So he wants you to know he's cool. His ex-profile pic is of him smoking a cig, because that's like 50-year-old man doing this is crazy. That's his brand or something. He's like Timu Danny Zuko from Greece, but with a potty mouth, to be sure. Greece was a clean movie, Born to Hand Jive. I actually really liked it. He chain smokes throughout debates and he denigrates people so that people know just how like fresh to death he is. I really shudder at this prospect. Well, here's my counteroffer. Now that I know that Turning Point's in the orbit, right? Andrew Wilson currently trending on X, by the way, for having lied to Joe Rogan throughout this entire interview. This obviously backfired. The comments are amazing.
It backfired.
Making fun of him and nobody buying the Erica Kirk slop, the Christian slop, trying to emote to make us feel like anything that's happened since Charlie Kirk's assassination makes sense, or that we should feel bad for caring and investigating. But anyway, he's trending because he similarly in this discussion with Joe Rogan lied in relation not just to me, but tried to like pretend that I'm somehow tangential to the leftist Un-F America tour. I've never so much as spoken to them, but then he also lied about them. He's accusing them of like laundering money and doing this on Joe Rogan's platform, absent any fact check. He just lies. I guess that's where they're at right now. Turning Point just needs people that are willing to lie. Nonetheless, I said I have a counter offer. He says $300K. Let's make it $500K, right? I just have the hunch, this feeling, gut instinct that you're maybe being backed by Turning Point USA or their affiliates in this debate request. It's just, you don't strike me as someone that has $300K lying around for conversation. I mean, not with that smoking habit.
Dude, anybody who's confident in what they think is not afraid of debate. They do not
Right.
need money to debate. I run towards debates. I want to debate everybody. I want to argue with everybody. I am right. Jesus did not exist. He is a midrashic construct. Christianity is an ancient psyop. I will debate anybody on that. I challenge everybody because I'm confident in that, and I have the receipts. You don't need 500,000. I don't need $5, let alone 500K to debate something. This is so stupid.
No, I agree.
You don't need $500,000 to debate communism or anything,
No,
right?
I would debate anyone on communism, but
Exactly.
no one will debate me because I would kick their ass. Andrew Wilson refuses to debate me because I would kick his ass. Literally.
So stupid.
And given the fact that Turning Point USA has raised $40 million in one night off of Charlie's blood, literally encasing his bloody microphone at a fundraiser event so that his grieving widow could be captured by the camera.
See, that's fucking weird. I'm sorry. That's fucking weird.
Sorry,
That's
what was weird?
That is this whole thing where they encase the bloody microphone in a thing, and there's this picture of Erica looking longingly. That's fucking weird.
Dude.
This is not iconic. This is weird.
Christians kept in glass case the foreskin of Jesus for 2,000 years, parading it around Europe. Yeah. Hold on. But it's not weird if you're a weird Christian.
Man.
These people are weird, freaky Christians. Do you understand that? That is what weird, freaky Christians
Christianity
do.
has forever destroyed the ability of the right to do actual art.
I know.
This is not fucking art.
I know. But that is true, right? You understand that's true.
Yes.
The reason that they have such bad art taste and the way
because
that
of
they're like
Christianity.
this, yeah, it is. It taints their ability. It's because
I've had Christians
Christianity
tell me what. I've had Christians tell me when I post about art, they're like, the only art I need is of Jesus. I'm like, oh man.
It's because it's very simple. It's very, very simple. It's because Christianity splits things into a dualistic light and dark, and that they basically have to see the world in sort of like Lord of the Rings style, right? Where there's like, oh, this epic battle, and there's Gandalf versus Sauron and all that stuff, right? But the world is more like Game of Thrones, right? It's more complex, and it's more everyone has their own motivations and their own political motive. You know what I mean? Like that's what the world is mostly like, and that their inability to understand that that's what they do to the world makes it so that they can't even like remotely create or analyze or make any sort of art at all. It makes it, they're like numb to it. And the exception is stuff like cathedrals and stained glass, things like that. And those things are beautiful, I won't deny it. But what it does to the general populace of people makes them unable to produce or analyze any sort of art.
Yep.
So this stuff,
totally
like
agree.
I said, this is just look, Constantine's mother was making pilgrimages or trips to the quote unquote Holy Land down in Jerusalem in the 3rd, 4th, 5th century, or I don't remember the exact year. And whenever Constantine's mother, I can't remember the exact year, she was making trips down there, finding true pieces of the cross and Jesus's foreskin and John the Baptist this and the burial shroud. They're finding relics and creating fake relics. And what they're doing is the entire like economy of Europe for some time. A huge part of it is this relic industry, okay? Forgeries and relic. There was at one point in Europe over 30 burial shrouds claiming to be the burial shroud of Jesus. The
No
Shroud
way.
of Turin, the one that we have, yeah, that's just the only one that we know that we have that exists today. All of the rest have been lost because what was going on is you would, look, our cathedral is displaying the shroud of Jesus or the foreskin of Jesus or the true cross, or it's Paul's wrist, all these stupid things, Paul's sandals, all these stupid shit, all these relics, okay? So this idea that now if we fast forward and they're doing the same thing to Charlie Kirk, it's a long tradition of Christians turning people into saints and using relics and being weird and displaying them, okay? So this is just in line with Christian behavior. I agree with you. You could say it's weird, but it's not like outside of the realm of like how they behave. We can literally observe them doing this for the last 2,000 years. Eastern Orthodox literally like kiss
Okay,
the feet
you're
of
right.
dead
Fine,
feet.
you're fine. But it's a horrible fucking photo, and it's a horrible fucking look.
Yeah, well, blame Christianity.
Yeah.
Next to it,
Ruined
I think 500K
everything.
feels more appropriate.
Everything.
They want to invest in you. You're their guy. Tell them that's what it costs. What's 500K between old friends, right? Also, my second counter offer position point that I'd like you to meet is I'm 7 months pregnant. So if you fancy a debate face-to-face, you're going to have to travel to me. It's common decency. No time limit in the debates. Don't worry. It will be live. We will bring up any documents or evidence that you mention as a part of this case.
It's going to go on forever
We have a team,
tomorrow.
so
It's
you
going to
can
be for
send
fucking
links
ever. It's going to be
live.
all day
We're
long.
happy to pause and allow you to search for any evidence that you reference. If the team can't find it for some reason, no tricks. As long as you want, like I said, live, so anybody could see if we were trying to play.
Is Adam excited that he has to get up at 7 a.m. to watch the debate tomorrow?
Not even slightly. He was complaining to me about that just before I jumped on here with you.
Mm-hmm.
Tricks. As a
I'm still
2A
not
points here,
100%
gonna
convinced
go
that's
into
going to happen, by the way. If it doesn't happen, just remember that I called that.
Yeah, I definitely could see it, like several scenarios in which like one of them just like Candace backs out at the last minute or
Yes,
something.
I agree. This is not going to be good for her.
Also, Andrew has backed out of debates with many people, so
I was just going to say that.
Well.
I was just going to say that too. Andrew does this dude. Andrew backed out of debate with you. He backed out of debate with me.
Yep.
He's backed it. Like I said, he's debated at Adam, so I'll give him that. But I also know that he only wants to do the debate in this very narrow, Christianity is good for the birth rates thing, and you tag, and how are you supposed to know what's real if you don't have the Bible? That's his very narrow stipulations for a debate. So I think from both ends, I mean, there's like a 20% chance either one of them just back out for whatever reason.
Yep.
Or
I
maybe
agree.
even more.
Yep. I'm gonna try to stream it live. I'm gonna get up early just for you guys. I will sit here all day and watch that shit. It is a cultural moment of our time. Everyone's going to be talking about it. There will be no other news tomorrow. We got to do what we got to do.
Chain smoking around me, tough guy. Okay. So you're just going to have to bring yourself and leave your cigs at home. And this is actually, I would say, the most important part for me. This is what has to happen. Third part here. Either Blake Neff or Andrew Colvett or Erica Kirk must publicly claim you first, meaning they must say that they are sending you in to debate on their behalf regarding the Charlie Kirk case. Okay. No worming away after the fact. They don't get to be, we don't really know this guy, whatever. They're boosting you. You're at the headquarters teaching people how to debate. I got to tell you, from the outside, it kind of looks like Turning Point USA scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for influencers. And they've now arrived at people who are just amoral, who will lie about what people have said and intentionally misrepresent their positions, and who I would say are not reminiscent of the honest debate strategy and style that was once employed by their company founder. Charlie Kirk's brand was clean and respectable. Here is Andrew Wilson, who, I'm not kidding, Turning Point USA says they welcomed him to teach others how to debate. Here's him debating a feminist leftist. Her name also happens to be Charlie. Take a listen.
Dude, these people are so dumb.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So,
I
Andrew,
remember this.
Can
I had to watch this.
Sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a dyke. Don't talk about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say? Dyke.
Your wife with the 3 baby daddies?
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try to...
This is so dumb, by the way. You know, they're just sitting here arguing over like Bible rules. Like, you're not following the Bible. You're not following what the Jews said to do. Well, you're not following what the Jews said to do. Like, that's literally what's going on here. Like, they're arguing over... Dude, what? Why is that? Can nobody see what I'm talking about? Does anyone not understand? Like,
I said I agreed with you.
I know. I just mean like in the general with the religion stuff. We literally have put them as the priest class that determines our morality to the point where they have trickled down morality where we're arguing over what their sages said about if you can be a lesbian and if your wife can have 3 baby daddies. That's what we're arguing about.
Kind of like you're basically a whore if you have 3 baby daddies.
Yeah, okay, fine. But why is the Bible written by Jews? Why is that the standard of which we're basing our morality from?
Oh, I'm not basing it off of that. I'm basing it off of my own morality.
Just clown world.
Not having kids with 3 different men.
Yeah, I get it. Like I said, I get it. It's just so stupid. Nobody sees how that's a problem. Like, okay, if nobody sees
we needed the Bible, Amalek, to tell us that it's not a good idea to have kids with 3 different men. We needed the Bible to tell us that.
Well, dude, like, okay, everyone understands that there's like a moral. Oh, look what they're doing in Gaza. Well, how can everybody let this happen? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Dude, we've elevated them to like the moral like judicators of the world. When we
I
do
agree.
this,
They're God's chosen people. No anti-Semitism allowed.
our entire like the crux of our entire morality hinges on like what they wrote in their
We
books.
can't
and how
possibly
they-
know
it's
something is a
read.
bad idea if Jews don't tell us that.
It's so dumb. And it's so obvious. This is why we have like a self-confidence issue, a morality issue, an issue with like sovereignty and things like that. Like that's it's derived from this problem right here.
I agree.
Women, do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called
into
me stupid?
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
You could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit. Because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing, which is immoral.
We probably should have bleeped out a little bit more in that clip. I don't even know what some of those words mean, but that's
Oh,
him
I'm
in a
sure that's
nutshell.
true.
Just
I'm
kind of
sure that's
curses
true.
and-
I'm sure you don't know what some words mean. I gotta clip that up. That's amazing. Just that little section. I don't even know what those
look
words
at that freeze
mean.
frame. I've got like 5 freeze frames for the thumbnail tomorrow. This one's
That's
great,
the out of
She
all
looks
the
so
things she
forlorn.
said tonight, that's the first thing I believe is true. That she doesn't understand what some
Doesn't
words
know
mean.
what words mean.
Yeah, I agree.
Smoke cigarettes and tries to denigrate people. And again, just to give you guys the proof here, Andrew Kovac claims they did pay him, but only to come and teach their students how to debate. Here's his tweet. He wrote, "Nope, he was paid for 1 day of the debate training for our students and campus debate team. He's not, quote unquote, being paid, but seeing how much they seem to hate that idea, maybe we should see if we can work something out. LOL. Oh, LOL. Great. I think we should work something out. I do." And Blake Neff sharing clips of him on the Joe Rogan show. He does a great job on Joe Rogan dissecting several of the conspiracy theories around Charlie's death and answering Rogan's questions about them. Worth the watch. Okay. So yeah, that's my counteroffer. I want Turning Point USA on record, just to recap, saying that you are representing them in this debate. You know, that they're not going to shirk responsibility and pretend like, oh, we just paid him 1 time. Yeah, he's going in there and we want him to debate on our behalf. You will also have to come to me to another point 2A. Obviously, you will not be chain smoking around me. And $500K because they can afford it.
$500K.
We'll leave it at that. Those are my counter terms.
$500,000.
Now back to what I
fucking
actually think about this case. It's just always going to be a running joke. Candace never has any evidence. I just find that to be amazing. It's just no one has presented more evidence. Not even the prosecution has presented more evidence than the Candace show.
Nobody.
I preemptively paused that.
She doesn't even know what the word evidence means. Like you don't even know what words mean, bitch.
No one has more evidence than Candace.
But we'll just keep doing what we do. Now, I have been very clear from the beginning that on the basis of evidence presented.
Hey, listen, I imagine Adam's going to be doing his own stream. Amalek is more than welcome to come on if he wants to. Adam is more than welcome to come on if he wants to. I imagine they're going to be fucking around on their own too.
I do not believe that Charlie Kirk was.
Everyone's going to be streaming it. None of us are going to have an audience because everyone's going to be fucking streaming
I don't even want to participate in it. I know I should be all excited, but it's going to be Cole. I know it. I know, dude, the way Andrew argues makes me so angry.
I think that there's no way that this is going to fulfill expectations.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's already gotten too big. It's like, you know.
People think it's going to be like some crazy, dude, people think it's going to be like the Harlem Globetrotters, and their view is that
it's not. These are two retards.
Yeah,
fighting,
yeah. It's going to be like the
basically.
Special Olympics. Yeah. It's like, I'm not a fan of this. It's going to suck. And PBD,
anyway.
actually, the third dark horse is PBD. He is awful.
I agree. I fucking hate that
He's
guy.
the worst.
I think he's so dumb. Yeah.
Get him how the fuck did he get picked to do this? Dude, yeah, this is gonna suck tomorrow. I don't even want to stream during it. I'm just gonna react to the clips, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it live. I don't know. It's gonna be awful.
Killed by a lone gunman. I do not believe that any weapon was fired from low C rooftop. I find the most compelling theory on the basis of what I observe with my eyes, the odd trajectory of his shirt, which is the first to move. It moves upward and across his chest. The immediate breaking of his necklace before Charlie is impacted and moves upward. The frankly unacceptable idea that Charlie got hit from the front with 2,000 pounds of force, but miraculously didn't go backwards. He didn't fall backwards. No, he just went up and then to the side. And then Dan Flood continues him, pushes him over to the side in that same motion. 2,000 pounds of force. Okay. The double miracle, by the way, because also that not only did that force not hit him of that 30-06 bullet, didn't throw him backwards, but that bullet also didn't even go through. It didn't almost decapitate him, which is what would have been expected. It was just this little perfect wound on the side of his neck. Then there are the black shards all over the floor of the SUV, which transported him to the hospital, followed by the FBI's unusual rush to have that SUV immediately cleaned and resold. No interest in holding that in evidence, which is typical. Also, the mysteriously purged 911 call where someone is allegedly heard saying, "Get that off of him." I routinely and intentionally disobey that Orwellian instruction, as George Orwell authored in his dystopian novel, which is becoming our reality, 1984, quote, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Their final, most essential command is to tell the public, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears." Yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to disobey the party command. No matter how many influencers try to tell us that our eyes and our ears are being overwhelmed, I still feel pretty underwhelmed. Okay. As an example of this instruction routinely playing out, we have covered Benny Johnson, one of the courtroom influencers who Erica personally invited to attend the preliminary hearing. He said this on his show yesterday.
Say what you will about Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson. We have Tyler Robinson's text messages. We have interviews with Tyler Robinson's family members. I know there's a lot of them. I know blood runs very hot on that issue. It does for me too. But we have so much evidence. It's demonstrable and empirical. You can see it. It's been confirmed. It's been confirmed through the devices. It's been published, and they have so much more. You've seen maybe 1% or 2% of the evidence that's actually physically available.
We did not see this. We've not seen anything from his parents. We have not seen, we keep being told that we see it. We keep being told that it's there. It wasn't even so much as mentioned in the preliminary hearing. What are we talking about? Empirical evidence. It's demonstrable. It's overwhelming. Well, I'll tell you what is actually empirical and is interesting. And interestingly enough, it's something that the influencers left out about the 4K footage that they were shown. I've made it clear that I believe the person who is walking up the stairs in the maroon shirt is not Tyler Robinson. The person who was captured on TMZ's cameras in the maroon shirt is not Tyler Robinson. I still believe what I reported back in October of last year, which is that Tyler Robinson never stepped foot onto UVU campus. Okay, that claim has not been debunked.
This is wild. This is actually crazy that she's still just doubled down and completely convicted on this.
It's absolutely insane that anybody is taking this remotely even a little seriously at this point. This is crazy. That's the craziest part about this. Everyone is retarded if they believe that this is true.
Black girl magic.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got a super chat from Naruto. Have I watched Brett Cooper's short saying she's done with politics? I have not, but I will put this aside for later. I did hear about it. Thanks so much for the super chat, bro. Really appreciate it.
Now, although, as I said back then, I learned that he was around campus on that day. I don't know if that means he was driving people around. It's certainly plausible, but I don't think he was either person who walked up the staircase on that day. And I believe those are two different people that we're seeing. The maroon And then
different
later in the
people.
day in the black, I think those are two different
It's
individuals.
over.
And to that point, by the way, of interest is that the UVU students have confirmed to me that there are no cameras outside of the parking garage. There's absolutely no reason for him to walk up through the parking garage. If you look at the layout, it's almost as if the people wanted to be captured by the cameras. If he had just, everybody knows if you go into a parking garage, there's going to be cameras. If he had just walked outside of the garage and went around, there would have been no way for the cameras to capture him. I'm going to show you that on the map here. Okay. The map of the actual route that he took there is he just decided to go through this parking garage. Here's the route he could have taken with the same effects, just stayed on the street, never would have been captured.
Bro.
Again, it makes entirely no sense outside of wanting the cameras to see him. Anyway, what I can state emphatically is that if there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this crime, if they're sticking to that, if it's just so overwhelming that he did this crime, then we can state that there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime.
Lance Twiggs did it. There it is. It was the furry tranny all along.
Okay? Because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. And to be clear, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent. How does that happen? What is Lance doing with the gun? Did Lance go hunting with his gun or something? We learned that the Dremel that was used to carve the bullets belonged to Lance Twiggs. So if there's overwhelming evidence for one, there's more overwhelming evidence for Lance Twiggs. That's what I would assert, right? And when we did background checks and we spoke to people's family members, we learned and spoke to people's schoolmates, we learned that Tyler is described as a quiet kid, a kind kid. Lance is described in opposite terms. He dealt with a multitude of anger and behavioral issues in his youth, so much so that he had to be removed from his home multiple times, living with other family members, living with other people. I mean, like meant to go live with other relatives who in the end also kicked them out of their home as well because of his behavioral issues. When your own family members are describing you as into dark internet stuff, saying that you've had drug overdoses, allegedly, this is the kind of stuff that, in my opinion, might get you caught up with the feds. And while it's not considered LGBTQ, one of the big narratives that has been pushed around here, absent any proof, Lance is the one that was submerged in the furry culture. Remember, he had a fursona named Luna, which is an avatar for your personality. We should discuss that more, right? Lance's fursona named Luna. It's actually a character spelled Loona. I had received this email about Luna. The person wrote, "Dear Candace, quote, I wanted to share some context about a character named Luna from the animated series Hell of a Boss. Luna is a very popular character among members of the furry fandom. She is an anthropomorphic hellhound who normally has a wolf-like appearance, but she is also able to disguise herself in a human form and switch back to her hellhound form. A significant part of her character revolves around..."
Are you kidding me right now? We are doing fursona lore deep dives as part of the evidence. Is this getting sent to evidence? Is the defense going to use this? In the case, are we going to get a description of what Luna is during the court
I really
case?
hope we are, because that would actually be fucking
Jesus
fantastic if we did. That would be entertaining as hell.
She needs to go to jail forever.
Yep, I agree.
Around her difficulty connecting with other people. She is often portrayed as guarded, socially awkward, and emotionally withdrawn. She has trouble making friends, tends to isolate herself, and often hides her insecurity behind sarcasm, anger, or an unfriendly attitude. Over the course of the series, some of her storyline explores her relationships with others, her fear of rejection, and her difficulty expressing affection or allowing herself to become emotionally close to people. Because of both her wolf-like design and her personality, Luna has become especially recognizable and popular within the furry fandom and online animation communities. She appears frequently in fan art, cosplay, memes, and other fan-created content. So this was interesting to me because I, a long time ago, very long time ago, back in October, told you that, among other things that I learned about the Robinson family.
No, Francesca wants to try to get with Nick. Have you followed this whole Francesca Beardson thing? Because it's actually
Never
terrifying.
happening. Never, ever
no,
happening.
no, Nick is way too smart for that shit.
Never happening.
Of course, this whole lie that Matt Robinson believed his son was guilty. Matt Robinson, when he went back to the apartment that Tyler Robinson shared with Lance, discovered that a bed that was not in his son's room, a dog bed, was put into his son's room. His suspicion was that the feds had staged that room. Well, if you're telling me that it's Lance that has a fursona that happens to be a hellhound, it would make more sense that this would be Lance's bed, Lance's big dog bed, that Lance was embodying this fursona. And when we looked further into Luna and this hellhound demon dog, that's literally what it is, a demon dog, we learned that the demon dog wears a pentagram as a necklace. And the series premise.
Someone in the chat thinks 30-06 was not used.
Yeah, then they're dumb. That is a stupid person that has no idea what they're talking about. And you have your own brain and you don't use it, and that's pretty much what you said. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think Amalek might be wearing out, guys. I think 4.5 hours of watching this shit. I think he might be.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, this is ridiculous to just. Oh, I'm a hunter, and I've seen what a 30-06 does to an animal. Therefore, that's how it must behave every single time when interacting with Charlie Kirk. That is so incredibly stupid. Anyone who's shot a lot of rifles or a lot of weapons understands that the way that these things work is it's all a percentage chance. And just because it's not super likely to do what it did with Charlie doesn't mean it's impossible. It's just so dumb.
Yep.
In and of itself is
not
sort
about
of
thickness.
amazing.
It's not about
this is what it
thickness
says
and
on
things like that. It's not has nothing to do with that.
Wikipedia. Okay.
Back to freedom.
The series follows the employees of IMP, Immediate Murder Professionals, and an assassination company in hell that offers hitman services in the realm of a living on their many different jobs.
Wait,
just incredible.
The furry was a hitman? Are you shitting me? The furry was a fucking hitman. Okay.
Incredible. That is just incredible. Especially when you weigh that against the fact that you have people like the medical examiner's wife.
That proves it, Amalek. Lance Twiggs was obviously the assassin because the furry was a hitman.
Mm-hmm. No,
Amalek
checks
defeated. Out. It's over.
Who is encouraging people online and on Discord to further lean into these avatars, to accept them as a sort of like dissociative character in their life. This can be separate. It can be sexual.
Somebody said so.
Whatever.
All ex-military who are saying it could be a
30-06 of Luna.
Dude, you saying so? All ex-military who have combat experience saying it's not a 30-06 are liars. Okay, first of all, not all ex-military are saying that. Not true. Absolutely not true. Hundreds and I follow tons of these military influencers, and they're all saying that all the people who are doing that are grifters and con artists. The real people are all saying that that's not the real military people are not saying what you're saying. First of all. Second of all, who have real combat experience. Hey, buddy, real combat experience isn't being a ballistics expert. And in very few militaries that are times that our militaries fighting, are they even using 30-06? Do you think our military is going around with 30-06 using that bullet? No, it's not. Do you think the enemy is? No, they're using 7.62. So in what way is combat experience relevant to this discussion? Oh, that's right. It's not. And also calling them liars, calling somebody a liar for explaining to you how a 30-06 can behave, which is perfectly in line with how it behaved when it hit Charlie Kirk, is not a lie. It's not lying. It's not calling them liars. It's calling them dumbasses, actually. Anyone who thinks it's outside of possibility how that round behaved is just a dumbass who doesn't know what they're talking about. This is just dumb.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know.
It's just so
To be compelling.
It's just so dumb.
This is man's area.
Dude,
I have nothing
a
to add to
30
guns.
a 30-06. Okay, listen. You would have, in order for what they're saying to be true, every single person who was shot with an M1 Garand in World War II and the Korean War would have had to have gotten blown up or decapitated or their they got shot in the arm and their arm blew off.
Okay, I
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
The gun that we used in World War II, the most popular gun, the M1 Garand, is the same caliber. Okay, so everyone knows about World War II history. Is that the story of World War II history, that the Americans invaded Europe and blew the limbs off of all the Germans with cartoon guns?
No.
Oh, no, that's not what happened. It was a regular gun, a regular bullet that behaved within the bounds of physics. Gotcha. Okay. So you don't know what you're talking about then. If you think that a 30-06 must behave in the way you're describing, you don't know what you're talking about. Period. The end.
Lance Twiggs, why wasn't Lance Twiggs arrested, actually? Lance Twiggs' alibi, just to remind you, for September 10th is, I was sleeping. Has anyone prodded that narrative? Did the feds prod that narrative? Have they confirmed that he was just, sleeping through the biggest assassination since JFK?
Sometimes people just sleep,
That feels like
Candace.
something you could confirm. You could check maybe some cameras, Gamma request some cameras to see if he was moving around that day, see if his phone had activity. That's pretty easy. Isn't it at least feasible that he wasn't? Plausible that he wasn't? Is it not possible that the note that was handwritten, which Lance claims he found under his keyboard and then took a picture of it, but then burned the note to hide the evidence? I'm sorry, what? You burned the note to hide the evidence after taking a picture of it, which does not hide the evidence? Is it possible that Lance just wrote the note and burned it because we were not going to find Tyler Robinson's fingerprints on that note? Then there's this, okay? Like I said, I've been convinced since the very beginning that those are two separate people that emerge on campus in the stairwell, one wearing a maroon shirt, the other one in a black shirt at a later point. Now, this is by no means a perfect science, but the person in the maroon shirt appears to be left-handed, or at least exceedingly ambidextrous, because when he is walking down the steps, what the influencers were shown in 4K is actually he's on his phone, and he seems to be either completing a message, maybe just marking time, who knows, but he's holding his phone in his left hand before he slips his phone into his left pocket. So I want you to watch that here. In the footage that we saw, it was very blurry, and I'm going to show you that blurry footage, but that is what I am telling you. It is a phone that he is holding and slipping into his pocket. You can play this. Okay. That's a phone. Okay.
So?
And then he slips that phone into his pocket.
So what?
That's what they were shown in 4K.
That means he's left-handed?
And they didn't mention that. Might be relevant. Maybe they didn't notice. Maybe their brain didn't realize, oh, wait, that's left-handed. Now, I don't know people who are right-handed who text or deal with their left hand or use their left pocket at all. These are things that you don't think about because it's like second nature to you.
What are you talking
Tyler
about?
Robinson was
I'm
admittedly-
literally texting in my left hand right now.
What in the fuck is she doing? I can do anything in both hands. Like,
I was
what
literally-
the fuck? I'm a knitter.
Dude, my right hand has my mouse in it, and my left hand has my phone in it. And I was literally texting somebody while she was saying this. She's the dumb. She's so stupid.
Not left-handed. It is actually spelled out in his legal filings, but if you conduct your own investigation into all of the many social media photos that are posted by his mother onto Facebook from the time he was a kid all through his young adulthood, he's right-handed. To the contrary and of interest, we thought, let's just check and see about Lance. And it's the exact opposite. Across various public photos of Lance, he appears to be left-handed, or at least without question, ambidextrous. We can go through some of the strong evidence of that. This is Lance on a snowboard. Now, sometimes people learn do it on the opposite leg, but we can show you this clip. You will see that when he falls, he even falls onto his left hand. Okay? When you're catching yourself, you're going to go dominant on the right side. Recently, you know, he was photographed down in Texas pumping gas. He is pumping with his left hand. There's also selfie photos of him on the internet. He is taking these selfies with his left hand. And most compelling is this video of Lance as a child playing the piano.
I literally record almost every single video where I'm talking into my phone in my left fucking hand. Candace, I am not left-handed.
Now, you're going to note before we hit play on this video that his watch is affixed to his right hand. Now, the proper way that you wear a watch is to fix the watch to the opposite of your dominant hand. The reason for that is because you use it less. So you're trying to keep it so you're not scraping and writing. And so that's why I always wear my watch on my left hand. He has his watch on his right hand, but you're also going to see when he plays, he's going to turn the page with his left hand. Take a look at this.
My name is Lance Twiggs. I am playing country concerto for young pianists. And I like piano because it gives me something other than playing video games to do with my fingers.
Left. To get started, that's left hand dominance.
Does Candace know how playing the fucking piano works?
I hate everything about what you just showed on the screen. I wish I could unsee what I just saw.
Candace, did you never take a fucking piano lesson growing up? Candace,
No.
I was not good at the piano. I was not good, but I took enough lessons to know that like you use both hand. Like what the fuck, Candace? Look at the face. Gotta get the freeze frame. Hang on. Does Candace think you only play the piano with one hand? Like, what the fuck?
Perhaps ambidextrous. I find that to be very interesting. That little phone pocket
What's next?
thing,
She's going to show us a
which the
guitar
feds
player who
wanted
had
to
to use
blur.
both hands too? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. They must be ambidextrous. They're playing the guitar. Look how they use the pick in their right hand and they're using the strings in their left. They
Or
must
a
be
drummer.
ambidextrous.
Did
Yeah, what a
drummers
dumb-
only use one hand, Candace?
Dude, oh my God. Yo, imagine being like a person watching this and being like, holy shit. Holy shit. She figured it out. Holy shit.
It's over. It's over. Malcolm in with the super chat, the stupidity marches. Well, I think we've really hit the, like, I feel like Candace is hitting the wall at this point. It's like, this is great, actually.
First, the public couldn't see that. It's his phone. He's on his phone and he puts it into his left pocket. And isn't it just interesting that the feds instantly felt that when they met with Lance, it wasn't no, he's not an accomplice. There's no way. It didn't even cross their minds. In fact, what they decided to do after they questioned Lance for a few hours is they offered him a ride back home. That's a fact. He was then dropped off by police at his parents' residence. The feds then moved him and his father into a safe house. The feds
Thanks, Charles.
paid for them
Appreciate that.
to live somewhere unknown to the general public. All of that just strikes me as remarkably odd. That's just, this person would have access to everything that was Tyler Robinson's. I'd love to know exactly how his hair was styled when all of this went down. Now, just some things that you should know that I'm happy to share with you as we start moving in on this and considering this plausibility is that Lance moved in to that apartment, which is owned by his family, in July of 2022. He initially found two roommates that were brothers. Their names were Caleb and Bradley. One of them was in the military. That's Bradley. Caleb left a year later. And in 2023, Tyler Robinson took Caleb's place. So in August of 2023, Tyler Robinson begins living there. So it was just Bradley, the military guy, Lance, and Tyler Robinson living as roommates until November of 2024. So at the end of 2024, Bradley, the military guy, moved out, citing a military obligation. This left just Tyler and Lance living in that apartment alone at the beginning of 2025. Those are just some more facts that I would like to just introduce into the public domain that could be of interest. So yeah, that is my position. These are the things that I am looking into. I have always suspected, and even more so after the preliminary hearing, that Lance could have been a federal asset who got mixed up in something in his online communities. Allegedly, that's my perspective. Think while it's
Allegedly.
illegal. We'll be right back after a break.
All right.
All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than
Let's
ever?
see if what's on the other half of this break. Let's see. Oh, it's responding to Matt Walsh. Okay, so I guess we're done with this episode then. Okay, 2 more episodes to go. Second to last.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I'm already exhausted at the beginning of this week, not from pregnancy, but from weekend-long negotiations with Andrew Wilson's nameless team, by the way. You don't know ever who you're emailing for this Friday's debate. Will it happen? I certainly hope so. I'm trying to make it happen. But boy, they are not making it easy in the background, like just some straight paranoia coming from his side about possibilities of my team muting them, lowering the volume, stealing the funds, and then canceling the debate. It's all very, very crazy. But the good news is that we have secured a moderator, a good one, and the moderator is already stepping in to moderate to get this debate over the finish line. I'll tell you guys a little bit about that. Not going to name the moderator, though, because they might want to announce it themselves. Also, so you know that crazy handle at No Soup for Knowles? I mean, totally psychotic. It was essentially a Daily Wire superfan account, which most people reasonably assumed was like a 13-year-old teenager, the kind that hangs like NSYNC and Backstreet Boy posters in her bedroom. Well, it actually turns out that she's a 45-year-old drunk who probably needs someone who loves her to take her phone away. I'm going to tell you how that all got discovered
Candace
this weekend. But first, I have exclusive, never before seen photos for you, the 4K HD kind of Tyler Robinson, kind that make us conspiracy theorists look like we're just really the people who have the courage to tell the truth early. You know what they say? What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? About 2 weeks. Welcome back to Candace.
Nobody thinks that, by the way. No one says that.
Yeah.
It's over now. Conspiracy theories are dead. Candace and the boys killed them.
Candace has murdered all conspiracy theories henceforth, forever. It's over.
Okay, so let's actually start this episode with some good old-fashioned humor. I'm going to take you guys back to the early 2000s. Great time. And one of my favorite comedic skits of all time. It was Dane Cook in his prime. The year was 2006, and he dropped his Vicious Cycle special on HBO. I can't believe it's been 20 years since he dropped this special.
That was hilarious.
I mean, my team watched it a few weeks ago. And anyway, he begins a skit within this Vicious Cycle special, retelling a story from his youth. So I'm just going to play that and let you take a listen just on audio.
I'm not kidding you guys. I wanted to do crimes. I woke up one day, 18 years old, and I said, I had a craving. And I said, you know what I have to do? I have to do a B&E. I said, I'm going to do it. I'm doing a B&E.
Then he goes on and he sort of says, like, if you're thinking this is a bacon and eggs, no, he's talking about doing a breaking and an entering. You should go pursue that. I wish we had made that clip a little bit longer, but it just instantly brought me back to the fun of my youth, egging houses, toilet papering trees. We did it all. And then Dane Cook sort of delivers this truth of the skit about the one person that exists in every teenage friend group. Take a listen to this.
I call Robert up because when you do a B&E, you need an accomplice. And the key is you always need to bring somebody with you who does not want to go. They have to hassle you the whole time and make it difficult to enjoy the B&E.
And then he goes on and sort of starts retelling his character about his friend Robert, who's like, no, don't do it. Don't do crimes. And that's an absolute fact. This is really known as the responsible friend in the group. I'm afraid to tell you guys I was not that friend, but I had that kind of a friend. The person that keeps you in line, and then you peer pressure them occasionally out of the line.
Are they Jewish?
Anyway, he continues in his description of this friend, Robert, who doesn't really want to go, but he sort of forces Robert to go on this B&E. And here's how it goes. Take a listen.
Because you always have to park way too far. And then you have to go through backyards, right? You have to go, you have to hop over, fences and It's part of the fun, right? And you always have to get caught on that one chain link fence where you're like, dude, this is my favorite shirt. Well, you shouldn't be wearing your favorite shirt on a B&E. Wear your second favorite shirt.
Real.
You dunce. I turn back to Robert. I go, you ready? You ready to do this? And he goes, wait. dude, I hear a car. And I said, yeah, the world is full of them. You're going to hear a lot of them for the rest of your life. If you hear a humpback whale, that's weird. Tell me that. Then I'll stop.
And onward it goes. Him and his friend Robert going to commit a breaking and entering. It's a brilliant skit. We're not going to play the entire thing. But if you have not heard it, please go pursue it in its entirety because it's brilliant and it's hilarious and it will remind you of your youth. And no, it doesn't go where you think it's going to go. However, I'm not going to spoil that for you. The reason I am bringing this up today is because of that particular portion regarding the chain link fence. It just suddenly dawned on me this weekend, the sheer stupidity, the ever-increasing stupidity of the Tyler Robinson narrative, that we are to believe that this uber intelligent kid, remember, Tyler Robinson had above a 4.0 GPA, and we are to believe also that he wanted to get away with this crime. That's expressed to his furry lover via text. Remember, he allegedly wrote this in the confession messages to Lance. He wrote, quote, "To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age." There goes the suicide narrative. So yeah, we're told he wanted to get away with it, to live out his old age with this secret. And yet, when he went to campus that day, he chose to wear his favorite shirt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you dunce, you don't do that. You don't wear your favorite shirt to commit a crime. I suddenly realized how quickly, if you remember, the media intentionally kept showing us Tyler in maroon shirts over the years. In fact, the very first picture that was presented by the media, the very first picture that went viral when his name was revealed to the public, the photo that was virtually used by every news station globally was this one, taken from his mother's Facebook. I'm going to show you that. Remember this, right? Oh, yeah. The idea that was being immediately seeded into our minds, seeded to the public before we knew any details, was that, hey, Tyler Robinson wears maroon shirts. He loves maroon shirts, like a lot. In fact, it was almost as if he only wore maroon shirts. It was like revisit that in your mind. They even handpicked other photos to show and share with the world how much he repeatedly was in maroon, even from the time he was young. I'm going to show you some photos that were presented in the media. If you Google Tyler Robinson in the media on that day, you will see these photos that they pulled from his mother's Facebook, even going back from when he was younger, photos of him and like, oh gosh, wow, this kid must just love maroon shirts. It's his favorite shirt. That was intentional. That was intentional because I actually had gone through his mother's Facebook at the time, and there were plenty of other photos of Tyler Robinson to choose from, many of them much more recent than the one that they were showing, of him wearing shirts of all different color varieties, blue shirts, white shirts, green shirts. Here are just a few. I'm going to show you Tyler Robinson wearing, you can just keep going through these. This is shirts that were available that the media did not choose that day. They just wanted you to ingrain in your mind that Tyler Robinson, actually, when I looked through everything, I went back and reflected, we had a screen record, I would have assumed actually blue was his favorite color.
You just contradicted your own whole narrative. Dude, you don't even know that that's his favorite shirt. You think that his favorite shirt would have been blue. Dude, this is so... Dude, this is very stupid. Because he has that shirt on, that's his favorite shirt, and then at the same time you're going to argue that, oh, but I went through all the pictures and it could have been blue, I would have thought. This is just... I mean, I hope Andrew crushes her, but it's not looking good, man.
No, I hope Andrew loses. They're going to both lose. It's going to be awesome.
Actually, blue.
If they both lose, it'll be worth getting up early. Then I'm taking the rest
Was
of the
his
day
favorite
off.
color on the basis of the photos that I saw of Tyler Robinson. So I reflected on that intention. It reminds me of sort of the same psychological operation of them immediately trying to remind us of how much Charlie loved Israel. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
They just like instantly stood, Charlie's hugging the Israel flag. Charlie, she's Shabbat Shalom, and Charlie loved Israel. That's a psychological operation. And I want to be clear, the maroon one worked. They knew that we would naturally draw conclusions because if your brain is trying to work through things, right? But now, reflecting on that, if you believe as I do that Tyler Robinson is in fact a patsy, then of course the outfit that the person they were going to tell us was Tyler Robinson, caught on neighborhood cameras, caught on blurry stairwells of him walking down the parking garage. The outfit was pre-selected. They selected a maroon shirt, if that is the alternative narrative. So they knew to message to everyone immediately, Tyler loves maroon, Tyler loves maroon. Oh, and look, here he is in a maroon shirt walking down the street and walking down a stairwell. So your brain goes, I'm going to fill in that gap. Obviously, it must be Tyler Robinson. I'm getting the truth. You see, the only problem is the person that is walking around in that maroon shirt, I'm pretty sure is left-handed, right? We showed you that
Holy shit,
last
dude.
week that they didn't show
That's the whole thing that she's putting together.
images
That's her
of him coming
argument.
up the stairs.
It's over. Yep. Lance Twigs is left-handed. Tyler Robinson is left-handed. It's over. Emily.
Is that he's actually putting his phone.
No,
in his
Tyler
left
Robinson
hand.
is not left-handed.
Today
Never
we
mind.
have more
Strike that,
exclusive
reverse it.
stills from the 4K
all-
undeniable footage that was shown.
Lance Twigs used his left hand to play the piano. Therefore, ergo, he is the killer.
In the courtroom to influencers, eventually shown to influencers to prove that. The first thing I'm going to show you from that parking garage is what this person looks like, because if it was less compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this. Oh.
Dude. This is an edited photo.
I want to be clear. We did not edit these in any
Didn't edit
way.
them, Amalek.
Okay.
We didn't do it.
There's no editing. We're not
might personally
making
not have edited them,
this
but that is
is-
an edited
this
photo.
is-
That is absolutely an edited photo. There's no doubt about it. The original is a fish lens, as a fisheye lens, where the closer to the middle it is, the more or the less stretched out it is. Or I'm sorry, the more the closer to the middle it is, the less distortion, I guess you could say
Yeah.
it is. And those vehicles in the background are all stretched out as well. Like it's this is edited, and it's obvious too.
Tyler Robinson? Second thing I'm
Look at
going
his-
to
look
show
at his
you
arm.
is
Look at his arm.
again,
You can tell.
his appears.
Look at his right arm.
It looks
You can-
weird.
Yeah, because they stretched out.
It looks like it's all like wiggly. Oh, both his
because
arms. look like
because
they're
the
all
middle
wiggly.
because the middle of it, he's not stretched actually. You know what I mean? Or I'm
Mhm.
sorry, he's not distorted because he's in the center of the fisheye lens. But the rest of the outside is. So that's what happens when you stretch out someone that's not supposed to be stretched out. His arm looks like that. It's just so whatever.
To be left-handed. Okay, my government source says that he takes his phone out of his left pocket and then puts an earpiece into his left ear. Oh, okay. That government source feels confident that this person is left-handed. Wow, what a silly mistake, right? You plan everything and then just forget that everyone's got to be right-handed. Oops. That's a big auto, actually. It might require you to intentionally degrade and blur footage when you go, ooh, that's not the right hand. And I know last week we showed you that in every instance that we find Lance Twigs, he appears to be left-handed, left dominant, pumping gas, snowboarding, falling while snowboarding, playing the piano where he's putting his watch. And now we can show you this picture of him eating. Oh, with his left hand.
Dude.
So that's kind of interesting there.
Yeah. And like just
It would
and
suggest
like gave up.
heavily
It's over.
that Lance is left hand dominant. Maybe he's ambidextrous. I don't know. But I've seen enough photos now to go, yeah, I think he's left-handed. I do. Another thing that I would like to point out is that this individual that we are showing you in more clarified images, and we are doing this just to be clear on behalf of Turning Point USA, who has been demanding transparency. We just wanted to rise to the occasion.
Oh my God.
But what also
Candace.
becomes clear is that he seems to be wearing, and this is a big one, high white socks of some description. Take a look. Oh. And I'll tell you, that is not the sun. It is like what looks to be, and I don't know if it's looking as clear on your screen, it's got tanned arms and like you're either albino in September and this is the first time you've ever in your life, look, this is a better, because you can see now he's out of the sun. Just take a look at that. It looks to us like sports leggings, like soccer socks pulled up. What does that, or albino in September, just put on a pair of shorts for the first day. And when I use my
actually
mind,
think
like,
it's 'cause
well, why
Israel
would
did it.
someone wear like
Yeah,
what looks
I think
What'd
it's
you
because
say?
Israel did it. Israel, you hit him with the goy
Definitely.
beam and it
Yeah.
turned his legs white.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep.
Definitely.
like stockings on this day? It makes me think, does somebody have a tattoo? That's what if I was supposed to be looking like Tyler Robinson didn't have a tattoo, I might wear high socks. That's what I would do. Just another thing that I would maybe explore. Or I'm sure since Tyler Robinson is in custody, they must have photos from that day and they're going to show that he had super tanned arms and albino white legs. Right? And lastly, what I would like to show you in these exclusive photos, that it appears to me, certainly to Ashley, certainly to girls who have tried to hide their hair in hats, that this individual is wearing his hat slightly above his head as if he's trying to accommodate a ponytail. It's a girl thing. Take a look. Oh, yeah, that hat is actually above
It could also just be a
his
hat thing,
glasses.
Candace.
We could say that.
She's
It could
so
literally just be a
dumb.
hat
It's under
thing.
there.
It's also like
You
a
can wear your
fisheye.
hat
Like, does she not understand the concept of a fisheye lens? Like, I don't like. Are we all pretending that this doesn't exist?
Yeah, apparently.
Like that.
The hat is obviously
commit a crime.
distorted. It's obviously
You
distorted.
see in the other staircase stuff, they show him looking down. So we assume it's low, but it's not. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm doing this for transparency.
No, transparency.
I gotta tell you, it never really made sense to me, the story of Tyler Robinson changing just his shorts. That was the story, right? And I just want to make sure that we reflect so you can really understand where we are at in terms of the Tyler Robinson narrative, okay? As it currently stands, they want us to believe that Tyler Robinson slept at home and then woke himself up before 4 a.m. on September 10th of 2025 because he had to leave his house in St. George before 4 a.m. to make it up to campus when they then catch him on walking by the neighbor's house at 8:07 a.m. That's that TMZ released footage, 8:07 a.m. So I want you to picture him waking up, putting on his favorite maroon shirt with some gray shorts. He then makes the 4-hour drive from St. George to the campus, gets out of his car, pulls into the garage, gets back in his car, pulls into the garage, finds the surveillance cameras in the garage, en route to go approach a Turning Point employee. It's like, I'm going to wear my favorite shirt to approach a Turning Point employee because I intend to kill their boss. I don't know how that conversation went. I can't wait to hear her testify. He said apparently, hey, is this where the Charlie Kirk event is going to be? And she probably was like, yeah, it is. And he was probably like, I've never spoken about Charlie Kirk before. Hey, do you like my shirt? It's my favorite shirt. Maybe that's how it went.
Yeah. That's
He then
exactly how
went,
it went, Candace.
this is according to the police, to Chick-fil-A on campus. We haven't seen any footage from that yet. We haven't been told much about that. My assumption is he had a meal before he decided that it was time to do crime. He then drives off campus, parks, changes his outfit, puts on a long sleeve black shirt, puts on blue jeans, and he says to himself, before we do crime, we do Wordle. That's a fact. At 11:28, he sent his Wordle score to his friends. The word of the day was pouty, in case you're wondering. Once he sent that score to his friend, he said, no, now it's time. Then he shoves a broken down German 98 Mauser into his pants.
This is true. I was spotted in the Kraz in Madison, Wisconsin, filming with my left hand while surrounded by security guards in my favorite fucking Gucci shirt. I wasn't wearing a Gucci shirt. I was wearing an All Saints jacket, I will have you know, and it looked fucking
Well, then you're
awesome.
a communist. You're obviously an Israeli communist.
Exactly. I'm obviously this
Straight
group.
from the
I'm a
kibbutz.
leftist,
Yep.
Antifa. I was wearing a jean jacket. Like, I would never wear a jean jacket if I was on the right.
Wait, where were you on the day Charlie was shot? Maybe it was
I-
you. Maybe it's your ponytail that's being hidden. Maybe that's a photo
True.
of you.
True. I was literally on my way to a leftist event.
Yeah,
Thus it is
dude,
proof that
it was
me.
you. You did it. I'm
Guilty.
emailing everyone that's listening right now.
Yep.
Email Candace, tell her of our evidence that we
Found
had
me.
our
I
theory
did
that
it.
it was you.
Yep.
I mean, there's about as much evidence that you did it as there is that Tyler didn't do it.
I mean,
so
I'm a secret Antifa double agent, as you know.
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
He starts limping back onto campus with a new hat, a new backpack, and we all know what happens next. He then jumps off of the building after killing Charlie Kirk, lands onto solid ground. Like he had been practicing that maneuver.
True, Reagan. True.
And
I was on a Substack live
what we
stream
know
when it
for
happened.
certain,
True. I was live on Substack when Charlie Kirk got shot, and everyone told me what happened. And then we watched it. We watched a replay. So I have an alibi. Haha. I'm innocent.
is that he then changes back into his maroon shirt, but he leaves the jeans on. He's then spotted at Dairy Queen. He really loves that shirt.
I mean, listen, pre-weight loss, I still would have jumped off the fucking roof. It just would have hurt a little bit more. Just would have been like, but I might have like twisted an ankle or something.
And he, after that change, after committing that, he again goes back to that moon after the Dairy Queen, orders a meal because he ate, right? We know that he eats there. You can see that in the photo. And also, like, who amongst us has not worked up an appetite after playing Spider-Man on a rooftop? That's understandable. He then departs Orem and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch, to the Cowboy Steakhouse, where he seats himself at the bar and he orders a steak combo with a soft drink. I want to emphasize that. No alcohol, presumably because he doesn't want to drive irresponsibly and, risking getting a DUI. He probably doesn't want to hurt anybody. So after that steak, he drives back up to Orem. I mean, long drive. Another 3 hours, this time because he wants to retrieve his rifle.
Well, true. I mean, sprained ankle, you can't run a marathon, but when I one time did run a half marathon with a stress fracture and didn't know I had a stress fracture until after I finished the half marathon. And then I couldn't walk for 2 months after that. And that was really fun for me, Hans. Thank you for bringing up that very traumatic memory.
During what is the largest federal manhunt of my lifetime and probably every single person who's listening to this podcast lifetime. But Tyler's feeling lucky because he's wearing his maroon shirt. It's his favorite shirt. He returns to the scene of the crime, and if I am understanding now, I wrongly assumed that he had been pulled over, but actually we are re-listening to Agent Hull's testimony, and his testimony is best listened to on audio because they're showing you images and you're filling in blanks in your brain, but that's not what they're actually saying. They're telling you that actually, if you listen to it, I think what they're saying is Tyler stopped his car to ask the police officer a question. So he commits a murder, drives for 3 hours, and is feeling confident enough to actually ask the police officer a question. Listen to what Agent Hull says. Don't watch. Listen to how he describes it.
Now, what do we see?
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
When that vehicle stopped, it actually made contact with an officer that was doing security detail. That sounds to me like Tyler stopped his vehicle and he made contact with the security detail. That's got some bravado, I gotta say. We have not seen any footage from that. I'm hoping the security guard or officer's body cam didn't mysteriously crash out and die or develop amnesia. Anyway, back to Tyler. Because I want to point out that he's been awake for a long time now. At some point, he gives up and he says, I'm not going to retrieve my rifle. And he decides to drive the 4 hours back to his apartment in St. George. Earliest he got back home was 5 a.m. That's just based on his text messages to Lance and when he was captured on other doorbell footage. So we can make a safe estimate that he left Orem around 1:35 a.m. And then he drives back to St. George and arrives earliest at 5 a.m. I'm just wondering if anybody tested Tyler Robinson for cocaine or meth. Because according to this breakdown, he's been awake for 25 hours straight, during which he has driven an approximate 13 hours and 20 minutes. 13 hours and 20 minutes of driving, up for 25 hours. Now, for clarity, in 13 hours and 20 minutes, you can drive from New Orleans, Louisiana to Chicago in that time frame. You could drive from Atlanta, Georgia to New York City in that time frame. Tyler Robinson, he's just driving about. He decided he just was going to go around Utah.
First of all, I don't believe in
After
her little
committing
timetable here.
his
I don't
first-
believe that she has any idea what the fuck she's talking about, and I don't trust her
Yep.
ability to put together a timetable in math. But let's just go ahead and take this idea that it's 13 hours of driving at face value. Yeah, people who commit crazy crimes like that has the adrenaline going, not going to sleep and driving around trying to have the last meal here, and oh, maybe I'll get my
Yeah.
rifle back and all this other stuff. This is totally within line of how I would think he would behave.
I completely agree. It's like this is someone who knows that he's probably totally fucked for the rest of his life.
Yeah, and
he's
he's
now,
driving around making do. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
Assassination. And if you're thinking, okay, 25 hours is long, he probably then went to sleep. You'd be wrong. You'd be very wrong. If you're thinking, well, he must have at least when he finally got home showered and changed his shirt, you'd be forgetting that this is his favorite one. What happens, according to the narrative, is he stays home for an hour before he heads back out again, this time driving about an hour away to Cedar City, because that's where he's captured on gas station footage filling up his tank. And we don't actually have an answer for why he went to get gas that far away. But apparently, this young man just loves to drive. So why get gas local when you can get gas an hour away? And then we
Maybe
know
he just
will
kept
drive
driving,
back
Candace.
home.
Dude, there's
This is
literally
according to
thousands
Lance's
of
testimony.
reasons.
Lance will testify that he sees him when he wakes up. They're face to face in their apartment. He still hasn't changed his shirt, I don't think. No, he doesn't, because we know he's going to be wearing that when he gets arrested. And we're just supposed to accept it. I don't know, guys. I think that one day many books will be written regarding the stupidity, the sheer stupidity of the Fed slop. Because we're going to win. We're winning already. They're coming apart. Everybody's coming apart. They can't make this fit.
In the end, we
Feds don't
win.
even want to
Sure.
address or answer or respond to him being in Dairy Queen or at the steakhouse. They're leaving out all sorts of things. These testimonies are weak. Yeah, one day we're going to reflect and truth is going to win. And I'm probably going to write a book entitled "I Went All the Way to Orem to Commit an Assassination and All I Got Was a Maroon T-shirt?" Question mark.
Yeah,
Because
that's
that's
a great
what this
idea,
feels
Candace.
like.
Nothing could go wrong with that
Ladies
plan.
and gentlemen, I just want to say this before we go to break. If you are going to commit a capital offense, please remember to wear your second favorite shirt. Okay? We'll be right back after a brief break to discuss something we discovered about George Zinn. All right.
Do you want to keep going with this episode? Let me see. What else are we
Dude,
talking
the
about
George Zinn thing is already the dumbest. I didn't know that she did this, that she brought this up again. This is so stupid. Holy shit.
All right, let's fast forward to the George Zinn thing.
Yeah, dude, you know about that, right? Remember this?
No, give me a synopsis, please.
Remember the guy at the very beginning who's like, "Oh, I
Oh,
did
the
it,"
old
or
man,
whatever?
the patsy that was
Yeah,
like,
they-
I did
they
it,
were all-
I did it. Okay.
Yeah, and they're all like, "Oh, he was Jewish." First of all, he's not Jewish. He's Greek. He's a Christian, first of all. Second of all, you go to these types of events all the time, right? Like these
Yeah.
types of events with like political events, or there's like a lot of weird, freakish people. He was
Yes.
well known in those places in Utah as somebody who would go to these political events and cause like a big hubbub, a big stir, all that shit. A local e-celeb basically. And there's multiple articles of him doing this shit constantly all the time. This
True.
type of like antagonism and stuff like that. Like, dude, the idea that like these political events, they have people like this come out to them all the time, and he's just one of them. A guy like that acting weird when it happened, again, is not evidence of anything. And he's also not like a Jewish agent, which I've seen.
Let's see what the update is.
See if any of you guys recognize this. One of the many people who have helped me research on this, there is a young woman who reached out to me and said, hey, you need to check this out with George Zinn. Like, what's that falling out of his pants? Anyway, I'm going to first show you the video of George Zinn's arrest. We haven't covered him much. He's decoy boy number one. Obviously, he said, I did it, came down. We don't really know why he said that. And these are the best kinds of people actually to bring into a federal operation because we wrongly just dismiss them as crazy and we sort of move on. And I'm guilty of this with George Zinn. I probably should have prodded a bit more, paid more attention to his arrest. But sure enough, I want you to take a look at, I don't want to say like his pants are down, take a look at what's happening between his legs, but it makes more sense when we show you this video that he just has some stuff that is falling that seems to have come perhaps maybe from his lower ankle. Take a look at this. And if you are listening to this on audio, you can see his pants are down. He does have boxers on. And it just seems like whatever it is clearly attached to him, whether it's attached to his belt and it looks like it's coming from his ankle because he is
No, that's
walking.
clearly a bomb.
But then she discovered that in the high-res photos, it appears that George Zinn has some sort of a device that's fallen. And somebody may recognize this. It may really be nothing. I'm not familiar with it, but that's what the close-up of it is. And as you can see, it looks like the only way I could describe it would be like a walkie-talkie meets an iPhone. It's a thicker device. Again, this could be something I'm not familiar with.
So
this could very
dumb.
easily
Dude,
be
she
like,
just
oh,
doesn't-
people who are
She,
hard
like,
on
can't
hearing have this.
contemplate other things being like, oh, if it's not the way that I can, if I can't think of how something happened, therefore that's evidence that there's something weird about it. It's just
Yeah. Okay. I think that's enough of the George Zinn update. Amalek, we have reached the end. It is the last
no
episode.
way.
It is the last episode. We've made it. We are almost prepared for the great debate tomorrow. Let's go.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is
Thanks,
wearing their
Candace.
second favorite shirt today because we are going to do some hood rat stuff with our friends.
Hood
Now,
rat.
people are deeply upset on the internet that we showed photos that were uncompressed. That's all we did. That compression
Uncompressed.
sure makes the individual in the parking garage look a lot thinner.
They literally edited the photos to undo what the original lens does. And then they use that as the example and call that uncompressing that. You doctored the photo. You're using a doctored photo.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't pleased. They're going, why did she do that? These sorts of individuals, I want to say, are what my husband would describe as dollar a day mindset people, the kind of people who, when presented with a large sum of money that they can have instantly, don't calculate how taking the cash up front is going to impact them in the future, right? They think along these lines. Oh, wow, $200,000 to become a full-time liar to spread the Fed slop? That sounds fantastic. I've never seen that kind of money before. What they don't consider is the fact that everyone then knows you're a Fed slopper. They will never trust you again. So your potential to earn in the future, to be listened to by people, that collapses. So unless the people who brought you that $200K, the bigger check in the beginning, are going to just say, we'll do that for the rest of your life. Yeah, that's not good. Fast money is not a long-term strategy. So try to live your life with some honor, some decency. Tell the truth. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, today we will be announcing the moderator of the debate between me and Andrew Wilson on Friday because it's official. It's happening. We're also going to take a look at the attempted hit piece by MS Now against me, promoted and supported by Turning Point USA. Of course, it backfired. Everything that Turning Coat USA does backfires because, the person that had the brains at that organization is no longer with us. So welcome back to Candace. Okay, you have to love when we win like we did yesterday. It's amazing. If you have not had time, please pivot over to X and experience the crash out from the Fed sloppers. I mean, we showed the public yesterday for the first time, just still photos.
This is like someone has got to do a narcissist profile on Candace Owens And the fact that H.G. Tudor hasn't done this yet, I don't know if you know who he is, but he's like a narcissist that like does analysis on other narcissists on the internet. The fact that H.G. Tudor has not done a narcissism profile on Candace Owens yet, he should be stripped of his narcissist card. He has failed colossally at his one fucking job on the internet because she exhibits all like the rewriting of history. Guys, we actually won. When I was exposed on the internet for being a giant retard, I actually won. It's like, God damn it.
Maroon boy who allegedly was walking from the parking garage en route to the courtyard, showing off his favorite shirt. He was seeking, of all people, a Turning Point employee to ask whether or not the event was going to be there. Now, look, I would say that were I a 4.0 plus GPA student like Tyler Robinson, I was not, but if I was one, I may have actually just asked a regular UVU student that question. Maybe don't go up to someone wearing an American Comeback Tour shirt. Maybe I would have even just used my context clues. Oh, look, that's a big tent that they're setting up, which says American Comeback Tour. It looks like they're bringing in some stuff. I bet it's here. Tyler Robinson apparently was built different that day. He walked right up to a Turning Point USA employee and asked, is this going to be where the event is going to be held later today? Your boss, who I plan to assassinate? And the next part of it is actually where it gets really fun because he goes to Chick-fil-A, and my producer pointed out to me the hilarity of that. Have you ever met a person who was radical about LGBTQ rights that would eat at Chick-fil-A?
Yes, literally all the time.
The Christian company that has come up.
because Chick-fil-A is fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
They're fired from
Gay people like chicken too, Candace.
virtually every LGBTQ rights organization in America because their CEO openly asserted that his perspective was that marriage can only take place between a man and a woman. Remember that? Like, that's kind of their vibe, their brand. You get Tyler Robinson was so fired up by LGBTQ issues that he went to go commit a murder, but also he went to Chick-fil-A. And we're told that in Tyler Robinson's text confessions to Lance Twiggs, Tyler wrote this. He wrote, quote, some hate can't be negotiated. Oh, unless that hatred comes with a side of Chick-fil-A sauce, I guess.
Exactly.
And he's ready to negotiate. Anyway, the point that I'm making here is that even the Fed sloppers could not pretend that the uncompressed images that we released looked anything.
I was literally just thinking that. I'm like, how early does Chick-fil-A actually open?
Dude, their breakfast is fantastic. The problem is it's just so much carbs. It's so it's like cheating. It's like
do that.
It's like mega giga carbs. It's like, yeah.
I say I would want to like lay down and take a nap after that.
It's full of bigotry. You can taste it. You can taste
Maybe I'll
the
get
bigotry.
some Chick-fil-A chicken DoorDash when they start serving that. That would be pretty good.
True.
Mm-hmm. DoorDash is an option.
Like Tyler Robinson, it sowed more than reasonable doubts. So they moved instead to extreme forms of coping. They were just coping a lot on the internet. David Frey.
I could get like a whole 30-piece chicken nugget with like the buffalo sauce. It's so fucking
good. Yeah, dude. It's
goes
so
by
good.
Viva.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Frey, a once upon a time respected Canadian lawyer, he is no longer, tweeted this in the hopes that the images were just edited. He was responding to Village Crazy Lady who said, yeah, that's not Tyler Robinson. Clearly, he responded and said, I agree. The person in this picture does not look like Tyler Robinson at Village Crazy Lady. But do you not understand that you are sharing what appears to be an AI enhanced photo from the original video evidence? Do you not bother to do 5 minutes of research before sharing this information? I put together this very clear comparison so that you can understand what you just did. He has no evidence. He's Mr. Where's the evidence? And he just flat out accuses us of AI enhancing the photo, of tampering with the video. No, we did no such thing. We did no such thing, which is why he was eventually community noted, because you can't just say stuff, okay? You can't just say stuff and make it real. You can't wish it.
It's such bullshit. Their evidence is like, Candace said so that she didn't manipulate it. Therefore, like, dude, their community note, they're manipulating community notes.
That's wild. They got him community noted.
So stupid.
That it's AI enhanced and make it so. We're very clear. when we shared it that we did not edit the photo in any way. Then there came a user by the name of Melissa who coped even harder than that. Melanie, pardon me, who coped even harder than that. She was hoping that we were using rhetorical tricks when we said that we did not enhance the photo in any way. Here's what Melanie shared. This is one of the people, by the way, that's in the now famed 92 group chat. She wrote, "This is what you guys do. You abuse community notes. I noticed that your words are very specific here. Quote, not enhanced using AI technology. Let's be clear, Candace. Was the original altered in any form whatsoever? You don't get to squeeze out on a technicality." So I replied to her. I said, yeah, let's be clear, Mel. We didn't alter it in any way. We didn't use a hammer, a screwdriver on a rooftop. We didn't use AI tools. We didn't use anything to alter, enhance, edit, or change the photo that we shared. No one's trying to squeeze out on a technicality. Okay? Sorry to tell you that, Mel. But we reached peak cope on the internet with a tweet from this user who claims that he's got evidence that we hired or colluded with another internet investigator who's been actually on the ground doing a lot of work, diligent denizen, interviewing people regarding the assassination. And we somehow colluded, and that's actually him. It's totally fake. It's a reenactment, a recreation of the moment. I know it's very confusing. I don't know how to explain it to you. I'll just read his tweet. This is the 0 hour is what he goes by. He wrote, Candace Owens tampering with evidence. The man on the right is Tyler Robinson. The man on the left is diligent denizen. I will explain it all soon. Please do. Please do explain it all soon. It's just amazing. These are the people that call us conspiracy theorists, people that say we never have evidence. Look how quickly they just completely, their brains melt and they come up with strange conspiracies and they reject the evidence of their eyes. Now, I am sorry to say, guys, but no, we are not, in fact, editing or enhancing anything. The truth is that the court hearing footage was compressed and for whatever reason put into this sizzle reel, right? Just like a 20-minute sizzle reel moving very quickly of obviously compressed footage. You can see it. The cars all look like buggies. And I said, people are still believing
she doesn't,
what they see.
She's using compression. Compression is how data is stored, okay? She's like conflating compression with the fisheye lens. Do you understand? You see what she's doing here?
I do.
This is so stupid. I can't believe this is working for people still. Whatever. I mean,
this is going to be the topic of the debate tomorrow. We have to pay attention.
Yeah, it is.
This is it. The crux
Unfortunately
of the argument.
for them. And when you compress footage, it does make people look a lot thinner than they are. And that's why they're angry. And I'm going to show you what I mean when I say a compressed footage makes people look thinner. Just because you're wearing your second favorite shirt today, I'm going to treat you to another uncompressed, still never before seen by the public. Oh, I'm so gracious, so transparent. Maybe never seen by the public, certainly seen by the government employees. And the evidence is overwhelming, people. Side by side, actually, I'll put for you, of Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, as they told us, as he was about to descend down that staircase onto campus. On the left is the uncompressed photo. On the right is what we were shown in the courtroom. I am so sorry to everyone who's going to crash out right now. He looks a lot thicker. Can we pull that back up? Let's just observe. The person we are told is Tyler Robinson, looks a lot thicker. So who's playing with the footage? Who's playing with the photos? I would say the court, because they knew it was going to be public. Now, it could be their system. I shouldn't accuse them of intentionally doing it. It may just be some old court system, and this is what they have to do, and it has to get compressed. I don't know that. I'm not assigning any guilt to them, but I am saying that the compressed part is coming from the court. It is not coming from me. Please don't crash out on me, guys. Please. The evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did this, right? So why are you upset? You know, it is starting to get pretty weird, isn't it? Because the build of Tyler Robinson, the footage that was presented from the police precinct when he, quote unquote, turned himself in, which I've been telling you from the beginning, that is not what happened. He willingly agreed to go in. That's why when they even show, it looks like they gave him a soft drink. He's in a room that has a love seat. He agreed to willingly come in because they told him that he had no choice, which is exactly what Sheriff Brooksby shared, the truth. He was basically peer pressured into going in. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. But anyway, when they showed a snippet of that police precinct and Tyler Robinson inside of it, that footage was not a part of that campus sizzle reel. And it does not appear to be compressed, or at least it doesn't appear to be as compressed. It's definitely coming from, you can see the camera is up top, so it's going to make him look a little bit thinner. But even if you look at the side by side of this, take a look here. This is why they're angry. Because people are going to go, that person looks bigger. Why did you want us to think that person was thinner? Did you want us to think that person was thinner? I shouldn't assign, like I said, I shouldn't assign motive. But that's what people are thinking. But what do I know, you guys? I'm just one of those rare, crazy people who still believes her own eyes and her own ears. We're going out of fashion, I will say that. Anyway, give all of the Fed sloppers time to process their emotions. Please, remember, everybody grieves differently. And it is hard to be exposed as an absolute shameless, immoral grifter who is rooting for a 22-year-old to be executed by the state without sufficient evidence, likely because someone's paying you to have that perspective.
Wow.
Speaking of which, you might imagine, as I did yesterday, that Turning Point USA execs and affiliates, the stewards of Charlie's legacy, his best friends, I worked with him every day. Yeah, that's called a work colleague. The caretakers of what Charlie loved and didn't love, which seems so backward from the Charlie that we all knew publicly, basically the opposite of whatever Charlie said. You would assume that given these photos, they would have something to say, that they would weigh in immediately, since they have been radically asserting all over the place that Tyler Robinson is the person who killed who killed Charlie Kirk, right? Blake Neff, by the way, has been the most vocal in his effort to get Tyler Robinson sentenced to death. Like I said, we should be clear on that. They are calling for the death of a would-be innocent man, supposed to be assumed innocent. They don't have that assumption. So I thought surely they would comment on these photos. We know Blake watches this show every day. I'm a part of his routine. I thought surely they would come out and say, wow, we are deeply upset to learn that the court footage was so compressed. And now we do have some questions. Maybe they'd reach out to me. But nothing. Could you imagine Blake Neff quiet after an episode of our show? It's unimaginable. He was. They completely ignored the photos. Why? I think because not even they were willing to venture toward that deep of an absurd attempt to tell people not to believe their own eyes, right? We presented evidence that a seemingly left-handed individual with a bit more weight on him, someone who does not at first glance look like Tyler Robinson, or second glance or third glance, and nothing. 4K, crystal clear. I'm getting nothing. You're probably wondering also, where is Erica's voice in all of this? You're probably wondering if she called me and thanked me and wanted to sit down and actually see all the evidence that we've gathered.
Yeah, I bet Erica
thanked me
you.
perhaps for delivering at least a small snippet of that transparency that she claims that she so desperately wants. Look, I got to tell you, she didn't. I got to be honest. She hasn't called me yet. Now, to be fair, Erica never needed to see anything. She was convinced of Tyler Robinson's guilt before it was cool, right? Before she saw any footage at all. Remember this?
Do you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I love that. The confidence, the sale, unblinking, unflinchingly. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Also, no mention of the footage of the stills on the Beavis and Butthead show. Nothing. What are they busy doing? What are they doing over there? Still thinking that they can convince the world with trash PR is the answer. It's almost like Pinky and the Brain show. What are we going to do today, Pinky? Try to convince the world that Tyler Robinson acted alone on that rooftop with the screwdriver, and we don't really know why. Which brings us to a video. You guys may have seen this going around. A piece that was published by the left-wing MS Now by journalist Brandy Zadrozny. I'm going to show you this, right? Brandy's article, which I just want to again point out the absurdity. How is this not defamation per se? That they keep going, who killed Charlie Kirk, putting, or a digital assassin and putting my face on it.
Candace, you accused Charlie Kirk's wife of having him murdered. That is literally defamation per se, you dumb bitch. That is what defamation per se is.
Who killed Charlie Kirk? There's only two people in that photo. It's Charlie Kirk and me. How is that not defamation per se? We know what they're doing and we know who's behind it. And she publishes this piece. And just to give everybody a background on who she is.
Wait, so
shortly
she's
after Charlie died,
she's
this
calling it
journalist
defamation that somebody is accusing her of killing Kirk? That's crazy. And that's not even what that person's trying to say in that picture, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. But she accuses Charlie Kirk's wife of
but
having
that's not
him killed.
that's not even what the person's saying in the picture. That's so dumb.
Wow.
Impacted me, and it made me physically sick because I knew exactly who she was because she was so vicious and fundamentally dishonest. It was Charlie and I were very green. We were excited that somebody in the press, I think at the time she was working for NBC, wanted to do a piece on us. We invited her. I think we were out in California, went out to dinner with her, had a great day with her. And then she publishes a piece that was just the opposite of the experience we had with her. It was a wake-up call to like, oh, wow, journalists lie. Their job is to smear us. And she kept up doing that throughout the years. I have text messages. I'm so tired of having to tell people the truth about how Charlie Kirk felt about certain people. I have text messages with Don Trump Jr. regarding a different piece that Brandy was working on. I have text messages with Tyler Boyer. I have text messages with Charlie and me and Charlie Boyer about this woman. Charlie Kirk did not like this woman, okay? And so it boggles the mind to me that she would have any association at all with Turning Point USA. When she reached out to me, I basically barked at her. I literally... My reaction was not, oh, she must be working with Turning Point USA. It was like, obviously, Turning Point USA would not work with this woman in the wake of Charlie's assassination. And lo and behold, I find out that they did work with her. Anyway, I'm just going to run a clip of her, what turned out to be a 45-minute episode of MSN Now, a series that they have, where she shared my response to her. I'm really proud of it. Take a listen.
I first met Candace Owens in 2018. Okay, so first, I really appreciate you taking this time. I know that this was like...
started on in a Twitter battle.
I'd come to Stanford University to see her speak with Charlie Kirk. Kirk was just 24 years old then. He'd worked social media on Trump's 2016 campaign and was back to building Turning Point USA, the group he'd started 4 years earlier to fight the left on college campuses and to recruit young Republicans.
If you're asking me, do I think the Black community has been crippled economically? The answer would be yes, it has been crippled economically by Democrat policies.
Kirk was crisscrossing the country, owning the libs, and building a digital enterprise on the back of its college debate tapes.
What have I ever said that's racist? Name one thing.
You've enabled people to
Name one.
about racism, and by enabling people and giving them a platform.
Like who? Like Candace Owens?
Exactly.
Oh, Candace Owens is a racist.
Kirk had just hired Candace, technically as Turning Point's director of urban engagement, then promoted to communications manager. But really, she was a sidekick and everything Charlie wasn't. A woman, Black, and to Charlie and his roster of old white donors, comparatively cool.
Met Candace back in November, hired her 5 minutes after I met her. And as they say, the rest is the future.
Before we go any further, I should note that Candace declined to be interviewed for this video. When I asked, she sent a statement through her rep. She called me slimy and said it made her skin crawl that I would reach out in the wake of Charlie's assassination.
So proud.
And for the record, this is a weird thing to say, since this was the text Candace sent after that story published, and inconsistent with how Kirk spoke publicly about me.
And we've dealt with Brandy Zadrozny before in some stories. She's very smart, a relatively fair person, but she still has that, pepper in her insults.
But Candace runs on vibes. And for an audience with a very short memory and attention span, it seems to be working out.
She shows an out of context message of me thanking her for after, not including my family members when she was going after them and sending them emails. And then she shows Charlie not complimenting her, just saying she's relatively smart. I'd agree with that. She's relatively smart. We thought that she was a decent person when we sat down with her and then saw that she peppered insults and she kept this up throughout the years. So that was my response to her. And genuinely, when I sent the response, I was so grossed out that she reached out after he was assassinated because I just knew the kind of pieces she would do on Charlie and how Charlie felt about her. never in a million years did I think TPUSA would open the doors to this woman to assist with this piece. Like, never, especially if you even just look at just her history of what she published immediately in the aftermath of Charlie's death. This is just 6 days after Charlie died. To give you an idea of who this woman is. She published Charlie Kirk trafficked in conspiracy theories. In death, he became the main character in the ultimate one spun by the White House. It's a tactic I imagine Kirk would have approved of. Snarky, mean, soulless, and he had just been publicly assassinated. She thought that it was fine to publish that. And again, like I said, over the years, that was her entire vibe. This is what she published during the pandemic. Turning Point USA spent the pandemic flouting public health guidelines, sowing distrust in the election, and bringing the so-called culture wars around CRT and LGBTQ issues off campus and into the mainstream. And what did it get them? A boatload of money. So yeah, suffice to say that never in a million years when I penned that response to her, could I have fathomed that Erica Kirk, the dear widow, after Charlie's assassination would open the doors literally to Brandy, who Charlie could not stand. This is only made crazier by the fact that TPUSA is trying to convince audiences in this moment that Charlie was murdered by a radical leftist over transgendered issues. But guess what, you guys? Brandy is one of the biggest supporters of transgenderism. This is a real tweet from Brandy regarding trans issues. She wrote, spent weeks talking to doctors who treat trans kids, a vulnerable group of small people at ever more risk now as they're being targeted for cheap political points. Most of the reporting will never see the day because people are afraid. It makes me very sad. Oh. And just to really highlight the point here, even amongst people who support transgenderism, the majority of them draw the line at transitioning children. Not Brandy. Okay. She also tweeted
How
this.
is this relevant? This is so
doctors providing and
Candace like venting at someone who she thinks wronged her. This is like a narcissist thing. It's like she did a hit piece on me, so I'm gonna get her back.
her article, doctors providing care.
This is also like the last big public statement Candace has before this debate. It's like, okay.
Are under increasing threat from far-right harassment campaigns. She also hyperlinked another article that she wrote, state lawmakers in Oklahoma holding hospitals' COVID money hostage unless they strip away healthcare for trans kids. Why? Because the Unwokeable podcast told them to. So she is radical on the topic of support for transgenderism. Naturally, Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA partnered with her anyway, out of what we can only assume is their ever-increasing desperation to smear me and all of those who are researching the many flaws in the Charlie Kirk assassination story. So I want you to take a listen to Brandy discussing how she was welcomed into their headquarters.
I asked Turning Point USA for an interview to find out what they were dealing with and what they saw as the path forward. They declined to go on the record, but they invited me to their Phoenix headquarters where I sat down with Erica and other leadership. They spent hours with me. They answered all my questions. What I saw was an organization struggling to weather a storm that would have been unthinkable a year ago, struggling to grieve, struggling to navigate near constant threats and harassment, and wondering each day what false storyline Candace Owens will come up with next.
Wow.
It's perfect.
True.
And then once again, people will blame me for the fact that this backfires, and people then recognize that Turning Point USA is in just entirely fraudulent positions that they represent. Why would they welcome her into the headquarters? Wouldn't they be like, you support transgenderism and Charlie Kirk just got killed by a trans furry and there's no, come on in, hours. Oh, Candace, you're talking about Candace, that friend of Charlie's. Here's the talking points we want you to share. Yeah, that backfired like a lot. Maybe also because running to the left doesn't actually work after you spent 11 months accusing them of murdering Charlie. Like, I don't think you just like switch teams that quickly and expect them to be sympathetic to you. And also,
dude, that is not what's going. It's crazy how she
disturbing-
thinks that's her take, as if it's like a sides thing. Like, oh yeah, you're accusing the left, and she's a member of the left, and there's like, that's not what's going on. We're all observing and understanding reality and describing reality.
I mean, I feel like Candace, like it might be the reality that Candace's entire world is coming crashing down around her with all this, and she knows it, and she's like now spiraling into it. and she doesn't know what to do.
It's I don't know if she's even gonna get in trouble here or anything like that. We'll see, I guess.
Points that she makes throughout this piece, I have to point out the ever decreasing social IQ of Blake Neff. Like when we think we get to the bottom of his social IQ, he unlocks another basement. He cannot read a room.
It's impressive to me that she can even use the words IQ and talking shit about someone else's IQ.
Hang on, it's not words, it's letters. Okay.
Okay, well, you don't
It's
understand.
not as simple as you can get.
She literally cannot, dude. You don't get to talk about IQ, Candace Owens, to anybody about anybody.
Read a room. He thought it was a good PR idea as they were promoting Brandy's piece, of course, and not going, oh, man, maybe we shouldn't do that. We're trying to say that transferee killed Charlie. I thought it was a good idea to point out one of the darker quotations from her presentation. He tweeted this. Again, this is a quote from her. Tyler Robinson's arrest might have united a MAGA movement that had been tearing itself apart over the Epstein files and the war in Gaza. It might have provided a common enemy, a focus on the lefty posters who were joking about Kirk's death, or Antifa, the Trump administration had blamed for Kirk's murder. It might have, if not for Candace Owens. That is
it's just objectively
the
true.
Literal meme of the Scooby-Doo cartoon villain. And so people published that. Travis wrote this on X, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. Like, how could you say that? Really? It's almost like suggesting that Charlie had to die because things were getting crazy. MAGA was upset about the Iranian war and our involvement with Israel, but also Israel's guy Epstein and the files made people dislike Trump. So we just had Charlie need to die. And our plan was that was going to unite the party against the left and keep them focused on the goy slop. But Candace ruined that opportunity. That, my friends, is what you call atrocious PR. I actually loved this woman recapping this, and I shared it across X. This is basically the piece. In a nutshell, she said, I've watched Brandy Zadrozny's Who Killed Charlie Kirk so that you don't have to. Here's the short version. If you still have questions, you are the problem. According to the film, you are a grifter, a conspiracy theorist, a cash-in artist, or someone unfortunate enough to be adjacent to a kombucha brewer, a Kremlin-loving model, or a far-right lawyer. Now, you might reasonably assume that a film called Who Killed Charlie Kirk would spend a considerable amount of time examining the unresolved questions that have caused millions of people to distrust the official account. But I have unfortunate news. 45 minutes later, we've learned that Candace Owens makes money doing her job, Baron Coleman gets super chats doing his, and John Bray sells kombucha. By the end of Who Killed Charlie Kirk, it feels like a slightly misleading title. Who are all these annoying people who keep asking questions would have been considerably more accurate. We're still asking. Oh, and one more thing, Andrew Kovat, I owe you an apology. I previously thought that you were terrible at PR, but watching Brandy spend 45 minutes ridiculing the very people that TPUSA presumably wants to convince us has made me realize that I dramatically underestimated you. You are spectacularly terrible at PR. It's like, it is something how bad he is at PR. It is something to be noticed, a sight to behold. Is Andrew Colvett and Erica Kirk sitting there going, this is going to be good for PR. No, this is going to be great. We're going to team up with a trans-loving reporter, and we're going to have her call everybody who they should be convincing to join their side a conspiracy theorist or like in support of the Kremlin.
Like, she can't even describe reality
or
what's going
wacky,
on.
and that's really going to turn people toward us. They're not going to think that we're total frauds. Who is behind these PR decisions? Is it just Andrew? Is it a crisis PR team? I don't know.
Oh my God.
But people should probably be fired over it.
Yeah, definitely.
And they probably
Candace.
won't be.
No,
anyway,
probably
we'll be
not,
right back
Candace.
after a very quick break.
Uh-oh.
All right, you guys, I want to pass along a heartfelt.
Let's see. What else does Candace have in this episode? The moderator. We already know this. Patrick Bet David. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I think we're done. I think we completed the Candace marathon. Amalek, what are your final thoughts about what we're about to walk into tomorrow? Very early in the morning for no good reason.
I mean, I just think it's gonna be a shit show. I don't think it's gonna be very good. I think we're all hyping it up and it's gonna suck. That's what I think is basically gonna happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I'm kind of feeling that right now. I feel like this is gonna be a big disappointment, a big fucking letdown.
Yeah, they all suck. yeah.
We're all gonna get up early for nothing.
Best
and-
case scenario though is that they both in the final blow decapitate each other and both lose. That would be ideal.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out for 6 hours and watching that stuff. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your argumentation. That was pretty awesome.
That was fun. I hate these people. I hope that people need to start understanding how this type of thinking itself in the right wing makes the right wing unable to deal with reality and unable to do anything. This is the problem. They can't organize or do anything about Antifa, immigration, Zionism, Christianity, or any of this stuff because their brains are cooked on this type of thinking right here.
Yep.
Everything has to be a conspiracy, and it's not helpful at all to solve any problems.
I completely 1000% agree. And, best case scenario, maybe tomorrow, finally puts it to bed for some people. I mean, Candace is always going to have cult followers because that's just the way this works. But
I think it's going to be like this for the rest of our lives. I think that this is the JFK of our generation, and it's going to drive me insane that entire time. That's what I think is going to happen.
Until the left, overthrows everything. And then we're all really fucked. And then, we're going to get put against the wall and it's going to be really great. And, whatever. Or we're going to go in the gulag. That's going to suck. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Peace.
Cool. Bye. All right, guys, that is all we have for tonight with the marathon stream. I want to thank everyone who donated 144 new channel memberships today. I really didn't even expect we were going to meet the goal today because I normally don't even ask for memberships on a stream like this, but we had a nice little membership competition and I appreciate everyone participating in that. You guys rock. And I will be back streaming tomorrow at 10 a.m. or whenever this thing starts. So I will see you guys then. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you